Chapter 15-17. Seeing that the situation he was most worried about was indeed happening again, Xiaofan inwardly cursed. However, he shook the mirror spirit in his hand again and again, but the mirror spirit still didn't move at all. Seeing Xiaofan like this, the girl very justly smiled and said, "Since fellow Taoist, wait a moment, fellow Taoist." Seeing that the girl was about to announce his elimination, Xiaofan immediately said anxiously, "I didn't use any secret technique to hide my attribute. This mirror spirit, is it broken? Think about it. I came all the way to the Thunderclap Peak, how could I possibly make things difficult for myself? This." The girl looked at Xiaofan. Sure enough, he didn't show any signs of using magic power. She immediately scratched her head and said, "That's right, this concealment technique was only taught by martial uncle half a year ago. Even this poor Taoist had to practice for several months before being able to grasp it. How do you know the secret technique of my Imperial Thunder sect? Could it be, it's really broken?" As she spoke, the girl took the mirror spirit. The magic power in her body slightly moved and a faint purple light flashed on the mirror spirit. That light quickly rushed to the mirror spirit's position about 60%. The girl's expression slightly changed. She didn't hand the mirror spirit over to Xiaofan and only said, "Fellow Taoist, I'm very sorry. You don't meet the conditions for my Imperial Thunder sect to recruit disciples. Fellow Taoist, please go to the west side of the Thunderclap Peak. In a moment, my Zhenlei Palace's senior brothers will." Xiaofan was naturally very anxious and said loudly, "Fellow Taoist. I was watching from the side just now. I only know that among the 5 elements, cultivators with metal, wood, water, and earth attributes don't meet the conditions for your sect to recruit disciples, but I didn't hear that cultivators with no attributes don't meet the conditions for your sect to recruit disciples. How about, you let me try again by pouring magic power into the mirror spirit?" The girl slightly shook her head and said in all seriousness, "Fellow Taoist is wrong. I received an order from my master that those with lightning, wind, yin, yang, and other extremely rare attributes can all pass the first round of selection. Those with fire attributes can pour magic power into the mirror spirit to test the strength of the fire attribute. If it's more than half, they can pass. However, they never said that cultivators with no attributes can pass the selection." Xiaofan shakes his head. "But your esteemed teacher didn't seem to say that if the mirror spirit didn't react, we shouldn't try again using transcendence energy, right?" The girl shook her head like a rattle drum. "I have never heard of a physique with balanced 5 elements, much less a physique without any 5 elements. Fellow Taoist, you don't meet the requirements of my Imperial Thunder sect. Please leave the mountain as soon as possible." Motherfucker, Xiaofan was furious. However, the other party was only a 12-year-old girl. Perhaps she was a genius in cultivation, but in terms of conduct, he was afraid that he couldn't ask for too much. Just as the little girl turned around and was about to leave, Xiaohua's figure moved slightly, and like a gust of wind, he stretched out his hand and seized the mirror spirit. The girl was shocked. It wasn't that she didn't pay attention to the outside world, but she had been busy for more than 2 hours. Her previous curiosity had long disappeared, and she had already felt a little sleepy and had lost some of her vigilance. The most important thing was that Xiaohua's movements were too fast, and there wasn't even a trace of spiritual power fluctuation. Before she could react, the mirror spirit was already in Xiaohua's hands. "What are you doing?" The girl abruptly turned around, clapped her hands, and shouted with a thunderous voice. But just as she said these words, a scene that made the surrounding people dumbfounded appeared. The mirror spirit in Xiaohua's hands suddenly flashed with an extremely brilliant purple-red brilliance. That brilliance was like the scorching sun at noon, dazzling everyone's eyes. "This." Before the girl could say a second sentence, she heard Xiaohua say in a very panicked voice, "This, what's going on?" Immediately, that scorching sun flew into the air, and with a boom, that scorching sun actually exploded in midair. Not only was the girl dumbstruck, but Shui, who was sweating profusely for Xiaohua, and the surrounding cultivators who were watching the show were all dumbstruck as they stood there. Xiaohua's face was even more embarrassed, and he was at a loss for what to do. "You dare to destroy I's mirror spirit." The girl immediately understood, and the tears in her eyes immediately gushed out. She clapped her hands, and several 5 lightning yellow talismans flashed with traces of purple lightning, and scattered towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua knew that he was in the wrong. His figure moved slightly, and he quickly dodged the lightning talisman. In midair, he called out very innocently, "Fellow Taoist." This poor Taoist only poured in a trace of magic power. "This mirror spirit of your sect is really weak. You still dare to quibble. It must be because you were eliminated by my Imperial Thunder sect, and your heart was dirty, so you destroyed my Imperial Thunder sect's magic tool." How could the girl be willing to let it go? Her mouth berated, and her hands didn't stop. One of her hands took out a yellow talisman from her storage bag, and the other hand used palm lightning and other spells to bombard Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua was helpless, and he couldn't fight back. He could only use his flying technique to shuttle between the girl's spells, and painstakingly think of a way to escape. "Dui Ling, what's going on?" A voice came from midair. It was Zhen Yeming, who was in charge of the first round of selection. "Senior brother Zhen." Seeing Zhen Yeming come over, Dui Ling's small mouth became even more depressed, and he almost cried, "This guy destroyed this disciple's mirror spirit. Senior brother Zhen, you have to help this disciple, don't let this disciple go back to master to be punished." Sweat, Xiaohua felt ashamed in his heart. Of course, he had earned a trace of a chance to pass the Imperial Thunder sect selection, but this chance came at the cost of destroying Dui Ling's magic tool. He had really let her down. However, after Xiaohua felt ashamed, he also loudly complained about the injustice. It was just as he said, he had only poured his magic power into the mirror spirit, and although he didn't have the trace, he said, but, who would have thought? The light that appeared was so bright, and the speed of the light was so fast. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the other side of the mirror spirit, and, the origin of the mirror spirit wasn't enough. The entire mirror spirit shook violently, and the light seemed to want to break through the mirror spirit. Xiaohua hurriedly withdrew his magic power, but the light was still there, and the vibration was still there. He could only throw the mirror spirit into the air. "Don't cry. Today is a big event for the Imperial Thunder sect. Everyone here is here for the first time, and there are many cultivators who didn't pass the selection. Your crying will make the Imperial Thunder sect lose face." Zhen Yeming glanced at Xiaohua and said to Dui Ling, hearing that it would affect the Imperial Thunder sect's reputation. Dui Ling's face tensed up, and he hurriedly stretched out his arm to wipe away the tears on his face, revealing a tenacious expression. "What's going on? How did you destroy the mirror spirit?" Zhen Yeming said coldly to Xiaohua, "Although fellow Taoist came to the Imperial Thunder sect to participate in the selection and is considered an important guest of the Imperial Thunder sect, if you don't put the Imperial Thunder sect in your eyes, we won't treat fellow Taoist with the hospitality of a guest." "Oh, senior brother Zhen," disciple Shui was at the side the whole time. Shui hurriedly stepped forward. Zhen Yeming glanced at the number plate in Shui's hand and didn't refute. He nodded and said, "Yes, Shui, tell me about it." Shui recounted everything that had happened just now, without adding or deleting any details. Hearing Shui's words, Zhen Yeming frowned and looked at Xiaohua with a complicated gaze. He then turned to ask Dui Ling, "Is what fellow Taoist Shui said true?" "Yes, what fellow Taoist Shui said is true." Dui Ling nodded and said, "This cultivator called Xiaohua doesn't have the lightning attribute, nor the fire attribute. He also doesn't have any other rare attributes. Therefore, disciple followed the orders of my teacher and eliminated him. But, your teacher. Zhen Yiming was halfway through his sentence when he saw Dui Ling's eyes turn red again. How would he dare to continue? He knew that they were just inexperienced children who treated the words of their teacher as the golden rule and didn't know how to be flexible. He rephrased his words and said, cultivators with balanced 5 elements should have a white brilliance during the test. Didn't the teacher of the Imperial Thunder sect mention it? Dui Ling's face was blank as he shook his head and said, they didn't mention it. Oh, it's no wonder. There is only one person with balanced 5 elements in this world. My Imperial Thunder sect has never encountered such a person when recruiting disciples. If I wasn't in charge of the first round of selection this year and specially read through all the ancient records, I might not have known about it. Zhen Yiming sighed. So you don't blame me? Dui Ling raised his small face and smiled through his tears. No, no. Leave this fellow Taoist to senior brother. Do you have any other cultivators to test? Zhen Yiming smiled. No, this is the last one. Dui Ling said with a smile. The panic on his face had long disappeared. Zhen Yiming turned to Xiaofan and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, I have never seen a cultivator with balanced 5 elements, but, a cultivator without any 5 elements, let alone even my teacher's ancient records don't have any records of such a person. Could it be that fellow Taoist is an anomaly? As he spoke, Zhen Yiming clapped his hands and took out another mirror spirit. He handed it over and said, fellow Taoist, don't use your magic power. Let I take a look. Yes. Xiao Hua accepted it. Just as Shui said, the mirror spirit didn't move at all. There wasn't even a trace of light flashing, not even the so-called white light. Strange. Fellow Taoist Xiao, could it be that you are really an anomaly? Although Zhen Yiming had already stopped Shui's description, seeing that the mirror spirit didn't move and Xiao Hua didn't have any magic power fluctuations around him, he couldn't help but ask in astonishment. Do you need I to channel my magic power? Xiao Hua probed. Fellow Taoist, please wait. Zhen Yiming shook his head and asked again, since fellow Taoist is already at Qi refining stage 10, then, which sect do you belong to? What kind of cultivation technique do you practice? This. Xiao Hua frowned slightly. The cultivation technique Heavenly Law's embodiment technique had caused a lot of trouble in Yenyuan City. It was even related to the 1,000-year-old mother and son spirit fruit. He really didn't want to talk about it. Oh, if you don't want to talk about the cultivation technique, then tell me which sect do you belong to? Zhen Yiming tactfully asked. Fellow Taoist Zhen, please know that I am a loose cultivator. Xiao Hua said helplessly, I have practiced a fire-type cultivation technique called raising fire to the heavens. Chapter 15:18. What? Loose cultivator? Zhen Yiming was stunned and said with surprise, how is this possible? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, I am of course a loose cultivator. Otherwise, why would I enter the Imperial Thunder sect? May I ask how old you are? Zhen Yiming asked curiously. I should be around 23 years old. Xiao Hua did not dare to lie and said truthfully. Oh, then fellow Xiao must have taken some pill to retain your youth? Zhen Yiming was not surprised and looked at Xiao Hua with a smile, fellow Taoist is very lucky. Pills to retain one's youth are very hard to find in the cultivation world. Yes. I guess. Xiao Hua's reply was very vague, but his heart was moved and he thought to himself, I was wondering why my face did not change. So it was a pill to retain one's youth. It seems that it is really hard to find, otherwise I would have known. Pill to retain one's youth? Shui's face was also filled with envy as she stared at Xiao Hua's young face in a daze. Of course, eternal youth was the highest realm that all women, regardless of whether they were immortal or mortal, pursued. "Oh right, fellow Taoist," Xiao just said, "what kind of fire attribute technique did you cultivate?" Zhen Yiming asked again. Fellow Taoist Xiao, as a loose cultivator, actually reached the peak of Qi refining stage 10 at the age of 23. It can be said that you are a peerless genius. I am rather interested in fellow Taoist's technique. Raising fire to the heavens. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Raising fire to the heavens? Zhen Yiming thought for a while and said curiously, I don't seem to have heard of such a technique. Alright, I will let fellow Taoist Zhen know. This is a shallow technique. Xiao Hua said with a strange smile. Zhen Yiming looked at Xiao Hua as if he was considering the authenticity of Xiao Hua's words. However, the real thing was that his heart was in turmoil. No attributes. No attributes of the 5 elements. What does this mean? As the saying goes, jump out of the 3 realms and not in the 5 elements. Become a free immortal and live as long as the heavens. No attributes of the 5 elements, doesn't that mean that you are not in the 5 elements? Of course, in the cultivation world of the Dawn Rain continent, there were no cultivators without attributes of the 5 elements. However, that did not mean that there were no legends of the 5 elements. No, it couldn't be said that it was the same as the legends. Because those legends without the 5 elements were all stories of great divine abilities and great cultivators, but there had never been any records of low-level cultivators. But this little rogue cultivator in front of him actually had no attributes of any of the 5 elements. What could this mean? Perhaps he was a genius in cultivation, or perhaps he was trash in cultivation. Forget it. No matter what, this Xiao Hua can be considered a strange person. My Imperial Thunder sect has to be extra careful. Even if he's a piece of trash, I'm afraid he'll have to stay on my Sky Thunder Peak. Zhen Yiming made up his mind. He looked at the dozens of cultivators who wanted to gather around him and waved his hand. This has nothing to do with you. You can leave now and find a place to rest. The second round of the test is about to begin. Today, we will be recruiting 100 disciples. Although the quota is 10 times more than before, the real test is yet to come. Yes, when the surrounding cultivators heard that Xiao Hua wanted to recruit 100 disciples, their faces showed a pleasant surprise. How could they still care about what attribute Xiao Hua's physique was? Fellow Taoist Xiao, please follow me. Zhen Yiming smiled and waved his hand, indicating for Xiao Hua to stand beside him. When Xiao Hua walked over, Dui Ling blinked her eyes and said, Senior Marshal Brother Zhen, this disciple will also go over? He, Junior Marshal Sister Dui Ling, your matter is already done. This Senior Marshal Brother will report your matter to the Marshal Ancestor. You can return with the other Senior Marshal Brothers of the Converging Thunder Palace. After Zhen Yiming finished explaining everything, he waved his hand and cast out a spell that was flickering with lightning. A bright light flashed around the two of them. Following that, a bright light shot out from the nearest round ball and the two of them disappeared from their original spot. Xiao Hua only felt his vision darken. When he opened his eyes again, his figure had actually appeared halfway up a mountain. He saw towering palaces, pavilions, and all kinds of winding corridors and small pavilions. Occasionally, immortal birds would chirp and fly out from the dense fog that was rising from the mountain. Oh my, it really is like a celestial place. Xiao Hua's eyes were envious and he couldn't help but praise in his heart. Zhen Yiming sent out a communication talisman. When he saw the communication talisman flying out of the palace, Zhen Yiming smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please follow me. I will listen to fellow Taoist Zhen's instructions. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said. Then, Zhen Yiming led Xiao Hua through a few winding corridors and passed through a few clusters of exotic flowers and plants. Gradually, they walked into the white fog. The wisps of white mist were like smoke and cotton, drawing Xiao Hua's line of sight. A strange fragrance spread out from the little flowers on the ground, and Xiaohua's ears actually recalled the melodious sound of a flute. Xiaohua's eyes turned and saw that Zhen Yiming's footsteps were steady, and he seemed to have turned a deaf ear to the flute. He knew that Zhen Yiming was used to it. Xiaohua couldn't help but be curious. Who is the person playing the flute? Yiming, what's the matter? The flute sound suddenly stopped and a clear voice sounded. Zhen Yiming bowed respectfully and said in a concise manner, reporting to martial ancestor, during the first round of the disciple selection today, I discovered a cultivator without any of the 5 elements. Didn't have any of the 5 elements? The voice was clearly stunned and he asked in surprise, are you sure? Of course I'm sure. That cultivator held the mirror spirit in his hand and the mirror spirit didn't have any reaction. Zhen Yiming said word by word, furthermore, that cultivator poured his magic power into the mirror spirit and the mirror spirit actually exploded. How is that possible? As he spoke, a figure suddenly appeared from the white fog and stood 10 feet away from Xiaohua. Ah! A golden core cultivator? Although Xiaohua was already mentally prepared and Zhen Yiming called him martial ancestor, when he saw that he couldn't detect that cultivator's cultivation, his heart couldn't help but jump. Previously, when he was on his way to Jinghua City, he had seen a golden core cultivator, but after all, it was only by chance and he didn't have any direct knowledge of golden core cultivators. It could be said that the ignorant were fearless. After going through these 3 years of tempering, Xiaohua had experienced the fierceness of peak aura refining realm cultivators and the fierceness of foundation building realm cultivators. As for the divine abilities of Jindan realm cultivators, he only needed to think with his heel to know. Without any hesitation, Xiaohua bowed and said, Junior Xiaohua greets Senior. That cultivator looked to be around 50 years old. He was thin and the green robe he wore was very ordinary. The cultivator's face was clean and his eyes were slightly sad. Half of his long black hair was already white, but the white hair didn't make his sharp eyebrows and eyes lose their color. Instead, it made him even more charming. The cultivator waved his hand and said faintly, it could be considered as returning the greeting. The sharp nails on his slender fingers were very eye-catching. Good boy, Xiaohua's heart trembled. He had never seen a male cultivator with such long nails. Yi Ming, give him the mirror spirit, said the cultivator. Yes, martial ancestor. Zhen Yiming didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly gave his mirror spirit to Xiaohua. Xiaohua took it and looked at the mirror spirit that didn't react. He then looked at the golden core cultivator. As expected? A strange expression flashed through the golden core cultivator's eyes. Then, he waved his hand casually. Xiaohua felt his body tighten and the true qi in his body was imprisoned. This mirror spirit really didn't react. The golden core cultivator waved his hand again and the imprisonment on Xiaohua's body suddenly disappeared. Pour your magic power into the mirror spirit. The golden core cultivator's tone was unquestionable. Yes, Junior. Xiaohua wanted to remind him, but he immediately shut his mouth and carefully poured a strand of magic power into the mirror spirit. Sure enough, just like before, a bright purple-red light flashed and suddenly rushed to the top of the mirror spirit. It didn't allow Xiaohua to withdraw his magic power. Seeing that the mirror spirit was about to explode again, Xiaohua held it in his hand and didn't know whether to throw it away or not. It was very awkward. After all, he was an Aurus core stage cultivator. With a wave of his hand, Xiaohua felt a wave of magic power. A restriction that flashed faintly with electric light was set up around the mirror spirit. Moreover, it seemed to have some kind of power. It took the mirror spirit from Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua took the opportunity to release his hand and saw the light in the restriction scatter. Another mirror spirit was destroyed by Xiaohua. When the light flashed, the golden core cultivator used his eyes to look at the remains of the mirror spirit. He nodded slightly and rubbed his hand. The lightning in the restriction flashed and all the remains turned into nothingness. Martial ancestor. Zhen Yiming saw this and reminded, did Xiaohua pass the first round? The second round of the disciple selection is about to begin. Nonsense. The golden core cultivator glared at Zhen Yiming and said, although the mirror spirit showed that Xiaohua didn't have any of the 5 elements, this mirror spirit is after all a low-grade magic tool. The result is only for reference. It can't be confirmed that Xiaohua doesn't have any elements. But didn't you see it for yourself? Xiaohua's fire attribute cultivation technique is very good. Even the mirror spirit couldn't determine the purity of his fire attribute. Such a cultivator couldn't pass the first round of the test. Could it be that the Imperial Thunder sect only accepts lightning attribute disciples? Yes, yes. This disciple understands. Zhen Yiming hurriedly bowed and replied. However, if he doesn't have any elements, the purity of his fire attribute cultivation technique shouldn't be so high, right? The golden core cultivator waved his hand and said, I will record this matter when we return. You can go and select disciples now. Yes, this disciple understands. Zhen Yiming turned his head and said, Xiaohua, follow me. Xiaohua's mind raced. He was considering whether or not he should tell the golden core cultivator about the pearl. The golden core cultivator took the pearl and turned around, leaving behind a lonely scene. His figure gradually disappeared. Alright, let's talk about it later. Xiaohua muttered as he followed Zhen Yiming back to the pavilion. Zhen Yiming clapped his hands and took out a number plate and handed it over to Xiaohua. Fellow Daoist Xiao, this is your number plate. Please keep it well and don't keep it in your storage bag. I look forward to your performance and hope that you can join my Imperial Thunder sect as soon as possible. Thank you for your kind words. Xiaohua clasped his hands. Following Zhen Yiming's hand seals, Xiaohua returned to the thunderous peak. Chapter 15-19. How can there be people in this world who don't have the 5 elements? It's just that the fire element is hidden. The figure of the gold core cultivator appeared in a small pavilion in the depths of the dense fog. There was a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. As he spoke, he waved his hand and took out a very simple bamboo flute from his sleeve. It did not have the slightest trace of magic power fluctuations. He placed it in front of his eyes and looked at it deeply. Then, he placed it by his lips and a melodious flute sound slowly rang out. When Xiaohua returned to the thunderclap peak, it was already past noon. The sun above his head had already set slightly in the west. Fellow Xiao. Seeing Xiaohua's figure appear on the thunderclap peak, Shueishue's heart inexplicably relaxed. She immediately jumped up and raised her hand. Here, Xiaohua saw Shueishue jump up and down on the spot. His eyes unconsciously narrowed and he also licked his lips inexplicably. His feet didn't stop and he walked towards Shueishue's direction. Fellow Xiao, did you pass the selection? Shueishue asked somewhat impatiently. Her eyes were also nervously looking at Xiaohua. He, since I went out, how can I return empty-handed? If I was eliminated, would naturally go to the west side of the thunderclap peak. How can I appear here? Xiaohua said proudly. Seeing Xiaohua's proudness, Shueishue didn't feel annoyed. Instead, a trace of expectation appeared in her heart. It was as if Xiaohua was originally supposed to be like this. Shueishue curled her lips and said, just now you were almost there. If you weren't smart, you would have been sent away by the thunder boat. Who am I? That little bit of intelligence is just a casual thing. It's nothing. Xiaohua said with a smile. Moreover, this Dui Ling is just a little brat. How would he know I's methods? I can deal with him but it's just a piece of cake. Xiaohua's words were very self-satisfied and frivolous. However, Shueishue loved Xiaohua's words. She narrowed her eyes and said charmingly, really? Who was it just now, trembling in fear? Who? Who? Xiaohua shook his head left and right as if trying to find the person Xue Xue was talking about. Haha, Xue Xue giggled and covered her mouth. After a while, she asked, who did Daoist Zhen bring you to see? What did he say? Others? Xiaohua's heart jumped and he secretly said, what? Others are others, then, what about you and me? However, he said, it's nothing much. I just went to see a senior in the Golden Core stage and destroyed another mirror spirit. Then, he let I pass. Then, you really have no attributes? Xue Xue asked with her eyes wide open. Xiaohua smiled and said, I naturally don't belong to any of the 5 elements. Only, whether or not it has any attributes. Hehe, I can't say for now. Seeing Xiaohua's complacent appearance, Xue Xue didn't believe him. But seeing that Xiaohua didn't say anything, Xue Xue's heart became even more nervous. She said with disdain, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Who cares? Right at this moment, a loud and clear voice came from the many balls again. Fellow Taoists, the second round of the disciple selection is about to begin. Fellow Taoists, please place the number plates you just received in front of your chests and follow the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect to Thunder-Seeking Valley. Thunder-Seeking Valley? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. However, he saw that Xue Xue's face was already slightly pale. What? Fellow Daoist Xue, is there some kind of trick to this Thunder-Seeking Valley? Xiaohua couldn't help but ask. Alas, of course. Xue Xue saw that everyone had stood up. She slapped a flying talisman on her body and flew away with the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect in front of her. She said in a low voice, according to the information I got from the Imperial Thunder Sect, Thunder-Seeking Valley is a dangerous place in the Imperial Thunder Sect. It's the place where the disciples of the Aura Refining Realm have to undergo trials when they reach the peak of the Aura Refining Realm. Reach the peak of the Aura Refining Realm? Xiaohua was shocked and shouted, then, what kind of dangers are there? Xue Xue shook her head blankly and said, that day, I only listened to it like a story. I didn't ask in detail. Stupid. You obviously want to participate in the disciple selection of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Why didn't you ask more? Xiaohua criticized without the slightest hesitation. I only know that the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection has to pass 2 rounds. This round wasn't included. Xue Xue said with some grievance. If I had known earlier. I would have asked earlier. If I had known earlier. If I had known earlier, you would be a Foundation Establishment senior now. Xiaohua retorted. Xue Xue was very unhappy. Just as she was about to retort, she felt the entire Thunderclap Peak shake. From the top of the restriction on the Thunderclap Peak, several waves of magic power flashed like ripples. As the waves of magic power swept past, Xue Xue and Xiaohua's number plates also flashed with 2 faint brilliance. The brilliance of the light actually blocked the magic power waves. The magic power waves very calmly swept past the 2 of them. With a rumbling sound, a thunderbolt struck from the top of the restriction. It hit a cultivator about a dozen feet away from Xiaohua. That cultivator was about the 9th level of qi refining, but because he didn't wear a number plate, when the wave of magic power flashed past, it triggered the restriction. That thunderbolt was extremely fast and fierce. The 9th level cultivator didn't have any time to react before he was struck and turned into charcoal in an instant. Huh? What's wrong? Does this cultivator not have a number plate? Xue Xue asked curiously. Or did he put his number plate in his storage bag? Hehe, is there even a need to say it? The 9th level of qi refining is the high level of qi refining. I'm afraid his physique doesn't meet the requirements of the Imperial Thunder Sect. That's why he took the risk to stay and see if there's a chance. Xiaofan had a look of sympathy on his face. Thinking back to himself just now, wasn't that exactly the case? While they were talking, a few Imperial Thunder Sect disciples flew over. They looked at the charcoal, cleaned up the mess, and flew away again. A 9th-level Qi refining cultivator, gone just like that. Xiaofan and Xue flew further and further away, occasionally turning back to sigh. The lightning-seeking valley was located within the Lamo mountain range. The towering mountain ranges on both sides were like two open doors. The entrance to the lightning-seeking valley was also square. From outside the valley, one could see the lush flowers within the valley. This place looks very beautiful. Could it be that there's a hidden danger? Xiaofan muttered in his heart as he looked at the seemingly ordinary thunder-seeking valley from afar. There were about 3,000 cultivators selected in the first round. Xiaofan and Xue were flying at the very front. When they arrived at Thunder-Seeking Valley, the sun was already setting. The Imperial Thunder Sect disciples led everyone to the entrance of Thunder-Seeking Valley. They turned around and flew away. At the same time, a figure flashed out from the sky with a thunderbolt. Thunder evasion! Xue exclaimed. That's thunder evasion? Xiaofan suddenly remembered what Qian Qinghua said when he met him in Shihuang town. Your flying technique is very strange. It's even faster than the thunder escape of my Imperial Thunder Sect. Yes, that's the secret thunder evasion of the Imperial Thunder Sect. It's said to be the fastest evasion technique in the cultivation world. Xue slightly nodded and said. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the figure that flashed out. The cultivator who used thunder evasion was actually at the middle stage of foundation establishment. He was about 40 years old. Greetings, senior. The cultivators were very tactful and bowed to pay their respects. The cultivator slightly nodded and released his divine sense to scan everyone. He waved his hand and said, yes, not bad. You're all handsome cultivators from my country of Xi. Then he pointed at Thunder-Seeking Valley and said, your second test is to pass Thunder-Seeking Valley. This old man is the host of the second test. As for my name, if you pass, you'll naturally know. If you don't pass, then even if I tell you, it's useless, so I won't say it. This. Xiaohua secretly laughed in his heart. Why is this foundation establishment senior so long-winded? As if he could understand Xiaohua's thoughts, the cultivator said again, this old man won't be long-winded with you. The second test is very simple. It's tomorrow morning. If you can smoothly pass Thunder-Seeking Valley, then you've passed the second test. This old man wants to remind you that Thunder-Seeking Valley is very dangerous. You must bring enough yellow talismans with you. It's just like when you're training in a dangerous place. You can't be careless, otherwise, the cultivator said he wasn't long-winded, but he actually reminded a lot of things. It was like a senior warning a junior about to go out and train. Only when everyone was a little tired of it, the cultivator said, finally, this old man wants to say that the second test has a risk to your life. If you want to withdraw, then you don't have to enter the valley. Alright, everyone, if you're ready, then enter the valley. It wasn't easy to wait until the cultivator said these words. Several cultivators in front of Xiaohua couldn't bear it anymore. Their figures immediately flew up, and they rushed into Thunder-Seeking Valley. Although Xiaohua and Xue weren't in a hurry, they also followed the crowd and slowly flew in. Sigh, if you don't listen to the advice of an old man, then you'll suffer. Seeing everyone fly into Thunder-Seeking Valley, the cultivator sighed slightly. These 3,000 people, I'm afraid, half of them will die inside. But why, don't these cultivators believe this old man's words? Soon after, the cultivator's figure swayed, and a thunderbolt flashed again. The cultivator quickly flew forward, passing over the nearby mountain peak, and headed towards the end of Thunder-Seeking Valley. Xiaohua and Xue flew closer to Thunder-Seeking Valley. Seeing everyone flying forward like a swarm of bees, Shui also followed closely behind. Xiaohua said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Shui, please wait a moment." "Why?" Although Shui slowed down, seeing everyone flying further and further away, she was somewhat puzzled. Many people make light work. Although this thunder-seeking valley is dangerous, with many people passing through, we can naturally overcome these difficulties. Why don't you follow the crowd? You know full well that thunder-seeking valley is dangerous. It's the place where the high-level disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect train. Can the dangers inside be dealt with by many people? Xiaohua was unhurried. Moreover, the second stage's requirement is only to pass through thunder-seeking valley in the wee hours of the morning. It's not like it depends on who gets there first. Wouldn't it be fine as long as we safely arrive before daybreak? Soon after, Xiaohua looked ahead, and said with a smile, "Of course, if fellow Taoist Shui doesn't agree, then you can fly away with them first." Chapter 15-20. Looking at the crowd not far away, Shui hesitated for a moment and sighed, "Forget it, I'll listen to you this time. However, fellow Taoist Shui has to be responsible for I." "What?" Xiaohua was stunned and thought to himself, "These words, don't they have some other meaning?" These words were very ambiguous. After Shui finished speaking, she immediately came to her senses and said hesitantly, "If there's danger, those cultivators will only care about their own safety. Who would care about I? It's better to obediently walk at the back." Since fellow Taoist Shui understands, that's good." Xiaohua nodded and then looked to the left. The two of them weren't the only smart ones. About 10 meters away from them, there were also dozens of cultivators who were either crossing their arms, standing with their hands behind their backs, or floating in the air. They were all coldly looking at the people flying in front of them. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, what should we do?" Shui also looked and asked in a low voice. "Act according to the circumstances." Xiaohua smiled mysteriously. "Act according to the circumstances? Isn't that the same as not saying anything?" Shui pursed her lips and clapped her hands. She took out some yellow talismans from her storage pouch and handed them to Xiaohua. "If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. You're acting like you're very profound." "But?" As soon as these words left her mouth, Shui felt some regret. It seemed she still hadn't figured it out. Xiaohua was now a late-stage 10th layer qi refining cultivator, not the low-level 4th layer qi refining cultivator she saw before. How could she be so impudent? Fortunately, Xiaohua didn't care and also didn't notice Shui's gaze. He looked at the yellow talismans handed over and took out 2, saying, "Flight talismans. I don't need them. You can use them yourself." Shui opened her cherry lips slightly and her mind spun rapidly. If he doesn't need the flight talisman, doesn't that mean he knows the flight technique? The flight technique. How could a 10th layer qi refining cultivator know it? Even a 12th layer qi refining disciple from a cultivation sect might not be able to grasp it, right? Xiaohua, a loose cultivator actually has this kind of divine ability? Unexpectedly, just as Shui was thinking this, Xiaohua took out several yellow talismans from his storage pouch again and said with a smile, "I don't have many yellow talismans, but I have a lot of flying talismans. It's precisely for escaping." "You." Shui didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but there was a trace of disappointment in her heart. It seems like Xiaohua should be able to fly. "All right, fellow Taoist Shui, the cultivators in front of us have already disappeared. The ones behind us are still wasting their time. We'll take our leave first. Let's see what dangers this Seeking Thunder Valley has." Xiaohua waved his hand and used a flying talisman on himself. Shui also calmed herself down and nodded. "I will listen to fellow Taoist Zhao's instructions." As he spoke, he followed behind Xiaohua. The scenery of Seeking Thunder Valley was beautiful. Countless fresh flowers and green grass covered the ground. Countless oddly shaped trees grew diagonally on both sides of the valley. Occasionally, there were even a few small streams flowing out from the caves of the valley. They flowed along the slopes of the valley. One could only hear the gurgling sound of the water, but one couldn't see the end of the stream. At this time, it was already dusk. Seeking Thunder Valley was located in an east-west direction. In the western horizon, countless clouds were like shredded cotton, covering the entire sky. The dim sunset was blocked by a thick layer of clouds. From time to time, a dark red light would seep through the gaps between the clouds, but before it could illuminate the valley, it was already diffused by the darkness of the night. It's a bit strange. Xiaohua paid attention to the surrounding scenery, but apart from being beautiful, he didn't see any danger. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Shui, are you sure this is the trial grounds of the Imperial Thunder Sect's high-level disciples?" "Fellow Taoist Shui?" Xiaohua asked a few questions. Seeing that no one answered, he couldn't help but turn his head and ask again. When Xiaohua turned his head and saw that there was no one behind him, he couldn't help but get goosebumps. Just now, wasn't she still following behind me? How come she disappeared without a word? Xiaohua took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and looked around. However, there was only the sound of the wind behind him, and only the scenery that he had just walked over. Where could he see half of Shui's figure? "Fellow Taoist Shui? Fellow Taoist Shui?" Xiaohua raised his voice and shouted a few more times. Moreover, he turned around and flew back. The valley was still as quiet as before. There was no one in sight, nor was there, not good. Xiaohua suddenly realized that the scene he saw when he was flying back was exactly the same as the scene he saw when he was flying forward. Not good, it can't be an illusion formation, right? Xiaohua immediately thought of what he encountered on Thousand Zhang Peak. Sure enough, when Xiaohua turned around and flew forward again, the scenery around him was the same as the scenery he saw when he turned around. When Xiaohua raised his head to look at the west, the sun had already set, and the hazy stars gradually began to appear. I'm afraid. Xiaohua thought. When he turned his head to look at the other side of the valley, it was absolutely strange. The stars in the valley also had the same appearance, but they revealed a dim starlight. "Humph," Xiaohua sneered. He stood up, urged his magic power, and used the flight technique. His entire body was like a meteor, flying towards a section of the valley at extreme speed. According to Xiaohua's thoughts, when he was at the second level of qi refining, he could rely on his flying speed to break through Yulian Mountain's bewildering fog beast. This Seeking Thunder Valley's illusion formation should also be able to be broken through with the flight technique, right? Unfortunately, Xiaohua flew extremely fast. When he saw that the surrounding scenery was somewhat blurry, and it seemed like it was about to be torn apart by Xiaohua, the space around Xiaohua suddenly moved. For some reason, the surrounding scenery became clear again, as if Xiaohua simply didn't fly away. Good heavens, this Seeking Thunder Valley's illusion formation is really powerful. It's worthy of being a place where peak qi refining cultivators train. Seeing this, Xiaohua stopped. He frowned and thought to himself, there's no need to say anything. Shui is probably the same as me. Oh, all the cultivators must have fallen into this illusion formation. But, how do I break this illusion formation? Xiaohua's figure floated in midair. His hands crossed in front of his chest, and he frowned as he thought, illusion formation, how could I forget? Don't I still have my perception? Xiaohua suddenly thought, and immediately released his perception. Sure enough, in Xiaohua's perception, although he couldn't see any restrictions, he could still feel the outline of Seeking Thunder Valley. Therefore, Xiaohua slowed down his flying speed, and slowly advanced in the direction of Seeking Thunder Valley. However, when he flew a few feet in a straight line, he encountered another restriction. In his perception, every time he flew half a foot forward, his body would abruptly return to its original spot. It seemed like this was some kind of spatial restriction technique. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua landed on the ground and took a step forward. From what the naked eye could see, he took this step firmly. However, from what the naked eye could sense, this step only swayed in the air for a moment before landing on the ground again. I've found the location of the formation. But, how do I break the restriction? Xiaohua only practiced the art of making talismans and alchemy. This art of formations, he still didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with it. Xiaohua stood on the ground, frowning. He released his perception, and used his hand to touch his nose as he walked back and forth. After walking for a while, Xiaohua discovered that this space was only about 100 zhang wide. Moreover, this restriction also had the effect of isolating divine sense. Even if Xiaohua's perception it was blocked and couldn't pass through. Huh. That's strange. If this is an illusion formation, then shouldn't Shui be at the same distance as me? But, why isn't there anything around me, but I don't know if there's anything behind me? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. Besides, where are the thousands of people in front of me? How? Huh, Xiaohua suddenly laughed, and walked back to the location of the restriction with large strides. He released his perception, and used his feet to continuously walk back there. 1 step, 2 steps, each step brought him back to its original position. Huh, could it be that I'm wrong? Xiaohua scratched his head, but just as he was hesitating, in his perception, he actually took a step forward. Ha ha ha. Didn't I say so? This restriction definitely works sometimes, or else Shui and I would definitely be together. Xiaohua laughed loudly, and released his perception. Sure enough, within this 100 zhang, Shui was like a headless fly, flying everywhere, and her face was abnormally panicked. Xiaohua flew up to Shui's side, and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Shui, ah? Fellow Taoist Xiao, where did you come from?" Shui cried out in pleasant surprise, but when her gaze searched for the origin of Xiaohua's voice, there was actually a blank space. Huh? What's going on? Xiaohua withdrew his perception. Sure enough, where he looked, Shui's figure also disappeared. Damn, this illusion formation is really powerful. It can actually meet but can't see. Xiaohua cursed in his heart, and released his perception again. He thought for a moment, and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Shui, don't panic, I will go over and pull you." Okay. Shui responded, but there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. However, when she felt 2 fingers tugging at her sleeve, there was a trace of disappointment for no reason. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, can you see me?" I can vaguely see a bit." Xiaohua said vaguely, "This is an illusion formation, follow I." Okay. Shui responded, and followed Xiaohua's pull, slowly moving forward. Rumble right at this moment, a burst of fireball talismans exploded behind Shui, shaking the surrounding valleys to the point of shaking. It was reckoned that Xiaohua and the other cultivators behind him had also fallen into the illusion formation. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, quickly leave. This illusion formation can be forcefully broken with magic power, but if it can't be broken, its counterattack power will be even stronger. This kind of Seeking Thunder Valley is a place of trial for high-level disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. It's not something we can break by force, we can't let other people ruin our good fortune. Damn it, we just entered the valley. With such a powerful illusion formation, how can people survive?" Xiaohua couldn't help but curse. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Shui's heart stirred, and she said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, in front, do you see other cultivators? Seems like there aren't any. Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something as well. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Chapter 1521. I'm afraid I was harmed by you. Shue's expression was indescribable. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Xiaohua as if she was blaming him, and also, acting coquettishly. But, could she see Xiaohua? Xiaohua didn't think so much, but his face was still embarrassed. He smiled apologetically and said, "And I was too cautious. I didn't expect that this thunder-seeking valley was used by Imperial Thunder Sect's peak aura refining disciples. Most of us cultivators are in the middle stage or early stage. How can we compare to Imperial Thunder Sect's late stage aura refining disciples? If this thunder-seeking valley's restrictions were all opened, I'm afraid there wouldn't be many who could pass through, right? Therefore, some of the restrictions in this thunder-seeking valley are open and some are closed. This illusion formation was probably closed when the cultivators passed through." Shui added. At this time, she didn't have the slightest intention of blaming him. "And, that's right." Xiaohua nodded slightly. At this time, the two of them had already walked to the front of the restriction. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Shui, please wait a moment." After a while, when the restriction in the space stopped, Xiaohua pulled Shui's sleeve and walked forward again. "Why did you stop for a while?" The two of them walked silently for a while. Shui looked at Xiaohua and asked in a low voice. "Oh, nothing. I just found that illusion formation," Xiaohua said casually. But when he spoke, he suddenly realized that he could see Shui's face. That pair of joyful and worried eyes were staring straight at him. "Oh!" Xiaohua immediately withdrew his hand and shouted, "Fellow Taoist Shui, you can see I?" Seeing Xiaohua's somewhat nervous appearance, Shui laughed and said, "I could see fellow Taoist after we stopped for a while. It's just that fellow Taoist was busy rushing, so I didn't mention it." "Huh. Huh." Xiaohua rubbed his hands and pointed, "Then we'll just keep going forward." "Go forward?" Shui said curiously, "That's obviously a stream, fellow Taoist Xiao." Xiaohua patted his forehead and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Shui, just listen to I. If we don't move forward, I'm afraid we'll still be flying around like before. You're the one who's flying everywhere." Shui seemed to have also heard the word "fly" in Xiaohua's words and rebuked him, raising her hand and saying, "What?" Xiaohua was a little stunned as he looked at Shui's snow-white wrist. "Nonsense, you have to pull me. Otherwise, I know where to go." Shui laughed. Xiaohua's eyes flickered. His left hand hesitated by Shui's wrist for a moment, but he still reached back and grabbed Shui's Taoist robe. The two of them walked for a long time, stopping and walking like this, not saying anything else. Shui only followed Xiaohua. Even if it was a stream, even if it was a mountain wall, she didn't avoid it at all. She opened her eyes wide and only cared about walking. From the looks of it, she was extremely reassured by Xiaohua. The night breeze gently blew, and the starlight became even more brilliant. The atmosphere between the two people was somewhat strange, it seemed to be a kind of tranquility, and also seemed to be a kind of tacit understanding. In short, Shui didn't ask Xiaohua why he could see through this illusion array, and also didn't ask how he passed through this seeking thunder valley. "We're here." Hearing Xiaohua's words and feeling Xiaohua's hand let go of her, Shui felt a burst of disappointment in her heart for no reason, as if she really hoped that the illusion array of this seeking thunder valley was as long as possible. What's wrong with me?" Shui's face was slightly red, and she couldn't help but ask herself in her heart. However, before her thoughts turned, Xiaohua asked with concern, "Fellow Taoist Shui, what's wrong with you? Did I make a mistake?" Could it be? Oh, no, nothing. Shui hurriedly covered it up. She raised her eyes and looked at the somewhat spacious area in front of her. There weren't any flowers or plants in the valley. I'm just very curious. This place is very different from what I saw just now. Why are there all bare stone walls? I don't know, if we're still in the illusion array. Following Shui's gaze, Xiaohua said with a smile, if fellow Taoist Shui sees bare stone walls, then you're right. This place has already left the illusion array. Shui felt a burst of regret for no reason in her heart. Why didn't I say that the flowers and plants are still lush? Soon after, the two of them flew up one after the other. However, just after flying for several tens of feet and turning a few corners, Xiaohua suddenly stopped. Shui was somewhat absent-minded and almost bumped into Xiaohua's back. The strong aura on Xiaohua's body caused Shui to feel a burst of impatience, and her eyes flickered incessantly. Fellow Taoist Shui? Xiaohua asked again with concern, was it, just now in the illusion array? Xiaohua obviously discovered Shui's abnormality. No. Shui's figure took a deep breath, and the slightly clear cold wind made Shui slowly sober up. Xiaohua was a bit worried and warned, fellow Taoist Shui, I don't have any heart-clearing yellow talismans here. If you have any in your storage bag, it's best to use one. An illusion array? Maybe there's some hidden restriction within it. Seeing Xiaohua so concerned, Shui felt sweet in her heart and smiled, I'll do as you say. As he spoke, he slapped his hand and took out a rarely seen soul-cleansing talisman from his storage bag. He urged his magic power, and the soul-cleansing talisman turned into a sparkling stream of water that poured down on Shui's head. With a shwa sound, Shui seemed to have suddenly woken up. Her mind was clear, and those beautiful thoughts in her heart just now all disappeared. I'm ashamed. Shui secretly shouted in her heart. Needless to say, everything just now was caused by the illusion array. Was there even a need to say it? The illusion array of Seeking Thunder Valley was used to test Imperial Thunder Sect's 11th level Qi refinement disciples. How could it be just a mere maze? More importantly, it was the erosion of the mind. Just now, Shui was running around randomly in the illusion array, and her mind was lost. She had long been confused by the illusion array, and an inner demon was born. In addition, she relied on Xiaohua, so of course her feelings were secretly born. If it wasn't for Xiaohua's timely reminder, this inner demon would have become even stronger, and in the end affect her cultivation. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao. The trace of confusion in Shui's eyes disappeared, and with some lingering fear, she cupped her hands and smiled. If it wasn't for fellow Taoist Zhao's reminder, the consequences would have been unimaginable. There's no other reason, we're just mutually supporting each other, that's all. Xiaohua waved his hand, and then pointed ahead and said, I'm afraid that ahead is the true place to test the new disciples. Oh? Is that so? Shui's face turned cold, and looked in the direction Xiaohua pointed. She saw that in front of the bend, there were scattered some rags, some worn-out talisman papers, and even a small storage pouch. Let's carefully go over and take a look. Xiaohua extended his right hand's finger, and slightly pointed. Seeing Xiaohua's finger move slightly, Shui's heart also slightly jumped, and then she was greatly shocked. Could it be, the effect of the illusion array still hasn't been removed? However, the feeling of her heartbeat was so enjoyable that Shui couldn't help but stare at Xiaohua's thin and tall back. That back seemed lonely, but in the loneliness, there was a kind of indomitable feeling. Alas, the feelings and inner demons of this world, who can clearly say which is real and which is fake? I'm afraid that when the fake is real, the real is fake, and when the real is fake, the fake is real. Fellow Taoist Shui, look. Xiaohua very carefully flew to the corner. Looking ahead, he saw that the valley, which was about 100 meters long, was perfectly straight. However, this perfectly straight valley was in a complete mess. Yes, at this time, Shui also restrained her emotions, and flew to Xiaohua's side. After looking, she nodded and said, "This should be the Imperial Thunder Sect's test. This is an offensive formation. If you can resist it, then you can enter the next section, otherwise." Yes, since there aren't any corpses, presumably the Imperial Thunder Sect also left a way out. That number plate should have a protective function. What that senior said just now should be to guard against us. Yes, fellow Daoist Xiao, we have the number plates on our bodies. If we activate the protection of the number plates, we should be teleported out of this thunder-seeking valley, and thus lose the qualifications to be selected. Shui's face was also solemn. Looking at the debris left in this valley, she knew that this offensive formation must be incomparably powerful. Xiaohua clapped his hands, took out several yellow talismans, and placed them on his body one by one. Shui also did the same. "Ai, if only I had some kind of protective magic tool." Xiaohua's heart was moved as he thought to himself. Unfortunately, there were many things in Xiaohua's space, and there were also a few magic tools. For example, the Spirit Husbandry Sex Triangle, Yan Wei's Ring, Ling Zhengyi's Shadow Moon, and Xiao Nan's Qing family's soul-absorbing bell. Unfortunately, these things all needed to be refined using the secret techniques of their respective sections. Xiaohua didn't have the technique to refine them, so he couldn't refine them. The only magic tool he could refine was Ling Zhengyi's Shadow Moon, but Xiaohua had some misgivings about it, so he naturally couldn't refine it. Therefore, Xiaohua still lacked a suitable magic tool. What about the others? They were all things he took from low and middle-level qi refinement cultivators, so it was impossible for there to be any magic tools. As for the storage bag he got from the talisman puppet, other than some yellow talismans and spirit stones from the Fu family, there was nothing else. Let's see how it goes. If it doesn't work, I can only fly a bit faster. Xiaohua made up his mind, turned his head and said, "Fellow Daoist Shui, stay closer to me. If it really doesn't work, I will fly a bit faster and see if I can pull you and escape." "Okay." Shui nodded. She stretched out her hand, took out several yellow talismans, and flew to Xiaohua's side. "Let's go." Xiaohua ordered, and the two of them flew inside at the same time. When Xiaohua and Shui just passed the corner, a gust of wind blew, and the sky above lightning-seeking valley was instantly filled with many dark clouds. Kacha, immediately, several hair-thin lightning bolts struck down. "Are you kidding me? It's actually heavenly lightning?" Xiaohua and Shui were dumbstruck. This kind of lightning, which qi refinement cultivator could dodge it. Fortunately, the lightning bolts didn't directly strike Xiaohua and Shui. Instead, they struck the stone walls on both sides. Zalala, the heavenly lightning struck down, and countless tiny lightning bolts appeared on the stone walls. A purple brilliance gradually emerged from the stone walls, forming a net. Then, it flew out from the stone walls in all directions, covering Xiaohua and Shui. "Damn it!" Seeing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but curse. The entire valley is covered with this kind of forbidden technique. No matter how fast I fly, it's impossible for me to fly out in an instant. Those thousands of people. Alas, aren't they suitable for this kind of forbidden technique? Thinking quickly, Xiaohua waved his hand, and dozens of top-quality fireball talismans were taken out by him. He urged his magic power, and threw them towards the sky above his head. Shui was the same. Several yellow talismans flew out, and a fire net flew into the sky. Chapter 1522. Rumble. A series of loud noises rang out. The fireball talismans that Xiaohua threw out were extremely powerful, blasting away the lightning bolts that were falling down from above, creating a large gap. When Shue's fire net talisman flew into the air, the brilliance and power of the fire net talisman was far inferior to Xiaohua's fireball talisman. Top-grade fireball talisman? Shui was so shocked that she covered her mouth. She was very clear on how much spirit stones this thing was worth. She had never seen someone throw out so many without any heartache. Of course, you get what you pay for. Seeing that the lightning restriction was broken by Xiaohua, Shui was also delighted after her shock. Damn! Just as a smile appeared on Shui's face, an extremely large amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to gather at the spot where the lightning had already dissipated in the air, setting off gusts of wind. One could see with the naked eye that in the gap created by the fireball talisman, flashes of lightning gradually appeared once again. Another complete lightning net quickly gathered together, and without any change in its trajectory, it spread towards the entire lightning-seeking valley. Moreover, this time, the lightning net was much closer to Xiaohua. Damn it, how did the cultivators in front pass through? Xiaohua cursed in a low voice. With a wave of his hand, he immediately threw out a dozen fireball talismans. Rumble. A loud sound rang out, and another large gap was created. Go! Xiaohua shouted and pulled his hand, grabbing Shui's sleeve. The two of them quickly flew towards the gap in the air, and before the lightning net could recover, they flew to the top of the lightning net. Hurry up and fly over there. Xiaohua pointed forward. Shui understood and urged her magic power to fly forward at high speed. Before they could fly more than 30 meters, a few more lightning bolts struck the stone wall. Another wave of lightning net formed above Xiaohua and Shui's heads, and once again scattered down. Xiaohua had no choice but to fly down a bit and throw out fireball talismans again. Fellow Taoist Xiao, quickly look below. Shui was very alarmed, and she lowered her head and shouted. Are you kidding me? Xiaohua slightly lowered his head, and immediately saw that the lightning net that fell on the ground just now was once again covering the ground, and it was not far from their feet. Without hesitation, Xiaohua threw out a bunch of fireball talismans again. After dodging 2 lightning nets, Xiaohua was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that the 3rd lightning net would fall after it struck the stone wall? It's not over. Xiaohua was greatly shocked. If this continues, wouldn't this lightning net be endless? AI, why didn't I think of flying up? Xiaohua looked at the 2 gaps created by the explosion. He waved his hand and pulled Shui's Taoist robe upwards. How Shui did not expect Shui would suddenly. Xiaohua's figure did not catch up. In a hurry, the Taoist robe in Xiaohua's hands was about to slip. Xiaohua's movements were also fast, and he grabbed Shui's wrist. At this time, Shui was also shocked, and she also reached out to grab Xiaohua's wrist. In an instant, the two of them grabbed each other's wrist at the same time. Shui and Xiaohua were both shocked, and they wanted to let go at the same time. However, just as they let go, they felt that the other party wanted to let go. Their hands tightened again, and they grabbed each other's wrists again. Forget it. Xiaohua did not have time to say anything. He let Shui grab his wrist, and he also grabbed Shui's wrist, and suddenly flew towards the top of Thunder-Seeking Valley. Xiaohua's flying technique was extremely fast. In just a breath's time, he had already rushed out of the lightning net and reached the top of the valley. If I had known this would happen, would have. Xiaohua's heart flashed with a trace of hope. Suddenly, a few strands of lightning as thick as hair flashed from the low clouds. These lightning bolts didn't strike the stone walls of the Thunder-Seeking Valley, but directly fell towards Xiaohua. Ouch! Shui could not help but cry out in alarm, and she grabbed Xiaohua's wrist even closer. Damn it! Xiaohua immediately waved his hand, and a pile of fireball talismans appeared again, exploding a gap under their feet, and the two of them fell into the lightning net again. Those lightning bolts fell on the lightning net, and in an instant, the gap created by Xiaohua's explosion was filled. What should we do? Xiaohua stopped in midair, and looked at the distance of thunder-seeking valley, and then looked at Shui. Shui's face was red, and she quickly wanted to let go of his hand. However, Xiaohua did not let go, and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Shui, if you trust one, then close your eyes. Don't use any magic power, and I will bring you out of here." "Okay. I will listen to fellow Taoist Zhao's instructions." Shui's heart felt warm, and her heart was calm. She closed her eyes, and the hand that had just let go, grabbed Xiaohua's wrist again. Rumble. There was a loud sound, and then, Shui felt like she was a kite, flying up and down. The speed of flying up and down was extremely fast, and a burst of violent wind sounded in her ears. The wind was biting cold, and it blew Shui painfully. She originally wanted to use her magic power to protect herself, but when she thought of Xiaohua's warning, she did not dare to use the defensive yellow talisman. Fortunately, this time was not long. Without waiting for Shui to count to 10 in her heart, Xiaohua's figure stopped. However, after a while, Xiaohua still did not let Shui open her eyes. "Xiaohua, can I open my eyes?" Shui could not help but ask. "Oh, of course you can." Xiaohua's voice sounded, and then, Xiaohua's hand slowly loosened. Ouch, is he doing it on purpose? Shui's heart suddenly panicked, and she forgot to open her eyes. "Fellow Taoist Shui, use the flying talisman, there is no problem here." Xiaohua's tone did not have any joy. "Okay." Shui activated her magic power, and at the same time opened her eyes. She did not know if it was intentional or not, but her hand did not let go of Xiaohua's wrist. When Shui opened her eyes and saw the scene in front of her, Shui could not help but cry out in alarm. About 10 feet away from the two of them, there was a lightning net flashing with a faint purple brilliance, blocking the entire passage of thunder-seeking valley from top to bottom. There was simply no gap for them to fly through. "Fellow Taoist Shui, let go of your hand first." Xiaohua's expression was somewhat gloomy, and he said in a low voice. Yes, Shui's voice was like a mosquito's buzzing. She let go of his hand, but at the same time, she could not help but look back. Not far away, there was also an extremely large amount of rolling lightning net that had not completely disappeared, and its power was still not reduced, sealing off thunder-seeking valley. Alas, if it was not for Xiaohua, this trial. I'm afraid it would be impossible for me to pass. Such a long distance, I don't know how did he fly so fast? It seems like he flew faster than Uncle. Shui rejoiced, and also thought of those cultivators behind them just now. She did not know what method those people used to pass through here. Fellow Taoist Shui, this lightning net is from top to bottom. If we directly fly over it, I'm afraid the lightning within the clouds will strike down again. Xiaohua frowned and said, and this lightning may not necessarily take our lives, but if we are hit, the thunder-controlling sex number plate will definitely be activated, and our qualifications will also inevitably be lost. Fellow Taoist, do you have any methods? Xiaohua, only now did you think to ask me? Shui's face revealed a smile, and she clapped her hand. An embroidered ball-like magic artifact appeared. On the round embroidered ball, there were extremely many openings, and all around the openings were fine runes that faintly flickered with magic power. This is... Xiaohua's brows relaxed, and he asked in a low voice. This is naturally my Misty Mountain's ancestral magic artifact, Jade Glyph. Shui said proudly. Jade Talisman? Xiaohua was greatly shocked, and he looked at the Jade Glyph very eagerly. Of course not. Shui said sweetly, this is only a magic artifact, not a jade talisman. But, magic artifacts need divine sense. You're only at the 7th level of qi refining, how can you control it? Xiaohua asked even though he already knew the answer. Hehe, Xiaohua, are you really a loose cultivator? Haven't you heard that the ancestral magic artifacts of cultivation aristocratic families all have a kind of secret method to control them? Shui didn't conceal anything, and she took out an old yellow talisman from her storage pouch, waving it as she said, "This yellow talisman was made by our ancestors. Only my Misty Mountains bloodline can use it." But Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he hesitated to speak. What's wrong? Shui stopped using magic power and asked curiously. No, nothing. I just want to ask, if I don't have Misty Mountains bloodline, can this jade glyph not be controlled? Xiaohua waved his hand. He actually wanted to ask, Shui has Misty Mountains bloodline, but she's a woman after all. Then, can her descendants also be controlled? This kind of question naturally wasn't good to ask directly, so he changed the topic. This yellow talisman was prepared for us qi refining cultivators. If you have my Misty Mountains sacrificial refining technique, you can naturally control it. Shui didn't suspect anything, and she used her magic power to place the yellow talisman on her body. Soon after, she cast an obscure spell, and from the center of the jade glyph, a white mist gradually diffused out. Looking at the increasing amount of mist, Shui continued to say, or, you can use a common sacrificial refining spell to refine these magic artifacts. Although those spells can't completely release the magic artifact's power, it's still much better than not being able to use them. Huh. Then fellow Taoist Shui, do you have such a common sacrificial refining spell? Xiaohua was delighted, and he quickly asked. Shui smiled bitterly. My Misty Mountain is a cultivation aristocratic family, how could we have such a spell? If fellow Taoist enters the Imperial Thunder sect, you can see if they have such a spell. Oh, so it's like that. Xiaohua nodded. Not long after, enough white mist flew out from the jade glyph, and Shui once again used her magic power to hold the jade glyph in her hand. The jade glyph flashed with a few faint rays of light, and the white mist scattered in the air and surrounded Xiaohua and Shui, just like a large ball of white cotton. Will this work? Xiaohua was somewhat doubtful. Hehe, fellow Taoist Xiao, don't worry. Since there were cultivators who passed before, they must have also used their ancestral magic artifacts. I don't believe that a 10th layer qi refining cultivator like you can't do anything, so they can pass without using magic artifacts. Shui was full of confidence. Chapter 1523. Alright. Seeing the confidence on Shui's face, Xiaohua could only nod. Of course, Xiaohua, let's use some yellow talismans like the Vajra talisman. Shui clapped her hands and took out some defensive yellow talismans for Xiaohua. This. If the white mist can't block the lightning net, what's the use of the Vajra talisman? Xiaohua curled his lips in his heart, but he still took the yellow talisman and used his magic power to place it on his body. Xiaohua, be careful and follow closely. Don't leave the white mist. Shui warned again and again, and then used her magic power to activate the jade engraving to control the white mist. The two of them flew into the lightning net at the same time. Xiaohua didn't dare to release his perception completely, but he still wanted to see the effects of the jade engraving, so he only released a little of his perception and paid attention to the changes in the white mist outside the jade engraving. As expected, the jade engraving was effective. When Xiaohua and Shui flew in front of the lightning net, before they entered, a part of the white mist had already merged into the lightning net. Zalala. After the lightning struck the white mist flashed with a faint purple brilliance and blocked the lightning outside. Great! Xiaohua almost clapped his hands and thought, if I can refine a magic artifact, that spirit husbandry sex triangle can also release a ring. I reckon it can also pass through this lightning net. Shui saw that the white mist was effective and said with a smile, Xiaohua, be careful. We're going in now. Okay, I know. Xiaohua said with a smile. As they spoke, Shui controlled the white mist and the two of them entered the lightning net. Once the white mist entered the lightning net, it was like a drop of water falling into a pot of boiling oil. Around the white mist, sizzling sounds could be heard, and at the edge of the white mist, purple brilliance kept flickering. Of course, all the lightning was blocked outside the white mist, and Xiaohua and Shui were unharmed. Hee, how is it? Shui turned her face and said to Xiaohua as if showing off her favorite toy. Is there anything else? It's great. Xiaohua said with a smile. Shui was excited and said with a smile, Uncle wanted me to take it, but I wasn't willing. Now that I think about it, it's a loss. Xiaohua smiled without saying anything. Then, the two of them flew slowly as if they were taking a stroll. However, after the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Shui's expression turned ugly. What's wrong? Xiaohua was very sensitive. Xiaohua, I was too arrogant. Shui's face gradually turned pale. I didn't expect this lightning net to be so long. My magic power. I'm afraid I won't be able to last much longer. Xiaohua was shocked and asked anxiously, how long can it last? At this moment, Shui tightly clenched her teeth and didn't speak anymore. Needless to say, she was trying her best to activate her Fa Li. Can you use my mana? Xiaohua was very anxious. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Shui's wrist. His magic power rushed over like a flood. It would have been fine if Xiaohua's magic power didn't enter, but as soon as his magic power entered, it immediately disturbed Shui's magic power. Shui's true qi in her meridians was already exhausted. No matter how she mobilized Xiaohua's magic power, if the two of them knew some kind of joint attack technique, then Xiaohua would have been able to control the jade carving at the very beginning. Now that he channeled his magic power, not to mention that the two of them didn't know any joint attack technique, they couldn't fuse two different kinds of magic power together. Even if the two of them could fuse their magic power, at this moment, Shui simply couldn't mobilize Xiaohua's magic power. That magic power in Shui's body could only damage Shui's cultivation. With a pu sound, Shui couldn't help but open her mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, the jade carving flashed wildly and the white mist was sucked into the jade carving like a swarm of bees. With a zilala sound, the iron cloak talismans, diamond talismans, soft water talismans, and other talismans on Xiaohua and Shui's bodies were all destroyed by the lightning net. The yellow talismans used by qi refining cultivators were simply yellow paper under this lightning. They simply didn't have any decent resistance. With only a faint flash of brilliance, they were destroyed. Damn it! Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. Almost without thinking, he waved his hand, wanting to take out some yellow talismans from the space. But just as he took out a few fire net talismans, he suddenly thought of the bead in the space. At this moment, the bead was still flickering with lightning. It attracted a lot of clouds in the space, and there were also lightning echoing in the clouds. Many areas in the space were covered with lightning. This is it. Thinking back to the day when he took this bead out of the space, Xiaohua was delighted. Without hesitation, he took out the bead. Sure enough, as Xiaohua expected, as soon as the bead was taken out of the space, the originally dense dark clouds in the sky above Thunder-Seeking Valley became even more turbulent. An extremely large amount of lightning was born in an instant. Around Xiaohua and Shui, the lightning that was originally going to hit them suddenly changed directions. Like swallows returning to their nest, they all hit the bead in Xiaohua's hand. Not only that, but the lightning net of unknown length near Xiaohua was also attracted by the bead. In the blink of an eye, it was completely sucked in, revealing an empty valley. Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. But looking at the lightning that was brewing above his head, the power of the lightning seemed to be much greater than the lightning net from before. Xiaohua patted his hand and put the bead back into his storage pouch. The bead disappeared, and the lightning in the clouds should have disappeared as well. However, at this moment, on the mountain walls around Thunder-Seeking Valley, there was a flash of brilliance. Countless talisman characters gradually appeared, and immediately attracted the lightning in the clouds. Let's go. Xiaohua naturally understood that this was the sign of the lightning net appearing again. With a pull of his hand, he grabbed Shue's wrist and flew forward. Zilala, Xiaohua and Shue had just turned the corner of Seeking Thunder Valley when a series of noises came from behind them. Xiaohua snuck a glance and saw that the lightning net had formed again just a few feet away from him. Damn it! Xiaohua spat and said in a low voice, "Isn't this thunder-controlling sex trial too much?" Xiaohua, you can't say that. Shue said in a weak voice, "The thunder-controlling sex disciples are all handsome in the cultivation world. If they don't do this in their own trial, they will lose face for the thunder-controlling sect when they leave the sect. Life is a small matter, but reputation is a big matter." Looking at Shue's deathly pale face, Xiaohua sighed in his heart and let go of his hand. He patted his hand and took out a parasol dragon pill that he refined and handed it over. He said with a smile, Shue, I don't have any good medicinal pills here. This is a parasol dragon pill. Take one. Shue was very clear on what a parasol dragon pill was. It definitely wouldn't be effective for her meridian's injuries. But on the other hand, this parasol dragon pill was given by Xiaohua. A trace of sweetness emerged in Shue's heart. How could she refuse? Taking the parasol dragon pill, Shue glanced ahead and pointed with her finger. Xiaohua, let's go forward a bit more. It's better to be a bit further away from this forbidden spell. I'll listen to you. Xiaohua nodded. However, after they walked a few dozen feet and turned a corner, they couldn't help but be dumbstruck. What do you think? As it turned out, in front of this corner was a large open space. 1,000 or so cultivators who seemed to be in a difficult situation were all sitting cross-legged. Every one of them had their eyes closed and were adjusting their breathing. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Xiaohua almost laughed until he fainted. He secretly said, I knew it. It was difficult for Shue and I to pass through these forbidden spells, but those thousands of cultivators had it easy for no reason. As it turns out, they were all hiding here to recuperate. From the looks of it, I'm afraid more than half of them have died. Seeing the strange expression on Xiaohua's face, Shue seemed to understand what Xiaohua was thinking. Looking at everyone's gaze sweeping over, Shue lightly touched Xiaohua's arm with her elbow, indicating that Xiaohua should restrain himself a bit. Let's go over there to adjust our breathing. Xiaohua naturally understood. He pointed at the open space beside the stone wall and the two of them slowly walked over. When everyone saw that the two of them were similarly injured, their gazes also moved away and they minded their own business to recover. Shue looked at Xiaohua pretending to adjust his breathing and secretly laughed in her heart. She put the parasol dragon pill into her mouth and took out her own medicinal pill, preparing to continue after taking the parasol dragon pill. However, when the medicinal liquid of the parasol dragon pill merged into her meridians and began to slowly repair the damaged meridians just now, Shue was dumbfounded. She couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, a supreme-grade spirit pill? This parasol dragon pill, did it have the effect of repairing meridians? This sweetheart. When the medicinal power began to stabilize and repair her meridians, Shue couldn't help but open her eyes a bit. Looking at the solemn Xiaohua beside her, a trace of sweetness appeared in her heart. He definitely didn't want me to know that this was a supreme-grade spirit pill and was afraid that I would refuse, so he deliberately deceived me. Would I refuse? How could Xiaofan know what Shui was thinking? Feeling that someone was watching him, he also opened his eyes. When Shui saw Xiaofan open his eyes, she immediately closed her eyes again, leaving a trace of red on her face. That trace of red on Shui's snow-white face was so obvious. Could it be, there's a problem? Xiaofan saw that Shui's complexion wasn't good and was slightly shocked. However, looking at Shui, other than her face being a bit red, everything else was normal. It didn't seem like there was a problem. He didn't know that in just a day's time, Shui's impression of him had completely changed. In fact, when he thought about it, two strangers who knew each other, and fell in love, who could clearly distinguish which day was the key to the change. At this moment, the group of cultivators that had arrived earlier began to make some noise. Xiaofan wasn't injured, so he stood up and looked over. He saw that among these cultivators, there were about 10 high-level cultivators at the 11th level of qi refining gradually gathering together. Around these cultivators, there were several tens of cultivators at the 10th level of qi refining who also surrounded them, as if they were discussing something. The other cultivators all stood up and watched from the side. After a long while, they seemed to have come to a conclusion. The 10 or so cultivators at the 11th level of qi refining dispersed and gave orders to the several tens of cultivators at the 10th level of qi refining. The several tens of cultivators at the 10th level of qi refining then walked towards the other cultivators. Among them, a cultivator who was about 30 years old saw Xiaofan and walked over. Chapter 1524. Fellow Taoist, please. That cultivator walked in front of Xiaofan, glanced at Shui, cupped his hands in greeting, and said very elegantly, "I am Ma Miaoming of Wuxia's Ma clan. May I know which cultivation clan fellow Taoist comes from?" Xiaofan smiled and returned the greeting, "Fellow Taoist Ma, I, Xiaofan, am a loose cultivator." Loose cultivator? Ma Miaoming's brows inadvertently wrinkled. Although he tried his best to conceal it, a trace of disdain still flashed through his eyes. But that disdain was immediately covered up by elegance, and he said with a meaningful smile, "So it's fellow Taoist Xiao. I came this time because I have something to discuss with fellow Taoist Xiao." Ma Miaoming had a smile on his face, and his actions were also refined and courteous, but his tone immediately had an additional layer of condescending feeling. How could Xiaofan not hear it? Looking at the clamor in front of him, and then looking at Shui at the side, he nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist Ma, please speak. I am all ears." "Oh, it's nothing." Presumably fellow Taoist Xiao already knows that when we first entered Seeking Thunder Valley, there were more than a few thousand people, but after just passing through 2 formations, nearly half of the fellow Taoists died inside, and only a little over 1,000 remained. If we still blindly charge forward like this without any organization, I'm afraid we'll all die in another formation, and there won't be too many fellow Taoists entering the Imperial Thunder sect. Ma Miaoming pointed again and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao already saw just now that the few fellow Taoists with the highest cultivation bases in my cultivation clan are merciful and thinking about the future of the fellow Taoists. They want to organize all the fellow Taoists and advance and retreat together under their orders. This way, more fellow Taoists can pass through Seeking Thunder Valley." That's a good idea. Xiaofan pinched his chin and nodded. "This is a good thing that benefits others and oneself, I naturally have reasons to agree." Ma Miaoming looked at Xiaofan with a smile that wasn't a smile, as if looking at a country bumpkin. After Xiaofan finished speaking, he said, "However, these fellow Taoists still have some requests." Request? A trace of vigilance appeared in Xiaohua's heart. He said curiously, "Fellow Taoist Ma, please speak." it's not a big deal. These fellow Taoists are all at the 11th layer of qi refining. If they can't pass through Thunder-Seeking Valley, then I'm sure we can't either. Since they want us to pass together, they'll have to put in a lot more effort than if they were to pass alone. That's why they want to. Ma Miaoming thought for a moment before continuing, if any of you pass through Thunder-Seeking Valley under their command, then when you enter the Imperial Thunder sect in the future, you'll need to listen to them. Xiaohua slightly frowned. He was already displeased in his heart. If it was some yellow talisman, spirit stones, and the like, then it would be fine to give it to them in a short period of time. However, they were actually scheming for the future matters of the Imperial Thunder sect. This was a bit too much. Listening to everything he said, I'm afraid I won't have the freedom to speak for myself in the future. You haven't even entered the Imperial Thunder sect, and you're already forming your own faction. This disciple of a cultivation family is indeed extraordinary. Xiaohua thought to himself. Just as he was about to refuse, Ma Miaoming said without any sense of propriety, of course, this is only the first condition. Huh? There's a second condition? Xiaohua was greatly surprised. He wanted to get to the bottom of it. What's that? These few fellow Taoists only have the strength to lead the cultivators who are not injured. As long as there are some injuries, they don't want them at all. Ma Miaoming glanced at Shui. Shui opened her eyes and coldly swept a glance at Ma Miaoming. She sneered and said, fellow Taoists, come up with a plan. He. Ma Miaoming was also quite shameless. His expression didn't change in the slightest. He cupped his hands and said, Seeking Thunder Valley is a dangerous place of the Imperial Thunder sect. This time, we have just taken a few steps. The road ahead is still very long. Fellow Taoist Xiao is a loose cultivator. Without a good friend, I'm afraid it won't be easy to pass through this Seeking Thunder Valley. Besides, even if fellow Taoist Xiao enters the Imperial Thunder sect, a lone loose cultivator, I'm afraid, there won't be any future prospects. This is a good opportunity. If it was me, I would have laughed until my teeth fell out. Fellow Taoist Xiao had better think carefully. Finished speaking, Ma Miaoming turned around and went to persuade the other cultivators. A disciple of a cultivator family, your methods are quite high. Xiaohua looked at Ma Miaoming's back and sneered. AI, who asked the world of cultivators to be so cruel? There are only so many cultivation methods, only so many spirit stones, and only so many opportunities to enter the Imperial Thunder sect. Who wouldn't want to fight for it? Shui sighed and closed her eyes to adjust her breathing. She was very confident in Xiaohua and knew that he wouldn't abandon her. The requirements of these cultivator family disciples were indeed very harsh. However, seeing that they could pass the test and enter the Imperial Thunder sect, this kind of temptation wasn't something that people like Xiaohua could refuse. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, most of the cultivators followed them. And that Ma Miaoming didn't come to find Xiaohua again. However, Xiaohua saw clearly that after Ma Miaoming went back, he whispered something in the ear of an 11th level qi refining cultivator, and that cultivator also looked at Xiaohua. Even when he saw Xiaohua's indifferent gaze, his eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. After a long while, this cultured and refined cultivator, who was about 30 years old, flew into the air and said with a smile, well, I am indebted to everyone's favor. If you follow us, then we will certainly do our best to ensure that everyone passes. Not only for the second test, but also for the third test that is about to come. I promise that I will give everyone a satisfactory answer. I also believe that everyone here doesn't need to make any blood oath or heart oath. In the future, you only need to remember today's promise. Who is this? Xiaohua looked at this mid-stage 11th level qi refining cultivator and asked in a low voice. Shui glanced at him and said, Chang Lotus Village's Jiangming Xiao. He can be considered as the leader of the younger generation in our country of Xi. Since childhood, he has been intelligent and a cultivation genius. He has always wanted to enter the 3 major cultivation sects, but the opportunities were always bad and he didn't succeed. Surname Jiang? Xiaohua looked at Jiang Mingxiao and felt an inexplicable dislike in his heart. Yes, Jiang as in Jiang Shui. Shui didn't understand and explained. Good, good. Xiaohua shouted twice and then ignored him. At this time, there were many cultivators gathered around Jiang Mingxiao. There were 10th level qi refining cultivators and 9th level qi refining cultivators. They were all fighting to speak to Jiang Mingxiao. It seemed like they were prepared to rely on Jiang Mingxiao. It was very obvious that there were about 15 11th level qi refining cultivators and about 8 to 900 uninjured cultivators. They were basically evenly divided into 15 small factions. Fellow Taoists, are you all ready? Jiang Mingxiao said in a clear voice. Senior Marshal Brother Jiang, we have been ready for a long time. Let's go. The crowd around Jiang Mingxiao shouted. Good, it's still not far from daybreak. We should go a step earlier. As Jiang Mingxiao spoke, he cupped his hands towards the dozen or so 11th level qi refining cultivators and said, I will go first. After he finished speaking, his figure flew towards the valley entrance on the other side of the open space. The cultivators around him also flew. Fellow Taoist Shui, how are your injuries? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked for a moment, then turned his head and asked. It's about time. If fellow Taoist Xiao is in a hurry, we can set off now. Shui stopped regulating her breath and prepared to stand up. No hurry. Just as Xiaohua uttered these 2 words, a huge thunderbolt suddenly appeared in the already slightly bright sky. That thunderbolt faintly emitted electric sparks and fire arcs in the night, and a kind of oppressive aura silently pressed down in the pitch-black darkness. This is... Not to mention Xiaohua, everyone raised their heads in surprise. They didn't understand what this thunderbolt was doing at this time. Jiang Mingxiao and the group of cultivators also stopped at this time. Their figures floated in the air and waited quietly. Zalala, there was another burst of thunder and lightning. A huge purple brilliance shot out from the thunderbolt and shot towards the valley entrance in front of Jiang Mingxiao. Swoosh, when that brilliance landed at the valley entrance, a layer of faint purple brilliance emerged from the valley entrance and poured into the valley like mercury. What is the meaning of this? At this time, Xiaohua and Shui also flew up at this time. From afar, they looked at the brilliant and colorful stone wall and the valley entrance with confusion in their eyes. Just as the cultivators on the thunderboat were waiting for the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple to speak, the thunderboat flew towards Kongzhou for another 100 feet and quietly stopped. It was as if it was watching a play. Fellow Taoists, this is a test given to us by the Imperial Thunder Sect's masters. They must be on the thunderboat. Wait and see our performance. If any fellow Taoist's performance is outstanding, they might be directly accepted as a disciple by these masters. Jiang Mingxiao said in a clear voice, let us raise our spirits and show our true ability to the Imperial Thunder Sect's masters. As he spoke, he took the lead and flew towards the entrance of the valley. There seemed to be a barrier at the entrance of the valley. When Jiang Mingxiao's figure crashed into it, it was like throwing a stone into a calm lake. As his figure sank into the valley, the ripples spread out in all directions. Good, the cultivators behind Jiang Mingxiao also came to their senses. For a moment, they were all excited. Almost all of them rolled up their sleeves and rushed into the valley. When Jiang Mingxiao and the others rushed into the valley, the brilliance at the entrance of the valley returned to normal. Immediately after, the other 14 11th layer qi refining cultivators led the others into the valley. In the open space, only Xiaohua, Shui, and over 100 injured cultivators who had yet to recover were left. Xiaohua. Why don't I stay here? Your cultivation is profound. If I don't drag you down, you can definitely pass the selection later. Shue's eyes turned a few times as she spoke faintly. However, her eyes were fixed on Xiaohua, wanting to see what he would say. That's fine too. Xiaohua looked ahead and said indifferently, the injuries in your meridians haven't healed yet. If you force your way in, I'm afraid you'll be injured. If you fail to become a disciple and your meridians are damaged, the gains won't make up for the losses. It's better to stay here and rest. You. Shui didn't expect Xiaohua to say this. She bit her lips with her teeth and stomped on the ground a few times. She said, I don't believe that with my 7th level qi refining cultivation, I can't even pass the second test. After he finished speaking, he activated his magic power and flew toward the entrance of the valley. Chapter 15:25. When did I say anything else? Xiaohua, who was behind Shui, smiled and said while rubbing his nose, I only said that if your injuries haven't healed yet, you should rest for a while. Since you've already healed, you can naturally go forward together. Shui coldly snorted and continued to fly forward without stopping. This person. As Xiaohua spoke, he urged his magic power to follow closely behind Shui and entered the valley. Just after Xiaohua entered, a slightly immature voice came from the thunderboat, fellow Taoists, this is the last test of our sect's disciple selection. All fellow Taoists must enter. If you don't enter within 15 minutes, you'll automatically give up the selection and be transported to the Thunderclap Peak. The remaining 100 cultivators were shocked and they heard this and immediately got up from the ground. They didn't dare to delay any longer and entered the valley one after another. After all the cultivators had entered, another ray of light similar to the one before shot out from the thunderboat. When that ray of light shone into the valley that everyone had entered, the entire valley began to shake. Soon after, there was a rumbling sound as if the mountains were shaking and the earth was shaking. Then, the thunderboat suddenly slid and disappeared into the darkness of the night. As for Xiaohua, he followed behind Shui and entered the valley. However, the moment he entered, several different sceneries swayed before his eyes. Xiaohua only felt a blur before his eyes, and then he was standing on top of a mountain. Beside him were only lofty mountains and precipitous ridges. Where was Shui's trace? Illusion array? Xiaohua was shocked. He really didn't expect that after passing through the illusion array, there would actually be another illusion array in this thunder-seeking valley. What made Xiaohua even more uneasy was that when he released his perception and wanted to find out the truth behind the illusion like before, he shockingly discovered that what he saw with his perception was actually exactly the same as what he saw with his eyes. Xiaohua thought for a moment and knew that the ray of light shot out from the thunderboat just now was precisely to stimulate this illusion array. Moreover, this illusion array was the real illusion array of Thunder-Seeking Valley. It was definitely not something that a 10th level qi refining cultivator like him could see through. Shui. Xiaohua thought for a moment and shouted. Waves of echoes echoed from the valley below the mountain, but no one responded. I'm afraid this illusion array is divided into many parts. Shui and I didn't come in together, so we must have been assigned to different areas. Even if we came in together, I'm afraid we would be separated. Xiaohua comprehended something, then he urged his transcendence energy and used the flight technique, flying high into the air. He raised his eyes to look at the vast expanse of lush greenery beneath his feet and said to himself, how do I break this illusion formation? Just as he was thinking, the entire world began to shake violently. Xiaohua's standing figure almost lost its balance. Before Xiaohua could fly up from the cliff, the mountain range under his feet began to rise with a rumbling sound. Looking around, there were also towering mountain ranges emerging from the ground with a rumbling sound. Around the mountain ranges, the previously lush forests had sunk into the ground as the mountain ranges rose. Streams of spring water gushed out, forming lakes. There were also some that were directly crushed into mud by the mountain peaks and disappeared. Xiaofan was stunned. Although he knew that this was an illusory array, he still couldn't help but be shocked by everything that was happening before his eyes. I also don't know, what realm must I cultivate to be able to have this kind of divine ability that can move mountains and overturn seas? While Xiaohua's eyes were burning with envy, he suddenly thought of the black dots, light, and the evolution of earth, fire, wind, and lightning that he saw while he was unconscious. His heart unconsciously rippled. This divine ability that can move mountains and overturn seas is already so terrifying, then the evolution of earth, fire, wind, and lightning is probably a divine ability that can create the universe. Then, just how majestic is it? Xiaohua's chest couldn't help but rise with a kind of heroic spirit. He opened his mouth and let out a long roar. The rumbling sound of the trembling actually couldn't suppress this long roar. Ha ha ha, this young master wants to see when this young master can reach the level of creation and move mountains and overturn seas. Just as Xiaohua's voice fell, there was a sharp sound. From below Xiaohua's body, the mountain range that had just risen abruptly split into two halves. Scorching hot magma gushed out from the mountain range and rushed straight towards Xiaohua's body. Come on! Xiaohua let out a loud shout as he circulated his magic power. His figure flickered as he used the fire escape technique. His feet landed on the magma, and his entire body moved along with the magma. At first glance, it looked as if he was stepping on fire. Fellow Taoists. Just as Xiaohua stood on top of the magma and very carefreely walked forward, a voice sounded. Following this voice, the trembling of the entire world suddenly stopped. The magma under Xiaohua's feet also quickly cooled down and turned into crimson rocks. This is the illusory formation that my Imperial Thunder Sect's 12th layer Qi refinement disciples used to test their cultivation. It is also the third trial that all fellow Taoists must pass. The voice was like the sound of nature, resounding throughout the entire world. Currently, the 1,218 fellow Taoists who are participating in the selection are scattered within this illusory formation. There are absolutely no other cultivators within 10 li of each fellow Taoist. Because this time, my sect wants to recruit 100 disciples, 1,118 fellow Taoists will be eliminated. From now on, no matter what method is used, as long as a fellow Taoist's number plate is snatched away by someone else, that fellow Taoist will be eliminated. And the more number plates a fellow Taoist accumulates, the higher his ranking will be. At dawn, my sect will open the illusory formation and rank the fellow Taoists according to the number of number plates obtained. The first 100 fellow Taoists will become disciples of my Imperial Thunder Sect. After the voice finished speaking, the entire world became silent, without the slightest trace of movement. Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He promptly released his perception. Sure enough, he didn't see any traces of cultivators in his surroundings. This rule is actually quite interesting. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the mountain peak that had just been erected in the distance. He thought, this young master thought that there would be some kind of arena at the end to compete for the top 100. Who would have thought that the final disciples would be selected within this illusory formation? Moreover, according to the ranking of the number plates obtained, 1,118 fellow Taoists will be eliminated. If one wants to enter the top 100, one must obtain at least 12 number plates. Then, 12 fellow Taoists will be eliminated. It seems that there were quite a few middle-stage Qi condensation cultivators in the open space just now. This young master gathering 12 number plates should be quite easy, right? Xiaohua had a smile on his face, and his figure flew up. He glanced around and then casually flew towards a direction. However, at this time, a splendid firework flew into the air not too close to Xiaohua's left. It didn't disperse for a long time, and soon after, another dozen or so similar things also flew up in succession, far and near. What's this for? Xiaohua was rather puzzled and inwardly said, others can't hide in a hurry, but these people. Oh, I understand. Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. These are those dozen or so 11th level qi condensation cultivators. They're calling out to the fellow Taoists who agreed to meet up with us just now, right? But, the number plates are limited. Do those cultivators dare to meet up? Xiaohua was puzzled again and immediately shook his head. Why do I care so much? This young master is going to gather 12 number plates first. With this thought, Xiaohua increased his speed. Sure enough, just as he flew for a short moment, a 7th level qi condensation cultivator barged into Xiaohua's perception. This cultivator wore a crimson Taoist robe, truly eye-catching. The red-robed cultivator seemed to be fleeing, turning his head to look back from time to time. By the time he discovered Xiaohua, he was already in front of Xiaohua. When the red-robed cultivator saw Xiaohua's 10th level qi condensation cultivation, he almost cried out in alarm and hurriedly changed direction. Unfortunately, how could he fly faster than Xiaohua? Just as he changed direction, Xiaohua moved in front of him and laughed. Fellow Taoist, a crisp bang rang out. The red-robed cultivator simply didn't wait for Xiaohua to finish speaking. The sword talisman in his hand transformed into a foot-long flying sword and directly pierced towards Xiaohua's chest. Xiaohua's brows slightly furrowed. Seeing the flying sword fly towards his chest with incomparable speed, he didn't have the slightest thought of dodging. He simply raised his right hand and slapped towards the flying sword. The red-robed cultivator was stunned. In his opinion, even if Xiaohua's cultivation was at the 10th level of qi condensation, he should have taken out a high-level yellow talisman to deal with this flying sword talisman. How could he possibly receive the flying sword talisman with his bare hands? 10th level of qi condensation. Sure enough, it's a high-level cultivation. On the other side, Xiaohua's expression was indifferent. He was still muttering in his heart, only after cultivating to a certain level would I know what kind of disdain he had when he faced me, a 4th layer aura refining loose cultivator. Back then, when the Fu clan's talisman puppet faced me, I'm afraid it was also this easy. The gap between realms is really huge. Xiaohua sighed with emotion as he urged his magic power and used the thunder palm in his hand. A half-foot-long lightning bolt flashed out of thin air and struck the flying sword in midair. With a cracking sound, the flying sword was immediately shattered by the thunder palm as if it was made of colored glass. Immediately, it turned into several pieces of paper and flew into the air. This high-level flying sword talisman, which in Xiaohua's eyes before, seemed to be very powerful. Now, with a casual wave of Xiaohua's hand, it vanished into thin air. The red-robed cultivator was even more terrified. He slapped his hand and took out another stack of fireball talismans, wanting to throw them out. Fellow Taoist, I only want your number plate, I don't want to take your life. If you continue to resist like this, don't blame I for being ruthless. Xiaohua's cold voice sounded in the cultivator's ear. Hearing this, the red-robed cultivator's face revealed a trace of relief. He softly said, "Is fellow Taoist's words true?" Believe it or not, I don't feel like explaining to you. Xiaohua stood in midair and turned his head to look at where the cultivator came from. He said, "I have limited time, I will only count to 6. If fellow Taoist doesn't leave the number plate on the ground and leave, then I will, yes. Seeing Xiaohua's anger, the red-robed cultivator didn't dare to be negligent. He slapped his hand and took out a number plate from his storage bag. He placed it on the ground and said, "I will leave the number plate here, I hope fellow Taoist will keep his word." Go. Xiaohua indifferently looked at the number plate on the ground and waved his hand. But just as Xiaohua was about to wave his hand, a hand suddenly reached out from the ground and grabbed the number plate in his hand. Chapter 1526. Fellow Taoist, when the red-robed cultivator saw that the command tablet on the ground had been snatched away, he immediately looked nervously at Xiaohua. But Xiaohua wasn't the slightest bit nervous. Seeing that hand and the command tablet disappear into the ground, he laughed and said, "Take care of yourself and go." Then the red-robed cultivator cupped his hands and said, At this moment, a strange thing happened. The red-robed cultivator's figure faintly flickered, like a candle swaying in the wind. After swaying twice, the red-robed cultivator disappeared from where he stood. Huh? What's going on? Xiaohua was somewhat dazed, but when his perception tracked down the cultivator who had just taken the command tablet, he somewhat understood. The Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple said he wanted to eliminate 1118 cultivators. I'm afraid this is the method of elimination. Just now, when the command tablet was about 1 zhang away from the red-robed cultivator, the red-robed cultivator immediately disappeared. He should have been transported out of this illusion formation. In other words, he was eliminated. The command tablet can't be more than 1 zhang away from the body. Otherwise, it will be regarded as having been snatched away and automatically transported out of the illusion formation. Why didn't the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple mention this kind of thing? Xiaohua was bewildered, but he immediately formed hand seals and his body drilled into the ground. He used the earth escape technique and chased in the direction the other cultivator escaped in. The other cultivator was a person with a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks. He was precisely chasing after the red-robed cultivator from just now. Xiaohua had long since discovered that. When the cultivator with a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks saw that Xiaohua's cultivation wasn't inferior to his, he immediately escaped into the ground, wanting to catch him off guard. He originally wanted to sneak attack Xiaohua, but when he saw the red-robed cultivator actually put the command tablet on the ground, he naturally didn't hesitate to take the command tablet away. According to this cultivator's thinking, he was at the 10th level of qi condensation and Xiaohua was also at the 10th level of qi condensation. Not to mention whether or not Xiaohua had an earth escape talisman, even if he did, he might not be able to catch up to him. Who would have thought that just as this 10th level cultivator fled for a moment, he heard Xiaohua's eerie voice from above his head, "Fellow Taoist scheme. You actually dared to take the command tablet away from I didn't want to take your life." Humph! The monkey-faced cultivator suppressed his astonishment and let out a cold snort. He clapped his hands and took out several yellow talismans. However, just as he urged his magic power, an incomparably fierce force suddenly came from the space between his eyebrows. When he saw a black light instantly pierce through his earth escape talisman and the yellow talismans around him, he felt a pain between his eyebrows and immediately lost consciousness. What's going on? Xiaohua drove the black iron needle into the cultivator's forehead, but a strange scene appeared. Just as the black iron needle pierced into the cultivator's forehead, the cultivator's body began to flicker. Just like the red-robed cultivator, the cultivator's body gradually disappeared, leaving behind 2 identical number plates in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Oh, so that's the case. Xiaohua put the 2 number plates into his storage bag and nodded slightly. The Imperial Thunder Sect still has the intention of protecting the cultivators participating in the selection. Inside this illusion formation, even if you lose your life, you don't have to worry and will be immediately transported out. And that's fine too. In this case, this young master also doesn't have any misgivings. At this moment, Xiaohua was truly awe-inspiring. This was also the first time he could hold his head up high after hiding from the 3 sects of the state of Xi. His magic power was truly much higher than his peers. Dealing with the 6th and 10th level of qi refining was simply as easy as reaching out his hand. Moreover, the reason why qi refining cultivators became qi refining cultivators was precisely because they drew the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their body and refined it for their own use. This was merely the lowest level of cultivation. They could only rely on their magic power to drive the yellow talismans. Speaking of which, they couldn't even be considered to have crossed the threshold. Only after reaching the 12th level of qi refining and beginning to possess divine sense could they begin to rely on their own magic power to cast spells. Only then could they be considered to have truly stepped into the threshold of cultivation. Although Xiaofan was currently only at the 10th level of qi refining, he was already able to cast spells. In these past 2 years, he had repeatedly read through the book of foundational spells he obtained from the Feng clan. He had long since practiced all the spells in the book to the point that he was thoroughly familiar with them. This Thunder Palm was actually the most powerful spell in the book. Today, he took it out very easily, making a profit. Immediately after, Xiaofan randomly picked a direction and flew away. One after another, he found 2 cultivators around the 8th level of qi refining. These 2 were tactful. Knowing that they couldn't contend against him, they obediently took out their number plates and withdrew from the illusion formation. Hee, this is good. It's as easy as blowing off dust. Using reason to convince people. Xiaofan somewhat enjoyed this feeling of being an expert. If nothing unexpected happens, this young master will soon be able to gather 12 number plates. However, this was often the case. The easier it felt, the easier it was for accidents to occur. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Xiaofan didn't find another cultivator, regardless of whether they were high or low level. It was as if these cultivators were all hiding. Strange. Xiaofan released all of his perception. He even looked underground, but he didn't have the slightest clue. Looking at the color of the sky, it was already extremely dark. Presumably, this was the darkness before dawn. Before long, the sun would rise from the east again. This is bad. Xiaohua's heart jumped. His figure flew up into the air. Looking at the signal that was the closest to him, he sneered, "Damn it, it seems this young master wants to test his luck." At this moment, without waiting for Xiaohua to urge his magic power, a faint divine sense swept past him from behind. It passed by Xiaohua's body and immediately locked onto him. Soon after, in Xiaohua's perception, another dozen or so cultivators appeared behind him. They quickly surrounded him from all directions. "Humph!" Xiaohua coldly snorted. He waved his hand and took out the black iron needle from the space. He quietly sent it into the air. Soon after, he took the devil spear and a large stack of fireball talismans in his hand. He pretended to be ignorant and flew forward. Fellow Taoist. Xiaohua flew for a moment and sensed that the dozen or so cultivators had surrounded him. Then, he heard a warm voice call out from behind him. Xiaohua turned around and frowned slightly. The two people who appeared behind him were none other than Ma Miaoming and Jiang Mingxiao. Ha ha ha. Ma Miaoming saw Xiaohua and laughed happily. "Fellow Taoist Jiang, it's this guy. I saw a few people outside the illusory formation. They were all very willing to submit to fellow Taoist Jiang. Only this guy ignored you. Hee, everyone has their own ambitions. I have never forced anyone." Jiang Mingxiao smiled and waved her hand. "What ambitions does he have? He's just a loose cultivator." Needless to say, he cultivated to this level by robbing cultivation techniques and spirit stones. Even if he wants to submit to fellow Taoist Jiang, we still have to carefully consider our own reputation. Ma Miaoming sneered. "Fellow Taoist Ma, do you still remember that loose cultivator Chang Huan? How despicable and shameless. He treated fellow Taoist as his reborn parent. As soon as fellow Taoist left, he immediately..." "Fellow Taoist Ma. Jiang Mingxiao frowned with displeasure. He, I know my wrongs, I know my wrongs. Ma Miaoming immediately flattered, fellow Taoist Jiang is a magnanimous person. You won't take this kind of trivial matter to heart, but I still feel indignant for fellow Taoist. Then, she looked at Xiaohua and said, how could ordinary loose cultivators surpass the 7th layer of the qi refining realm? If he didn't use despicable means, how could he reach the 10th layer of the qi refining realm? If fellow Taoist Jiang makes a move, on one hand, we'll have another number plate. On the other hand, we can avenge the fellow Taoist who died in this guy's hands. I have my own ideas. Jiang Mingxiao waved her hand and stopped Ma Miaoming from speaking. She cupped her hands and said, I remember that fellow Taoist is called Xiaohua, right? Yes, that's right. It's extremely difficult for loose cultivators to cultivate. This is common knowledge in the cultivation world. Joining the Imperial Thunder sect is fellow Taoist Zhao's best opportunity. This is already the last hurdle. Fellow Taoist Xiao only needs to obtain 12 number plates to fulfill his wish and become an official disciple of a major cultivation sect. In the future, he won't have to worry about spirit stones, medicinal pills, or cultivation techniques anymore. What do you mean, fellow Taoist Jiang? Xiaohua was a little puzzled. Nothing. I just admire the willpower of loose cultivators like you. In a situation where you don't have anything, you actually manage to cultivate to the 10th layer of the qi refining realm. If it's absolutely impossible. Therefore, I want to give fellow Taoist Xiao a chance. Oh? You still want I to follow fellow Taoist Jiang? Xiaohua looked at Jiang Mingxiao with a faint smile. Yes, I naturally trust others, but fellow Taoist Xiao is a loose cultivator. Therefore, I ask fellow Taoist Xiao to swear a blood oath that in the future, you'll only follow I in the Imperial Thunder sect. If you do, I will spare your life and protect you. Who? Jiang Mingxiao was persuading Xiaohua when suddenly, another divine sense swept over. Jiang Mingxiao frowned and scolded towards the source of the divine sense. Of course it's I. An extremely arrogant voice came. Then, more than 10 cultivators flew down from the east side of Xiaohua. Wang family of Guangxian. Jiang Mingxiao sneered and said, fellow Taoist Qiming, can't you see that I am doing something here? He, fellow Taoist Jiang, of course I can see you. Wang Qiming's face was sharp and thin, and he actually had a goatee under his chin. His eyes were slightly red, and he said with a sinister smile, the loose cultivators in this area have all been killed and those who should have fled have fled. It's hard to find an extra number plate. It's not easy to find an unguarded one here. I also came to take a look on behalf of my subordinate brothers. Fellow Taoist Wang. Jiang Mingxiao scolded, this fellow Taoist has already pledged his allegiance to I and is I's brother. This number plate. I'm afraid I can't give it to you. Is that so? Wang Qiming rolled his red eyes and said with a smile, it seems, this fellow Taoist hasn't agreed yet? Fellow Taoist Wang, do you think this fellow Taoist won't agree? Jiang Mingxiao looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Xiaohua stood there and looked at the two people coldly. When he saw Jiang Mingxiao laughing, a faint smile also appeared on his face. He cupped his hands and said, fellow Taoist Jiang, I'll let you know that I won't agree to this condition of being someone's servant. Ha! Jiang Mingxiao was laughing halfway, but at this moment, it was as if someone had grabbed his throat and he couldn't laugh anymore. A vicious expression appeared on his face. He clapped his hands and took out an earthen yellow sword talisman. He urged his transcendence energy, and the sword talisman suddenly expanded, becoming a huge sword more than half a foot wide. Jiang Mingxiao waved his hand and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was absorbed by the huge sword. Then, just as Jiang Mingxiao was about to use his divine sense to urge the huge sword, Xiaohua's figure suddenly stood up and he sneered, you want me to pledge my allegiance with this little ability? Go home and cultivate for another 100 years. Chapter 1527. After that, Xiaohua didn't give Jiang Mingxiao any chance to swing his great sword. His entire body was like a gust of wind, and he instantly arrived in front of Jiang Mingxiao. Similarly, he waved his hand, and a dozen fireball talismans surrounded Jiang Mingxiao's body. Rumble. The fireball talismans were incomparably powerful. Not only did they blast Jiang Mingxiao to the point that he fled in a sorry state, they even disrupted the entire scene. Xiaohua originally used the devil spear tip in his hand, but just as he took it out, he remembered that there were many cultivators here. Moreover, even if he stabbed Jiang Mingxiao to death, he would only be teleported out of the illusory formation. The secret of his devil spear tip couldn't be kept. Rather than that, he might as well not use it. Xiaohua could be considered to have hit the mark by a fluke. Jiang Mingxiao was a mid-stage 11th stage qi refinement cultivator and already had divine sense. If Xiaohua threw out the fireball talisman from afar, he absolutely couldn't get within 1 zhang of his body. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to succeed. At this time, even if Jiang Mingxiao had divine sense, the fireball talisman had already exploded within 1 qi of his body. He could only flee. Xiaohua saw that Jiang Mingxiao's defense had been blown to pieces by the fireball talisman. His hands moved again, but right at this moment, an earth spike suddenly flew out from under his body and was about to pierce into the sole of his foot. Humph! Xiaohua's figure flew again, dodging the earth spike. He turned his head to look at Wang Qiming, who was not far from him and had a trace of astonishment in his eyes. Damn it, this guy should have gone to sneak attack Jiang Mingxiao. Why did he attack me? Xiaohua glanced at Wang Qiming. Although he was puzzled in his heart, he didn't pay much attention to him. Seeing that Wang Qiming had come to his senses and was forming another seal, wanting to attack him, Xiaohua immediately circulated his magic power. His figure flashed as he closely chased after Jiang Mingxiao. Moreover, the fireball talismans in his hand shot out one after another. Jiang Mingxiao, who was fleeing in a sorry state, was incomparably depressed. He really didn't expect Xiaohua to make the first move. Moreover, he absolutely didn't expect Xiaohua's speed to be so fast. The fireball talisman was of such a high level. For a moment, he lost the initiative and could only flee outside. He wanted to avoid the fireball talisman first, then use his divine sense to deal with Xiaohua. However, the fireball talismans were endless, causing Jiang Mingxiao to almost vomit blood. Just as he steeled his heart, several net of ice talismans in his hand. He was prepared to take the opportunity to use his divine sense to resist the fireball talisman and take the opportunity to take his magic tool. When suddenly, a swift and fierce aura from the sky, very sharply, the yellow talismans, the talisman's talisman, of course, of a sudden, of S2's, a sharp cheese sharp took the opportunity of his own tool. Of course, of S's, S, I to SSS. I, of SDO's, S's heads of his, S that of his of course, of, hit S's of his, he of his of. Hims when he's, he, of. Humph. Xiaohua sensed the magic power of this of his magic power, and with a wave of his hand, a half-foot-long thunder palm shot out from his hand. It directly hit Wang Qiming's SS of his, and immediately broke the of his. At the same time, Jiang Mingxiao's figure disappeared. Crash, a series of sounds rang out, and unexpectedly, 14 number plates fell from midair. Xiaohua was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, the 14 number plates were all caught by him, and very nimbly, he put them into his storage pouch. From the moment Xiaohua threw out the fireball talisman to the moment he used his black iron needle to kill Jiang Mingxiao, all of his movements were as quick as lightning, far exceeding the expectations of the crowd of cultivators. Therefore, no one expected these 14 number plates to be his. By the time they saw them clearly and their thoughts had just arisen, the number plates had already been put into Xiaohua's storage pouch by Xiaohua. The happiest of all was Wang Qiming. His entire thin face was flushed red. With a wave of his hand, he formed another seal, and his figure flew in the direction of Xiaohua, chasing after him. However, something Wang Qiming didn't expect happened. Xiaohua didn't flee. Instead, with a cold smile on his face, he actually rushed over just like him. This guy, actually isn't afraid of death. Wang Qiming's brain couldn't quite wrap itself around it. The confinement technique in his hand was still unleashed. Crack! When Xiaohua casually used a palm of thunder to break the confinement technique, Wang Qiming suddenly thought, this is bad. Jiang Mingxiao's cultivation is at the middle stage of the 11th layer of the qi refining realm. Just like me, he was killed by this guy. Wouldn't I also be no match for him? But, he's only at the 10th layer of the qi refining realm. Damn it, I actually still have to chase after him. Wang Qiming's brain reacted slowly, but his cultivation wasn't fake. When Wang Qiming came to his senses, his figure immediately rushed towards the sky, as if he wanted to change directions and avoid Xiaohua. What a pity. Although he was at the 11th layer of the qi refining realm, a layer higher than Xiaohua's realm, how could his flying talisman compare to Xiaohua's flying technique? Just as he flew into the air, Xiaohua's figure appeared behind him. Where do you think you're going? Xiaohua asked indifferently. Xiao. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please spare my life. Wang Qiming couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly, I was possessed just now. I shouldn't have attacked fellow Taoist. Since fellow Taoist has already killed Jiang Mingxiao and collected all the number plates, please take pity on I. This little one only has 11 number plates. If fellow Taoist Xiao can let I go, I will enter the Imperial Thunder Sect. These cultivators in my hands will all be under fellow Taoist Zhao's command. The dozen or so cultivators under Jiang Mingxiao and Wang Qiming's command were all around the 8th layer of the qi refining realm. Under the might of Xiaohua's dozens of fireball talismans, they had already hidden far away. They simply didn't have time to clearly see what was happening in the field. When the fireball talisman's raging flames disappeared, they saw a middle stage of the 11th layer of the qi refining realm being chased all over the sky by a late stage of the 10th layer of the qi refining realm. As he fled, he even begged for mercy. This situation, how could they not be shocked? This young master doesn't care. Xiaohua sneered. If you dare to reach out to this young master, then you should be prepared to be killed by this young master. As Xiaohua spoke, he also threw a large pile of fireball talismans at Wang Qiming's body. At this moment, Wang Qiming seemed to have come to his senses. This was an illusion formation, so there was no danger to his life. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't intend to let him go, he stopped and clapped his hands. A magic tool in the shape of a gourd was taken out by him. Urging his transcendence energy, a misty blue brilliance shot out from the gourd's mouth. From top to bottom, it gradually protected his entire body. The dozen or so fireballs exploded around the blue light, but they only shook the blue light back and forth. They couldn't harm Wang Qiming at all. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Wang Qiming's face had a trace of satisfaction. Seeing that the blue light had already merged together under his feet, his heart relaxed, and he opened his mouth to speak with a smile. It was also at this moment that a jet-black brilliance appeared under his feet. With lightning speed, it pierced the place where the blue light had just converged. The blue light only resisted slightly before it was immediately pierced by the brilliance. With a pu sound, that brilliance pierced into the sole of Wang Qiming's feet. Ah! Wang Qiming was stunned, and he unconsciously lowered his head. Unfortunately, before he could understand what was going on, his entire body swayed, and he slowly disappeared from where he was standing. Hua hua! A series of sounds rang out. Sure enough, 11 number plates scattered in midair. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to make a move, the dozen or so cultivators on the left were all moved. Each of them urged their flying talismans to rush towards those number plates. Xiao Hua wasn't nervous. He stood in midair with his hands behind his back, and he coldly laughed. I want to see who dares to take away these number plates under my eyes. Swoosh! All the cultivators immediately came to their senses and uniformly stood in midair, not daring to take even half a step forward. Xiao! Fellow Daoist Xiao, you already have 14 number plates. You're definitely going to be a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. A cultivator timidly said. These 11 number plates. Senior, please be merciful and give them to whoever you find pleasing to the eye. If we enter the Imperial Thunder sect, we'll all follow fellow Daoist Zhao's lead. Humph! Xiao Hua waved his hand, and those 11 number plates fell into his storage bag. He looked around and shook his head. I have no interest in your so-called cultivation family's methods. You guys should go find your own opportunities. Everyone's face revealed regret, but seeing that it was getting late, they didn't dare to stay any longer. Just as they were about to fly away, they heard Xiao Hua say, fellow Daoist called Ma Miaoming, you don't need to leave. Leave your number plate behind and return to the Thunderclap Peak by yourself. You. Ma Miaoming already had a bad feeling in his heart. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, he bitterly smiled and said, fellow Daoist Xiao, I just want to protect myself. If I don't curry favor with Jiang Mingxiao, I also won't. Fellow Daoist Ma, there are thousands upon thousands of cultivation paths in the world. You can choose any one of them. Since you've chosen the path of relying on Jiang Mingxiao, you naturally have the awareness of your choice. In order to curry favor with Jiang Mingxiao, you dared to offend I, so you'll have to accept I's punishment. Xiao Hua indifferently said, fortunately, this is an illusion. You'll only leave your number plate behind as a lesson and won't lose your life. If you're outside the illusion array. Hee. This. Ma Miaoming looked at the crowd that had long since fled and sighed. He slapped his storage bag, and unexpectedly, there were 2 number plates inside. He bitterly smiled and said, I've worked hard for so long, but in the end, I've made wedding clothes for others. Forget it. Forget it. As he spoke, Ma Miaoming took 2 steps forward, waved his hand, and the 2 number plates flew towards Xiao Hua. Seeing Ma Miaoming take 2 steps forward, Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. He waved his hand, and the 2 number plates stopped in his hand. However, it only stopped for a moment. Then, Xiao Hua waved his hand again, and the 2 number plates suddenly flew behind Xiao Hua. Woo! A strange roar sounded. One of the 2 number plates suddenly turned into a long snake-like monster. It circled in the air and flew towards Xiao Hua. You! Ma Miaoming, who was in front of Xiao Hua, looked at Xiao Hua in surprise. You! How did you know? Humph, how I know is not important. What's important is. You missed the opportunity one gave you. Xiao Hua stood between Ma Miaoming and the other number plate, coldly looking at Ma Miaoming's gradually disappearing figure. That number plate was obviously Ma Miaoming's own number plate. He probably took it out to trick Xiao Hua, and the monster that pounced towards Xiao Hua also disappeared along with Ma Miaoming's disappearance. Opportunity? What opportunity? Ma Miaoming's figure disappeared, but he still didn't understand. Chapter 1528. Cultivator aristocratic families are really unfathomable. Although Xiao Hua's expression didn't change as he watched the roaring monster gradually disappear, his heart had long since turned upside down. Let's not talk about being able to use a magic tool while still in the qi refining stage. Let's not talk about being able to teach a complete cultivation technique to the main family's disciples. Just this monster, that spirit-seeking talisman, that soul-absorbing bell, and other strange methods cannot be underestimated. And that Jinghua City's Zhu clan, perhaps because they were in the limelight back then, they were able to shake the cultivator sections. That's why they suffered an unexpected calamity and were implanted with talismans. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua unconsciously pinched his chin. He was thinking a little too far. In the past 2 years, Xiao Hua had been practicing diligently, and at the same time, he had also taken out all the cultivation methods that he could practice and read them. He had basically finished reading the Zhu family's booklet. What was recorded in it was completely different from the cultivation methods and talismans of the current Xi country's cultivation world. It only talked about souls and talismans. It was also very different from the talismans that Xiao Hua had obtained from Xiao Nan's Qing family. Although Xiao Hua could somewhat understand it, he was still more confused. Of course, that book didn't talk about talismans in detail. It only said that talismans were magical powers left behind from ancient times and were recorded in a strange language. That's all. Then, it talked about the Zhu clan's failed attempts to break talismans. Of course, from this little content, Xiao Hua faintly felt that these things were extremely useful. However, Xiao Hua didn't have the slightest clue as to where and how to use them. Perhaps, after I learn talismans in the future, I'll be able to thoroughly understand the secrets of this booklet and find the reason. Xiao Hua patted his forehead and bitterly smiled at his own thoughts. At this time, Xiao Hua had already obtained 26 number plates. Adding his own, that was a total of 27 number plates, more than double his previous estimate of 12 number plates. This harvest was more than enough for the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection this time. Xiao Hua also didn't want to attract too much attention, so he descended and sat on a large red rock, preparing to quietly wait for the arrival of dawn. However, just as Xiao Hua sat down, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Oh my, how could I forget Xue Xue? Recalling Xue Xue's rude and unreasonable appearance when she had just entered the illusion array, Xiao Hua couldn't help but think of Fairy Hongxia's beautiful and understanding eyes. And in front of Kai Hongfeng, Fairy Hongxia resolutely prepared to stand up for Xiao Hua, valiant and formidable. Maybe, she has already joined the Huanhua sect? It's been 2 years since we last met, so she must have made a breakthrough in her cultivation. Let's just say she's in the 11th layer of qi refining. Thinking up to this point, Xiao Hua's heart seemed to be filled with lofty sentiments. He couldn't sit still anymore. Clenching his fists, he stood up and laughed brightly. Damn it, I'm also in the 10th layer of the aura refining realm. From today onwards, I'm no longer a toad. Hee, a white swan. Can I eat your flesh? At this moment, Xiao Hua seemed to have changed into another person. His face once again carried a trace of laziness and confidence, and there was even a hint of craftiness in his eyes. It was a far cry from the previous Xiao Hua's deadpan appearance. It was also this strange temperament that caused Xue Xue's heart to be instantly planted with feelings. This was much more lethal than any pretty boy. Concubine, dual cultivation, concubine. Xiao Hua didn't know why, but he suddenly thought of the immortal beauty sect that Xue Xue had mentioned. In his mind, Xue Xue's figure and Fairy Hongxia's face also appeared. Oh my, this isn't some inner demon, right? Xiao Hua hurriedly gathered his thoughts and thought to himself, Xue Xue doesn't know. She thinks that I've recovered my cultivation within 2 years. But in reality, I've cultivated from the 4th layer of qi refining all the way to the 10th layer of qi refining without any bottlenecks or sluggishness. This inner demon. I really have to be careful. And, let's not talk about this for now. I'd better go find Xue Xue. After all, I came here with her. Don't hurt her heart. Xiaohua urged his transcendence energy and used the flight technique. Just as he was about to fly into the air, two divine senses swept over from his left. When they saw Xiaohua, they immediately locked onto him. Humph, there really are people who aren't afraid of death. Xiaohua also used his perception to sweep the area. He immediately understood that these two were also 11th layer aura refining cultivators. Surrounding the two of them were several dozen 9th and 10th layer aura refining cultivators. Although Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't see the people clearly, it was very easy for him to see through everyone's cultivation levels. These two clearly came prepared. As soon as their divine senses locked onto Xiaohua, they each took out two different yellow talismans. They spat out a mouthful of blood essence and stuck the talismans on their bodies. A rather strange fluctuation emerged from their blood vessels and stimulated their meridians. As a result, their transcendence energy suddenly increased by more than 30% compared to before. Strange. As Xiaohua sensed, he suddenly remembered that he was still thinking about the secrets of the cultivation families. He couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. He wasn't afraid of 11th layer qi refining cultivators, but the problem was that these were two 11th layer qi refining cultivators. Moreover, they both had secret magic tools. Look, one was shaped like an alms bowl, the other was shaped like a small pagoda. Under the urging of the two's transcendence energy, they emitted different scattered lights and flew towards Xiaohua following their divine senses. Moreover, the dozens of 9th and 10th layer qi refining cultivators surrounding these two cultivators were like hungry wolves who saw a little sheep. All kinds of yellow talismans were raised in their hands and urged the flight talismans to fly over like a swarm of bees. Xiaohua wasn't willing to fight against these people. Humph, isn't it just 20 or so number plates? This young master wants you to watch so you won't be able to eat them. Xiaohua coldly snorted. He formed a hand seal and his figure drilled into the ground. In front of 4 foundation establishment cultivators, Xiaohua could easily escape. Now, facing 11th layer qi refining cultivators, Xiaohua simply didn't have any burden. Fellow Taoist Yuan, this guy has an earth escape talisman. A delicate, baby-faced cultivator with delicate features formed a hand seal to activate the small alms bowl and shouted with some astonishment. Hee, fellow Taoist Min, eyes incompetent, I'll go first. The other square-faced cultivator with a somewhat dull appearance activated the small pagoda. He slapped his hand and took out an earth escape talisman from his storage pouch and said, I just so happen to have a few earth escape talismans. Fellow Taoist Yuan, please wait. Fellow Taoist Min frowned and said, from what the other fellow Taoist just said, this guy has some divine abilities. Jiang Mingxiao and Wang Qiming of Guangxian were eliminated by this guy. If we didn't join forces, I'm afraid we'd have to be very careful. This. Fellow Taoist Yuan slightly hesitated. He slapped his hand and took out another earth escape talisman and threw it to fellow Taoist Min, saying, Fellow Taoist Min, I'll give you an earth escape talisman, this is Xiaohua's number plate, no need. Fellow Taoist Yuan waved his hand and the earth escape talisman flew back to fellow Taoist Min. Fellow Taoist Yuan turned his head and said, if any fellow Taoist has extra earth escape talismans, I'll give you the first number plate. I have one. Just as fellow Taoist Yuan finished speaking, a cultivator took out several earth escape talismans from his storage pouch and handed them over. This cultivator was the one who followed Jiang Mingxiao from the Changlian village. Good, fellow Taoist fan, if I gets the number plate, your two won't be able to escape. Fellow Taoist Yuan was overjoyed and reached out to catch it. He slapped his hand and pointed with his finger. The alms bowl flashed and fell into fellow Taoist Yuan's hand. He looked at fellow Taoist Min and smiled. Shall we go down now? Please. Fellow Daoist Min also put away the small pagoda. The two of them flashed and chased down from different directions. Fellow Daoist Fan still had some Earth Escape talismans and loudly asked, "What should we do?" Fellow Daoist Yuan said, "If you want to come, then come. Whoever contributed the most would get the most. There are more than 20 number plates." Fellow Daoist Min smiled brightly and had already entered the earth. However, fellow Daoist Fan and the other cultivators looked at each other. None of them dared to rashly fly down. After all, there weren't many cultivators with Earth Escape talismans, not even 40% of them. They wouldn't be willing to team up and chase down a cultivator who could kill an 11th layer Qi condensation cultivator even if they had 10 times the courage. Fellow Daoist Fan hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, "We'll just wait here. If fellow Daoist Yuan and fellow Daoist Min succeed, then, we'll get some benefits. If not, then we'll think of something else." Another way? Everyone's hearts trembled when they heard this. They looked around and quickly flew to a place where there was no one around. What else could they do? In order to protect themselves, they first sought the protection of an 11th layer Qi condensation cultivator. Then, with the help of the 11th layer Qi condensation cultivator's divine sense, they hunted down stray cultivators. Although they killed a lot of them, in the end, there was still a limit. They had gathered all the number plates of the 11th layer Qi condensation cultivators, but they still didn't have enough. In the end, there were no more cultivators to kill, so they could only kill each other. For example, if fellow Daoist Fan hadn't revealed Xiaohua's information, his number plate would have been snatched away by someone else long ago. Everyone was on guard, yellow talismans in hand. Not only were they looking at each other, but they were also staring at the ground, ready to be summoned by the two 11th layer Qi condensation cultivators at any time. At this moment, the air was still clear, and the horizon was faintly white. This was the sign of dawn. If nothing unexpected happened, after a meal, the light of dawn would appear, and the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection would come to an end. Seeing the anxiety in everyone's hearts, a few of the more quick-witted ones had other ideas. But at this moment, from the ground beneath everyone's feet, a jet-black brilliance suddenly shot out. With lightning speed, it stabbed into fellow Daoist Fan's feet. Fellow Daoist Fan didn't even have time to react. The Iron Cloak talisman and other defensive yellow talismans on his body were pierced. As the faint brilliance flickered, fellow Daoist Fan only had time to put on a look of astonishment. His entire body began to sway and gradually disappeared. Bang! At the same time fellow Daoist Fan disappeared, a number plate appeared in midair. Haha, the fat cultivator closest to fellow Daoist Fan already had some yellow talismans in his hand. When he saw the number plate appear, he grinned and threw the yellow talismans in his hand, forcing the surrounding cultivators to retreat. He flew a few steps forward and reached out to grab the number plate. But just as his hand touched the number plate, a cold voice sounded in his ear, "You dare to take this young master's things?" Chapter 1529. This voice was very unfamiliar, but in the fat cultivator's ears, it was no less than a clap of thunder. "Senior, please spare my life." The fat cultivator hastily withdrew his hand, but it was already too late. The jet-black brilliance that had just killed fellow Daoist Fan had returned. In the blink of an eye, it had pierced between the fat cultivator's eyebrows. The fat cultivator naturally wouldn't allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight. He flung out a yellow talisman in his hand, and an ice net talisman appeared in front of him. Gotcha! The ice net talisman didn't seem to be able to block the sharp black iron needle in the slightest. The fat cultivator only felt his vision darken, and he was transported back to the Thunderclap Peak. Damn it, this guy, who is he? So powerful. So fast. When his figure landed on the Thunderclap Peak, the fat cultivator still hadn't seen who had eliminated him. Within the illusory formation, Xiaohua waved his hand, and the 2 number plates fell into his storage pouch. At the same time, 2 flustered and exasperated voices came from the ground beneath his feet. Xiaohua, if you have the ability, don't run. Don't run? You think this young master is a fool? The corners of Xiaohua's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. His figure suddenly flew up, and with a wave of his hand, the black iron needle appeared in the air again, killing a 7th-level qi refining cultivator. After taking a number plate, it flew in a certain direction. Behind Xiaohua were several tens of cultivators who were in a mess. At this moment, these cultivators couldn't help but make a move. Each of them took out their most convenient yellow talismans and methods. There were even a few people who took out their ancestral magic tools. They wanted to fight to the death when the sun rose from the east and see if they could gather enough number plates. When fellow Daoist Yuan and fellow Daoist Min flashed out from the ground, they saw the chaotic scene. They wanted to berate them, but they tacitly kept their mouths shut. This was their final method to deal with the problem. Although they arrived a bit earlier, they still arrived. Fellow Daoist Yuan, should we still chase? Fellow Daoist Min glanced at the distant Xiaohua's figure, which wasn't very fast, and whispered. Still chase? My brain isn't sick. Fellow Daoist Yuan's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, and he said, this Xiaohua already has enough number plates. He was still able to escape under the joint efforts of the 2 of us. He is definitely a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Since we are going to cultivate in the same sect in the future, how can we not form good karma? If we force them into a corner and force them to use whatever means they have, we will end up in a lose-lose situation. Then, he looked at the chaos beneath his feet. Isn't this the best time to solve our problem? Fellow Daoist Min clapped his hands and said, great. I have the same idea. Then, the 2 of them stood with their hands clasped behind their backs and quietly watched the fight in the field. But the distant Xiaohua was at a loss. He used his perception to sweep over and over again, cursing in his heart, motherfuckers, why don't you chase after me? I'm still waiting to teach you a lesson. As he said this, he waved his hand, and the black iron needle flashed out from the rock behind him, flying into Xiaohua's hand at an extremely fast speed. Since the 2 11th layer qi refining cultivators didn't want to trouble Xiaohua, and Xiaohua himself didn't have any desire to win, the 2 of them joining forces could still put up a fight against Xiaohua. If Xiaohua didn't reveal his trump card, he would only be able to fight to a draw. There was no need to haggle over this any further. Thinking of this, Xiaohua released his perception. His figure leisurely floated up, and he flew in a certain direction. At this moment, the sky was about to brighten. All the cultivators knew this was their last chance. Almost all the temporary small groups were in conflict. Of the 15 11th layer qi refining cultivators, 2 had been eliminated by Xiaohua, so there were still 13 left. These cultivators had already obtained a number plate that allowed them to pass the test. Some of them even seized a lot of number plates in order to gain the favor of the masters of the Imperial Thunder sect. Of course, these cultivators had some close friends with them, and for the sake of their future cultivation in the Imperial Thunder sect, they also gave some number plates to these people. Xiaohua's dazed search naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators. Among these cultivators, the majority of them already knew something from Xiaohua's leisurely appearance. Looking at his peak 10th layer qi refining cultivation, they didn't dare to harass him. As soon as they saw Xiaohua, they immediately ran far away, afraid that Xiaohua would snatch away their number plates. Of course, there was still a small group of cultivators who had no other choice, or perhaps there was something wrong with their heads. Even though they knew they were no match for Xiaohua, they still teamed up to attack Xiaohua. This was because they also understood that Xiaohua and the others definitely had 10 similar number plates in their storage pouches. As long as they had a chance, someone would immediately obtain a rare opportunity. Therefore, even though Xiaohua didn't want to make a move, he still added another 13 number plates. When Xiaohua flew to the top of a steep mountain, a bright red sun slowly rose from the east, illuminating the entire illusory realm with a dazzling light. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The mountains shook and the earth quaked. Countless mountain ranges began to sink, and countless forests gushed out from the ground. Following the changes in the illusory realm, many cultivators who used Earth Escape talismans were pushed out from the ground by the formation. It's her. Hurry. Just a moment ago, when I killed a cultivator, 7 or 8 number plates fell from that person's body. This cultivator took advantage of Ai's inattention and scuttled out from the ground, taking away all of those number plates. A coarse voice shouted, "Now I still lack 3 number plates. Fellow Daoist, help I kill this cultivator, and I will give the other 5 number plates to him." Hee, this cultivator is actually interesting. Xiaohua's mouth held a smile, and he inwardly said, "Why is it similar to this young master's previous behavior? As long as I get a good deal, I'll immediately run far away. This cultivator who had his number plates stolen. I'm afraid he doesn't have an Earth Escape talisman, right?" While thinking, Xiaohua inadvertently swept his perception over, but when he sensed Shue's very familiar magic power fluctuations, his heart immediately jumped. Without the slightest hesitation, he released the black iron needle. In the distance, Shui was also in a critical situation. Her cultivation was just at the 7th level of qi refining, far from enough in this illusory realm. Fortunately, she had an Earth Escape talisman on her, so she could hide underground. Of course, the most important thing was that she was born in a cultivation family. Misty Mountain naturally had a few ancestral magic tools for her to use. One was a magic tool that could conceal magic power, and the other was a bewildering cloak, which could protect her completely. Of course, if it was only like this, she was afraid she would only be able to see Xiaohua after sunrise. If Xiaohua had more number plates, he might be able to give them to her, but most likely, that was impossible. Therefore, Shui also had her own plans. She relied on her magic tool to walk under the feet of others, always paying attention to the movements on the ground. Just now, when Xiaohua heard that cultivator with the loud voice, he also deserved it. This guy also exhausted his mental and physical strength to use a magic tool to kill a cultivator whose cultivation was about the same as his own. Moreover, 8 number plates fell from that cultivator's body, which really made him overjoyed. In the end, this guy was in a daze, giving Shui, who had been coveting their fight underground for a long time, an opportunity. She was just a bit faster than that cultivator with the loud voice. Shui took the 8 number plates into her pouch, and in addition, in order to escape, she suffered a blow from the other party's magic tool, seriously injuring her body. In the future, she could only barely maintain her strength and hide underground. If she wanted to wait until sunrise, she would have the opportunity to strive for the top 100 with the 9 number plates. However, things didn't go as she wished. In the end, this illusory formation still had to move mountains and overturn seas to restore it to its original state. Shui's magic power was already insufficient, so she was even more unable to resist the repelling force underground. Like the others, she was sent out of the ground. Of course, a cultivator with magic power like her basically didn't exist in this illusory formation. Even if she only had 1 number plate, she would still be killed by others. Moreover, she just so happened to run into an enemy. She saw that cultivator with the loud voice activate his magic tool, and a round, large copper hammer-like magic tool struck down from the sky. Before it could even get close to Tenjiang, the whistling sound of the wind enveloped Shui. At the side, several other cultivators around the 9th layer of qi refining also had smiles on their faces. Each of them used their divine abilities, sending yellow talismans and magic tools to greet Shui's body. They didn't have any intention of showing mercy to a woman. Alas, yesterday's fun, today's sad memories, this place is still here, people are not the people of yesterday. Thanks for the memory, the wrong poem, I wish him good luck. Shui saw the vicious methods of the crowd, and her heart felt a burst of sadness. She was too lazy to summon the magic tool in her hand, and silently recited a few lines of the poem. Her body stopped in the air, and her eyes looked towards the horizon where the sun was rising from the east. Her face was indifferent. Ah! Just as Shui was about to give up, a despairing howl echoed out. Under the golden rays of the sun, a lightning-like black ray mysteriously flashed through the eyes of the loud voice. Following the disappearance of the loud voice, the bronze hammer that was less than a meter away from Shui's forehead, slowly disappeared. Moreover, the loud voice didn't lie. From the place where he disappeared, there really were 7 number plates that fell out. At this moment, the eyes of the cultivators that attacked Shui emitted a green light. The magic tools and yellow talismans that were attacking Shui naturally wouldn't be retracted, and the cultivators themselves flew towards those number plates. Humph! A voice that Shui was familiar with descended from the sky. Immediately after, a sentence that Shui had never heard before, but from now on, she was afraid that she would frequently hear it resounded throughout the entire place. These are this young master's things, I want to see who dares to touch them. Xiaofan. Shui groaned in her heart, and slightly turned her head. Looking at Xiaofan who was flying towards her from the horizon, she made a very strange movement. Shui. She actually didn't care about the magic tools that were attacking her, and instead raised her hand, and very attentively combed the messy hair in front of her forehead. There's no mistake, right? Seeing this, Xiaofan couldn't help but stare blankly. He killed that cultivator with the loud voice, of course, because he wanted to let Shui block some of the remaining magic tools and yellow talismans. Who would have thought that the other party's big sister would actually, a woman doll herself up for her lover? How could Xiaofan not vomit blood? This. What kind of situation is this? You're actually still thinking about this. Xiaofan truly understood what a female cultivator was. Chapter 1530. Fortunately, Xiaohua's black iron needle had already flown to Shui's left side. Xiaofan tried his best to fly to Shui's side while controlling the black iron needle to break the magic tools and yellow talismans one by one. It has to be said that this black iron needle is really powerful. Not only can it break the defensive yellow talismans on a cultivator's body, it is also not at a disadvantage against other people's magic tools. The only thing that makes Xiaofan unhappy is that this black iron needle is still too light. When it fights against magic tools, it seems light as a feather. Seeing Xiaofan descend like a god, Shui revealed a smile. Xiaofan, you came? Hee, if you were half a step late, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to see me. As she spoke, her body slightly swayed and her eyes slightly closed, as if she was about to fall from the sky. Xiaofan didn't dare to be careless. He quickly flew up and grabbed Shui's arm. Shui leaned on Xiaohua's shoulder. Xiaofan was a bit uncomfortable. He slightly used his arm and only gave it to Shui. Shui nestled next to Xiaohua's arm. She seemed to be seriously injured, but her slightly opened eyes flashed with joy that others didn't know. Xiaofan grabbed Shui's arm with one hand and patted with the other hand. Dozens of top-quality fireball talismans were taken out and shot out like a fairy scattering flowers. He already had experience controlling black iron needles, so controlling these fireball talismans was simply a piece of cake. At this time, those cultivators also put those number plates into their storage pouches. They hurriedly took out fireball talismans, icicle talismans, and other yellow talismans from their storage pouches. There were even other high-level yellow talismans and magic tools to fight against the exploding fireballs that filled the air. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Loud sounds came one after another, blasting these cultivators into dust. They were not stingy with these fireball talismans. Those fireball talismans couldn't hurt them, but they were still in a difficult situation, right? Of course, the most important thing was that within these fireball talismans, Xiaohua's black iron needles began to display their might again. These cultivators were all in the 9th and 10th layer of the qi refining realm. They were far from having divine sense, so the speed of the black iron needles was absolutely not something they could perceive. Following the explosion of the fireball talismans and Xiaohua's use of this chaos, miserable screams and disbelief were transmitted from the chaos. The magic tools and yellow talismans attacking Xiaohua and Xue also gradually disappeared. After the power of the fireball talisman passed, there were still traces of heat waves in the air. Only 22 number plates were left scattered in the air. At this moment, an 11th level qi refining cultivator slowly appeared in front of Xiaohua. It was a handsome young man. He wasn't very tall, but his face was somewhat arrogant. He wore a rarely seen white Taoist robe. Invisibility talisman? Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed. He seemed to know that those cultivators from earlier should have been recruited by this 11th level qi condensation cultivator. Xiaohua's figure did not move. The black iron needle also stopped above the number plate. He coldly looked at the white-clothed cultivator. The white-clothed cultivator also looked at Xiaohua. At the same time, his divine sense swept over and locked onto the black iron needle. It seemed to be a type of compromise, and also seemed to have seen the power of the black iron needle. The white-clothed cultivator's eyes flashed. His entire figure once again concealed itself in the air, but it was unknown where he went. Once the white-clothed cultivator left, Xiaohua released his perception. He looked again and again, but he still didn't find any clues. Granny! This young master was truly a bit careless. Just now, when I killed a few 11th level qi refining cultivators, I already felt invincible. If this guy used an invisibility talisman and rashly attacked me, it's really hard to say what the result would be. Xiaohua was somewhat afraid. He waved his hand and the 22 number plates flew into his hand. Xue. Xiaohua used his arm to nudge Xue. He called out, "The third trial is about to end. Why haven't you taken the number plates yet?" Sure enough, Xue struggled to straighten her body. She waved her hand and 3 number plates flew into her hand. She weakly said, "I only need 3. He nodded. Those 19 number plates were also put into his storage pouch. Swoosh, just as Xiaohua put away the number plates, 2 multicolored lights flashed in the air, enveloping Xiaohua and Xue. After a while, the scenery changed. When everything stopped, Xiaohua and Xue once again appeared in the open space of Seeking Thunder Valley. The thunder boat that previously sent everyone here had already stopped in midair above the open space. Fellow Taoists, this time, the disciple selection of my Imperial Thunder sect has officially ended. Everyone, please properly keep the number plates you received. Do not take them out by any means. Otherwise, you will be immediately expelled. Although the voice was slightly immature, it was very strict. The people who had just been transported out didn't dare to do anything. As for the people who had been eliminated before, Xiaohua looked at the open space and didn't see any traces of them. Presumably, the Imperial Thunder sect had already made arrangements. Fellow Taoists, please board the Thunder boat. After 15 minutes, the restriction here will take effect. If any fellow Taoists still want to train in Seeking Thunder Valley, then properly stay here. The voice unexpectedly relaxed and said a witty sentence. Naturally, after this voice finished shouting, all the cultivators on the open space, regardless of whether their faces were indifferent, tranquil, excited, vexed, regretful, perturbed, or other kinds of emotions, urged their magic power and flew onto the thunder boat one after another. Shui was even more so. Her body leaned against Xiaohua, her arm tightly attached to Xiaohua's arm. She simply didn't use a trace of magic power. Looking at her moist big eyes, it was clearly a kind of innocence. It seemed to be saying, heavily injured, powerless, please. Xiaohua shrugged. He felt a burst of panic for no reason. Although Shui was voluptuous, her weight was still a lot worse than the tip of the devil's spear. Xiaohua urged his magic power. His figure very leisurely landed on the thunder boat. Beside him, that white-clothed cultivator also landed. Seeing Xiaohua and then looking at Shui beside Xiaohua, that white-clothed cultivator cupped his hands and said with a smile, I am Zhitsong King Yun Shao. Congratulations to junior brother for entering the Imperial Thunder sect. In the future, we will all be fellow disciples of the same sect. Junior brother, please take care of us in the future. Afterwards, without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, he looked left and right and said in a low voice, Junior sister, if your injuries aren't heavy, stand up for the time being. Otherwise, if by any chance you are disliked by some master, a punishment for no reason, is not worth it. Shui's face slightly reddened. She hurriedly straightened up and left Xiaohua's arm. Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief. He felt that fighting against an 11th level qi refinement cultivator was more exhausting. He also cupped his hands and said, I am Xiaohua. Greetings to senior brother Wang. Disciple is a loose cultivator. My knowledge is shallow. Loose cultivator? Wang Yunxiao's face was extremely moved. He looked Xiaohua up and down and said with a sigh, Junior brother Xiao is a talent with outstanding aptitude. When you entered, you were buried among loose cultivators. If it wasn't for the fact that the Imperial Thunder sect didn't stick to one pattern in selecting disciples this time, Junior brother Xiao, I'm afraid you would be a pearl cast into darkness for a lifetime. Hearing Wang Yunxiao's words, Xiaohua's heart was moved. He asked curiously, when other sects recruit disciples, as long as they are above the 10th level of qi refinement, could it be that there is something special about the Imperial Thunder sect? A strange expression appeared on Wang Yunxiao's face. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a voice call out, fellow Taoists, you can rest in your places and take medicinal pills. We'll bring you all to Zhenlei Palace now. Zhenlei Palace? Wang Yunxiao's face showed joy. He looked at Xiaohua and cupped his hands. Without saying anything, he sat down and began to meditate. Shui was already injured in the illusion. Naturally, she took medicinal pills and guided the medicinal power to nourish her meridians. Seeing that everyone was sitting cross-legged, Xiaohua had no choice but to sit down and silently use his cultivation method. Not long after, a huge mountain peak appeared in front of them. On the mountain peak, there were many palaces and countless pavilions. Many immortal birds and immortal beasts leisurely strolled in the forest. In the forest, there were many exotic flowers and plants that bloomed. The thunder boat gradually slowed down and landed in front of a majestic palace. In the palace's square, there were many young cultivators. Some of them were in the 7th level of qi refinement, while others were in the 90th level of qi refinement. They were all standing solemnly. Opposite these young cultivators were even more children. Their cultivation levels ranged from the 1st level to the 6th level. These children were standing in a neat formation, but how could they stand still? Some were playing, some were sitting, and many were even playing with yellow talismans. Of course, the thunder boat's landing attracted everyone's attention. Many young children were running after the thunder boat. Some of them even wanted to use their flying talismans to fly into the air. Cough cough. There was a low cough and a slightly old voice said, Disciples on duty, why aren't you hurrying to maintain order? Although it's a rare happy day for our Imperial Thunder sect, we must remember the sect's rules. Immediately, dozens of young cultivators flew up and stopped these children. Although these children were naturally playful, they still had rules. When they saw their senior brothers fly up, they all obediently returned to their positions. They all stood with their hands behind their backs and pretended to be serious. Xiaohua and the others stood on the thunder boat. Seeing the lively scene in front of them, a warm feeling rose in their hearts. Especially Xiaohua, it was as if he saw the scene in Yellow Flower Ridge a few years ago. Instantly, his nose turned sour and his eyes filled with tears. The thunder boat landed. A tall and thin cultivator flew up to the thunder boat and scanned it with his divine sense. He smiled and said, "I am Gen I, the deacon of Gen Lei Palace. In the future, I will be the martial uncle of 100 of you. Today, I will be in charge of the disciples entering the sect. Greetings, Martial Uncle Gen." A few clever disciples began to bow and greet him. "Hee, it's too early to call me that." Gen waved his hand and said, "All of you, get off the thunder boat and follow the disciples to the side hall of Gen Lei Palace to register your number plates. At the same time, you can also test your bone age." "Yes, we will follow Martial Uncle Gen's orders." A few 11th level Qi refining cultivators bowed and jumped off the thunder boat. Of course, a few disciples below led them to Gen Lei Palace. Shue. Xiaohua and Shue jumped off the lightning boat. Just as Xiaohua was about to ask, a few young girls from the lightning conversion palace ran over and giggled. "Fellow Daoist, the female cultivator is going to the other side hall. She definitely can't be together with these stinky men." Chapter 1531. Stinky man? Xiaohua's eyes widened as he looked at these girls in disbelief. He didn't know what to say. "Hurry up and leave." One of the girls disdainfully glared at Xiaohua, then pulled Shue's hand and said, "Sister, let's wait for the other sisters here. I'll listen to junior sister's instructions." Shue was the sweetest. She immediately smiled and gave Xiaohua a look. Okay, Xiaohua was defeated by this girl in his heart. He nodded and chased after Wang Yunxiao. He asked in a low voice, "Senior brother Wang, what's the bone age test for?" Knowing that Xiaohua was a loose cultivator, Wang Yunxiao was not surprised. He smiled and said, "The bone age test is to see how old fellow Daoist is." "Oh." Xiaohua was somewhat enlightened. I'm a cultivator in the cultivation world, but it's not easy to tell my age from my appearance. Take me for example. When I was young, I ate some strange herbs, which helped me retain my youthful appearance. I look like I'm in my 20s, but in fact, I'm already 32 years old. Therefore, when a cultivation sect recruits disciples, the disciples who pass the selection must have their bone age tested to find out their true age. If they are too old, even if their cultivation meets the requirements, they still can't be selected. Junior brother Xiao, think about it. If it's a 60-year-old cultivator at the late stage of Qi refining, would the Imperial Thunder sect accept them? So it's like this. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He was slightly uneasy. Look at junior brother Zhao's young appearance. On the surface, you look like you're only 17 or 18 years old. How can you cultivate to the 10th level of Qi refining at this age? Fellow Daoist Xiao should have the same opportunity as me, right? Wang Yunxiao smiled thoughtfully. Xiaohua only smiled and didn't say anything. Wang Yunxiao also didn't ask. The bone age test was about to begin, so Xiaohua's age wouldn't be a secret. Oh, that's right. Junior brother Xiao, the Imperial Thunder sect, seems to have a rule. Wang Yunxiao suddenly said, it said that only cultivators above 35 years old will be accepted into the sect unless they are foundation building. What? Xiao Hua stared blankly. He almost stood still and said in a low voice, "Why is there such a strange condition?" Wang Yunzhao's eyes flashed with understanding. He smiled and said, "Good for you to know, junior brother Xiao. In a normal cultivation sect, a disciple of the 12th layer should be around 38 years old. Even so, only 60% of these disciples can reach the late stage of the 12th layer, and only 30% can reach the foundation establishment stage." "So low?" Xiao Hua exclaimed in a low voice. He felt that the disciples of cultivation sects seemed to be able to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. Fellow Taoist Xiao, if every disciple in a cultivation sect is able to reach foundation establishment, then wouldn't our Dawn Rain continent be filled with foundation establishment cultivators? Can it still be as rare as it is now?" Wang Yunxiao said with a smile, "It's precisely because foundation establishment is so difficult that those disciples over the age of 40, even if they cultivate to the late stage of the 12th layer of qi refining, they basically have no chance of breaking through to foundation establishment. Think about it, if a 35-year-old cultivator enters a cultivation sect, what kind of benefits can he bring to the cultivation sect?" Xiao Hua suddenly understood. That's right, even if a 35-year-old middle-stage qi refining cultivator enters the Imperial Thunder sect, he would only have 5 years to break through to foundation establishment. And from the middle stage of the 11th layer to the peak of the 12th layer, even a disciple who has been nurtured since childhood would need 5 to 10 years. How can a disciple who just entered the sect successfully enter foundation establishment? Since he can't enter foundation establishment, why would they still want this kind of disciple? Damn it, just how old is this young master? Xiao Hua's heart began to beat faster. Seeing Xiao Hua's expression change again, Wang Yunxiao didn't say anything else and slowly walked into the side hall of Zhenlei Palace. Although the side hall of Zhenlei Palace was called a side hall, in reality, it was equally majestic. The carved beams and painted pillars were incomparably exquisite. Countless talismans faintly flashed on the pillars, beams, doors and windows. The various colors of light were very harmonious. It was unknown where the light came from, but it illuminated the entire side hall. Xiao Hua followed Wang Yunxiao into the side chamber. At this time, the entire side chamber had more than 10 dark green tables arranged in an orderly manner on both sides of the side chamber. Behind each table, there was a late-stage foundation establishment realm old man sitting cross-legged. When Xiao Hua entered, there was a cultivator in front of each table. These cultivators were sitting cross-legged in front of the tables. Those foundation establishment old men looked at them with their eyes, swept them with their divine sense, and even walked up to them and used their hands to pinch them. Then, with a wave of their hand, a different colored light flashed. Some things were recorded in the jade slips in their hands. Finally, they waved their hands and let the cultivators who were tested leave from the other side of the side hall. Not long after, it was Xiao Hua's turn. Xiao Hua very nervously walked in front of an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion. He bowed and saluted, "Junior Xiao Hua greets senior. Sit down first." That old man looked up and said indifferently, "You don't need to panic. Even if you've eaten strange herbs and your age is a bit old, that's your fate. Even if you can't cultivate, there's still the riches and honor of the mortal world. Go and pursue them on your own." "Yes, Junior understands." Xiao Hua respectfully sat in front of the table. Just like before, the old man carefully looked at Xiao Hua from head to toe. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Then, an abundant divine sense locked onto Xiao Hua and enveloped him from head to toe. Xiao Hua's heart moved. He also released his perception. Sure enough, that old man didn't notice. The old man's divine sense released a trace of strange fluctuation. It was through Xiao Hua's bones. It should be the Imperial Thunder sect's so-called bone testing technique. Io? That old man looked at Xiao Hua's bones from head to toe several times. He couldn't help but cry out, "Strange, there's something wrong with your bone age." Xiao Hua's head began to sweat. He felt his perception withdraw and asked nervously, "Junior, how old is Junior?" You seem to be several hundred years old, or perhaps 1,000 years old, but, you also seem to be 4, 5, or 18 years old." The Foundation establishment old man said very casually, but as soon as he said it, he realized something and berated, "You don't know how old you are. You actually have to ask this old man?" Junior is 23 years old this year." "Of course I know." Xiao Hua's heart moved and he laughed. "Humph, do I need you to tell me?" That Foundation establishment old man stood up, stretched out his hand, and touched all the bones in Xiao Hua's body. He touched no less than, in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, almost all the bones in Xiao Hua's body were touched. This time, he withdrew his hand in satisfaction. He glared at Xiao Hua and scolded jokingly, "You actually dare to make fun of this old man. When there's time in the future, this old man will take care of you, brat." Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. He asked urgently, "Junior, how old is Junior?" At this time, in the distance, Wang Yunxiao had already finished measuring his bone age. Looking at Xiao Hua, who came in at almost the same time as him, his eyes were even more contemptuous. "How old are you? You should know." The Foundation establishment old man swiped his hand, and a fine light flashed. Everything related to Xiao Hua was recorded in a jade slip. "Go," the old man said coldly, then looked at the next cultivator. His grandmother. Xiao Hua cursed in his heart, "I'm afraid I can't pass this test. It seems that before I'm driven out of Mount Lema, I should find an opportunity to take out that pearl and see if I can plead for leniency." Xiao Hua thought as he walked out of this side chamber. At this time, outside the side chamber, there was a long line. At the end of the line was also a side chamber. Xiao Hua was somewhat dejected. Drooping his head, he silently followed the crowd. Although the line was very long, it was also very fast. Before long, it was Xiao Hua's turn. Xiao Hua walked in. Inside, there were 4 12th-layer qi refining cultivators and 1 early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. They stood in the center of the side chamber, respectively. Behind them were 3 large doors. The figure of the cultivator in front of Xiao Hua disappeared into the middle door. Xiao Hua weakly walked in front of the 5 cultivators and bowed in greeting, "Junior Xiao Hua greets seniors." Those cultivators saw Xiao Hua's expression and understood. They smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, don't be discouraged. Although you can't enter my Imperial Thunder sect, there are other sects that you can join. Fellow Taoist Zhao's 10th-layer qi refining cultivation is also extremely welcomed by some sects. Many thanks for seniors' consolation." Xiao Hua was somewhat spirited in advance, and walked towards the middle door. Fellow Taoist Xiao is going the wrong way. The middle door is for those cultivators whose number of tokens isn't confirmed to be within the top 100. You should go to the left door. Outside that door is the Thunder Boat. It can directly send fellow Taoist to Thunderclap Peak. A cultivator very politely reminded. "Oh, okay." Xiao Hua casually agreed. He turned around and walked towards the left door. But just as he took 2 steps, he came to his senses and said anxiously, "What? The left door leads to Thunderclap Peak?" "Yes." That cultivator smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, there are already more than 10 10th-layer and 9th-layer qi refining fellow Taoists in front of you. Fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't need to feel ashamed." "Damn it!" Xiao Hua said inwardly. He quickly walked back and pointed with his finger. "The right door, is it for those who can confirm to pass the 3rd trial?" "Of course." Another cultivator saw through the clues and asked curiously, "Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao has 12 tokens?" "Of course." Xiaofan finally felt proud and elated. He clapped his hands, and with a crash sound, a pile of tokens was thrown to the ground by this guy. He pointed with his finger and said very innocently, "Junior, has 61 tokens. I don't know if I passed the trial or not." "What? 61 tokens?" Not only were the 4 12th layer Qi refining cultivators flabbergasted, even the early stage foundation building cultivator was moved. That cultivator scanned with his divine sense and knew the number of tokens. His eyes flashed again and again. He glanced at Xiaofan a few times and said to the disciple next to him in a low voice, "Why aren't you quickly collecting them? These 61 number plates are genuine." Chapter 1532. Tsk Tisk. One of the 4 cultivators smacked his lips and waved his hand. The pile of number plates on the ground was collected into his storage pouch. He said, "That 10th layer aura refining cultivator just now was so proud of himself after getting 8 number plates. He directly called me Senior Marshal Brother, Senior Marshal Brother. This person is also at the 10th layer. He actually got so many number plates. I wonder, how many cultivators died in his hands in the illusion formation? Then, can Junior go through the door on the left?" Xiaofan asked weakly. "Go. If you still can't go, then I'm afraid none of the cultivators participating in the 3rd trial will be able to go." The Foundation Establishment cultivator waved his hand. A fine light flashed, and Xiaohua's name and other information were written into the jade slip in his hand. Xiaohua cupped his hands and leisurely walked through the door on the left. Outside the door was a corridor. In the corridor, there were several 5th and 6th layer aura refining children. When they saw Xiaohua walk in, they all beamed with joy and raised their hands. "Senior Marshal Brother, this way." "Hee, thank you, Junior Marshal Brother." Xiaohua's heart was somewhat relaxed. He smiled and returned the greeting, then followed the children through the long gallery. There were many pictures in this gallery. Some were of demonic beasts, some were of cultivators, and some were of exotic flowers and plants. There were even scenes of fighting flickering with lightning. Xiaohua looked left and right while entering the palace door at the end of the gallery. The palace gate was extremely tall and wide. After passing through the gate, there was an incomparably huge palace. At the top of the palace was a platform that was a few feet tall. It was suspended in mid-air. The platform was very large, about 30% of the entire palace. In front of the platform was a flat ground. At this moment, there were already some cultivators standing on the flat ground. The men stood on the right and the women on the left. Shui was eagerly waiting. When she saw Xiaohua's face full of surprise, she waved her white hand in front of her chest. Xiaohua nodded slightly, then looked at the male cultivators. Sure enough, Wang Yunxiao was already standing there. Fellow Daoist Yuan and fellow Daoist Min also appeared as expected. Seeing Xiaohua come over, the two looked at each other and cupped their hands. Fellow Daoist Xiao really passed. We don't know each other until we fight. In the future, we'll be fellow senior martial brothers. Let's be more intimate. Wang Yunxiao saw fellow Daoist Min and fellow Daoist Yuan talking together and was slightly surprised. I, Xiaohua, formally greet you two fellow Daoists. Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. Now, he was somewhat confused. Did he really pass? If his age didn't pass, then shouldn't the Foundation Establishment old man have let him in? But if his age was acceptable, why would the old man say that there was a problem with his bone age? Would he say that she was lying to him again? I Huanhuan Yuanbua greets fellow Daoist Xiao. I am Gold City's Min Gu. Greetings to fellow Xiao. The two of them respectively saluted. Xiaohua was able to escape from their joint attack, so his strength was definitely not something they could underestimate. In the future, they would be cultivating in the same sect, so how could they not have the intention to befriend him? Xiaofan knew that this was the communication method of the cultivation aristocratic families. Although he felt disdain in his heart, he didn't want to slap a smiling face, so he cupped his hands and returned the greeting. Seeing that Xiaofan wasn't too affectionate towards them, Mingu and Yi Zichen knew that this guy still held a grudge against them for joining hands in the illusion formation. They didn't say anything else and retreated to the side, waiting for the results of the disciple selection to be announced. Closely following Xiaofan into the main hall were several tens of people. Afterwards, no more cultivators entered. The boy who led Xiaofan and the others in closed the main hall's door. Xiaofan released his perception and nodded slightly. He inwardly said, "There are a total of 64 people in this main hall. Among them, there are also some boys who were selected during the first trial of the Thunderclap Peak. These disciples in front of me are still 36 short of 100. I'm afraid that the remaining disciples will be selected from the cultivators in the middle gate." Sure enough, in the time it took to finish a meal, a deafening thunderclap resounded in the air above the palace, and it gave Xiaofan a fright. After that, a melodious and continuous string music resounded once more, and when it entered one's ears, it caused one to be fascinated. Along with the string music, a small gate appeared on the left side of the high platform. From that gate, another 30 or so cultivators filed out. These cultivators' faces carried excitement, rejoicing, and other complicated expressions. Following the boys who led the way in front, they stood on both sides of the high platform. "Fellow Taoists. Hehe, I should call you martial nephews." A voice resounded. The thin and tall middle stage foundation establishment cultivator, Zhen, appeared on the high platform. With a wave of his hand, the string music stopped abruptly. He said in a clear voice, "Congratulations on passing the disciple selection of my Imperial Thunder Sect. You are now my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples." Hearing this, Xiaofan felt as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. He let out a long sigh and bowed along with the others. He said, "Greetings to Martial Uncle General. Many thanks to Martial Uncle Zhen for taking care of us. Hehe, all of you rise." Zhen didn't hold back. He waved his hand and said, "My Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection has always been strict. In the past, there were only a dozen or so people who could stand in front of I in the Spring Thunder Hall. Today's scene of 94 people is truly a rare sight." 94 people? Xiaofan was slightly dazed. Didn't they say they were recruiting 100 people? Immediately after, Xiaofan came to a realization. I'm afraid there was more than one 100th disciple. In the end, they were all eliminated. Xiaohua's thoughts weren't wrong. Generally, the disciples of cultivation sects would take 12 or 13 number plates and give the rest of the number plates to their subordinates. Fortunately, after entering the Imperial Thunder Sect, they would have a good relationship with others and form their own forces. This way, there wouldn't be many disciples in the 90th place and the 100th place, making it easy to distinguish. Who would have thought that Xiaofan would suddenly obtain 62 number plates, which was 50 more? Naturally, the number of cultivators ranked 100 would increase by quite a bit. And, it wasn't just a bit, it was a lot. As a result, the Imperial Thunder Sect, which could have recruited 6 more disciples, could only eliminate all the cultivators below the 94th disciple rank. Alright, this martial uncle won't say anything more. Although you're now my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples, your temperament, background, aptitude, and so on still have to be tested. In the first year, you can only be considered preparatory disciples. If any disciple joins my Imperial Thunder Sect with an ulterior motive, not only will you not be able to become my Imperial Thunder Sect's official disciple, but, you won't be able to see the path down the Thunderclap Peak again. And, that's what I was thinking. How can you join just by passing 3 tests? So there's still a year's worth of tests. If there are spies from some sects, the Imperial Thunder sect will find some clues during this year. Xiaofan suddenly realized. The following matters will be divided into 2 rounds. The first round will be the sect's foundation building cultivators choosing the disciples they like. If any disciple is chosen by your master, they can directly follow their master to the Jade Archive Hall to register, then follow their master back to their cave. In the second round, this martial uncle will announce the results of the selection of the remaining disciples for the senior brothers who didn't choose any disciples to refer to, so that they can find a suitable master for each disciple. As for the disciples who didn't find a master in the end, don't worry. My Genlei Palace's Technique Imparting Hall has disciples who specialize in imparting techniques to teach you. You only need to cultivate diligently, and there will definitely be a day when you can make a name for yourself. What's going on? Xiaofan was somewhat puzzled. How can I not find a master in the Imperial Thunder sect? If that's the case, how is it different from cultivating outside? Oh, right, the Imperial Thunder sect will provide cultivation techniques, medicinal pills, spirit stones, and so on. Alas, cultivation is really like the sand being washed away by the waves. It's really not easy. Just as Xiaofan was smiling bitterly, the doors of the Spring Thunder Hall opened wide. Dozens or even hundreds of foundation building cultivators in the late stage walked in wearing different Taoist robes with different expressions. Oh my God! I'm afraid, there are hundreds of foundation building cultivators, right? Xiaofan was dumbstruck. He had never seen so many foundation building cultivators before. Although these cultivators didn't release their pressure, that kind of aura and that kind of prestige still suppressed Xiaofan and the others to the point that they couldn't breathe. That's right, after all, there were hundreds of almighty people who could pinch them to death at any time. Who wouldn't be careful? Greetings, seniors. The disciples felt the same as Xiaofan. Apart from fear, they were also excited. All of them bowed in greeting. The group of foundation building cultivators didn't even look at these disciples. They slowly walked up to the high platform and released their divine senses, sweeping over these disciples again and again. This divine sense. Xiaofan quietly released his perception. He had already discovered that many of these divine senses were extremely similar to the divine senses he had sensed on the Thunderclap Peak that night. Sigh. Xiaofan sighed. Sure enough, those divine senses didn't seem to care about Xiaofan and just swept past him. Damn it, looks like this young master has to pass the second round, or even the third round. You guys, how can you have eyes but not recognize Jade? Xiaofan almost wanted to stomp his feet. Jen's voice sounded. Senior brothers, I'm sure you all already have a plan in mind. Right at this moment, the hall door that had just been closed after the foundation building cultivators entered opened again. A cultivator's figure appeared at the entrance of the Spring Thunder Hall. Who is this? Xiaofan lowered his head and sighed. He didn't anxiously look up at the high platform to watch and perform. Instead, he immediately noticed that there was someone there. However, when he saw that he couldn't see through that cultivator's cultivation level, he couldn't help but be stunned. Who is this? Everyone present also noticed and raised their heads to look. Everyone on the high platform tensed up. Jen even hurriedly bowed in greeting. Martial Ant Sun Ming, disciple greets you. Martial Ant? Xiaofan came to a realization. This cultivator's cultivation level is probably at the gold core stage. That cultivator entered the hall. It was actually a middle-aged female cultivator. She didn't wear a Taoist robe, but rather pretty clothes. Greetings, Martial Ant Sun Ming. When Sun Ming arrived on the high platform, over 100 foundation building cultivators all bowed in greeting. You may dispense with the formalities. With a smile on his face, Sun Ming waved his hand and said, you can continue with your work. This penniless Taoist was just passing by and knew that today is a grand occasion for my Imperial Thunder sect, so I came down to take a look. Chapter 1533. Yes, Martial Uncle Sun, please take a seat. Zhen Zhen waved his hand and a jade chair appeared on the high platform in front of everyone. Sun Ming nodded and sat down. After Sun Ming sat down, Zhen Zhen smiled and said, "Even Martial Uncle Sun Ming was alarmed by my Imperial Thunder Sect's grand event. It seems like today's apprenticeship ceremony will be very auspicious. Senior Martial brothers, please. Hee, we won't be polite." A red-faced middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator pointed at a disciple with a jade-like appearance and said, "This child has a shallow thunder body, which is suitable for eyes hibernating thunder movement. I will take the lead." As he spoke, the disciple who was pointed out walked forward and bowed. "Disciple Chang Haoyu greets Master." "Good, if I'm not wrong, he should be a disciple of Chang Mountain's Chang clan, right?" "Yes." Chang Haoyu said respectfully. Aristocratic families produce outstanding people, as expected. Let's go, follow this old man to the Jade Archive Hall. The red-faced cultivator waved his hand and smiled at Zhen Zhen. "Many thanks, Junior Martial Brother Zhen." Zhen Zhen smiled and returned the greeting. After the red-faced cultivator saluted Sun Ming again, he brought Chang Haoyu out of the Spring Thunder Hall. Immediately after, dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators stood up and pointed out the selected disciples. Besides Xiaohua, Yuan Bo, Min Gu, and Wang Yunxiao were also among them. Seeing everyone being picked out, Xiaohua's heart gradually calmed down. There was a kind of transcendent feeling. All he lacked were cultivation methods and medicinal pills. In this Imperial Thunder sect, cultivation methods were needless to say, they definitely had them, but what about medicinal pills? He also had the space. When he had the chance, he would go to the Imperial Thunder sect's medicine garden and find some spiritual herbs to transplant into the space. It would be best if he could find a pill refining room. It would be best if he could still refine pills and have a master to guide him. If there weren't any, wasn't there still the technique imparting disciple? From the 2nd layer to the 10th layer of qi refining, he relied on himself. What was there to be afraid of? While Xiaohua was thinking, a beautiful middle-aged woman stood up, pointed at Shui and said, "This poor Taoist has taken a fancy to this girl. Since she passed the disciple selection, this poor Taoist will take her as a disciple." Shui's face was filled with surprise and joy. She walked out happily and glanced at Xiaohua. Her eyes curved and she immediately bowed towards the high platform. Xiaohua already knew that Shui had a divine sense mark on her body, so he wasn't surprised. He only smiled. But just as Shui was about to bow, a voice sounded, "Wait." Shui was stunned. She bowed slightly in embarrassment, not knowing what to do. "Martial Uncle Sun?" The beautiful woman was somewhat puzzled. She turned her head and asked, "May I know what Martial Uncle wants?" "Hee, Martial Nephew, I have something to discuss with Martial Nephew." Sun Ming stood up and pointed at Shui. She smiled and said, "This old one sees that this child's physique is very compatible with this old one's cultivation method. I want to take her as my disciple. I wonder if Martial Niece is willing to part with her?" Not only was Xiaohua stunned, even Shui didn't dare to believe that this was true. Sun Ming was a gold core stage cultivator. For a qi refining stage cultivator, this was an opportunity that could only be encountered and not sought. In an instant, Shui's heart jumped. Her eyes were filled with desire as she waited for the beautiful woman's answer. "Reporting to Martial Uncle, both sides are disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect. For this child to be able to receive Martial Uncle's guidance, her achievements will definitely be even higher. How can this disciple not help? the beautiful woman said with a smile. Good. Sun Ming clapped her hands and said, this old one owes you a favor. If you have any matters, you can come find this old one. Disciple Xue Xue greets master. Xue Xue bowed toward Sun Ming. Xue Xue, stand up and follow master. Sun Ming nodded with a smile. Just as she was about to wave her hand to help Xue Xue up, a loud bang sounded. The Spring Thunder Hall's door was suddenly kicked open by someone. A thin cultivator with a somewhat wrinkled Taoist robe flew in from the outside. Before that cultivator even arrived, his voice had already arrived. Zhen, why didn't you send a disciple to inform this old one? This old one already saw a disciple a few days ago. This time, if I can't. Humph, helplessness. Sun Ming frowned slightly and scolded with extreme displeasure. Ayo, martial uncle Sun Ming. That cultivator called helplessness was startled. He immediately landed on the ground of the Spring Thunder Hall and bowed respectfully. Why are you interested in coming to this Spring Thunder Hall? Why can't this old one come? Sun Ming sneered. If this old one didn't come, how would I know that you actually dared to fly in this Spring Thunder Hall where flying is prohibited? I'm afraid that this Spring Thunder Hall's door would also be destroyed by your kick, right? Good, martial uncle Sun Ming knows. Helplessness said with a wronged expression. When this disciple heard that there was a disciple selection 2 days ago, I specially came back from the myriad Thunder Valley and took some time to choose a suitable disciple from the Thunderclap Peak. After that, I hurriedly returned. You should know that the myriad Thunder Valley is of great importance. This disciple didn't dare to slack off in the slightest and put all of my attention there. Therefore, not only is my cave residence near the myriad Thunder Valley, but I also often slack off in the selection of disciples. Beside this disciple, there is no one else who is worthy of being called a good-for-nothing disciple. This time, if I still can't find a suitable disciple, I'm afraid that this disciple's lineage will. As he said that, helplessness scanned with his divine sense. His expression immediately changed and he said angrily, Zhen, where is my disciple? Zhen was very helpless. He smiled apologetically and said, Senior Martial Brother Helplessness, it's not that I didn't want to inform you. Isn't Senior Martial Brother already here for the selection of disciples? Junior Martial Brother can't be following behind Senior Martial Brother all the time and remind Senior Martial Brother every day, right? As for which disciple you chose, this disciple also doesn't know. Furthermore, this disciple also doesn't know who took him away. I've already marked them with my divine sense. Who still dares to have ideas about my disciple? The more helplessness spoke, the angrier he became. He directly roared. Martial nephew helplessness. Sun Ming glared at him and said, You didn't even come. Who would recognize your divine sense mark? Moreover, you only came now. The other person has already been registered in the Jade Archive Hall. Even if you went to find the sect master, what reason do you have? But, this disciple has an important task for my Imperial Thunder sect, and doesn't have time to come and select disciples? Helplessness's face was bitter. He was just short of rolling his eyes. Xiaofan stood to the side and looked very ruefully at this Foundation establishment late-stage cultivator with messy hair and stubble on his face. This person was a disciple who truly contributed to the Imperial Thunder sect. Unexpectedly, because of an important task, he didn't come in time to select a disciple. Logically speaking, this kind of cultivator who was worthy of being the pillar of the Imperial Thunder sect should have some special authority. However, from what this cultivator said, it seemed that he only had one disciple. Then, how about this old woman give her disciple to you? Sun Ming said. Don't, Martial Aunt Sun Ming. You're a disciple of the Palace of Sun Thunder, and all your disciples are female cultivators. What would this disciple need a female disciple for? Helplessness heard this and quickly waved his hand. How about this, senior martial brother helplessness? Zhen smiled apologetically and said, the first round of selecting disciples is about to end. Senior martial brother, let's see if there are any suitable candidates. Otherwise, how about the second round of selecting disciples and giving the best performance to senior martial brother as your disciple? The best performance? At the side, Xiaohua's heart was moved. This young master got 62 number plates. I'm afraid I got the most in this round of selection, right? Could it be that I have to take this cultivator as my master? Then, Xiaohua couldn't help but carefully size up helplessness. Helplessness was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, but his messy hair had a lot of gray. His face was thin, but there were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and on his forehead. He looked like he was over 50 years old. Looking at his Taoist robe, it was also not very particular. Some places were actually a bit dirty. Then looking at the hands on his waist, they were a bit withered, the fingertips were black, and his two legs were slightly bent as he stood there. He looked very inferior to Xiao Yuehong, who used to be Shang Huaming. What? Helplessness said at this time, the good ones were all picked by that group of people. Who would want the remaining rotten cabbage? Back then, wasn't my good-for-nothing disciple. Alas, let's not talk about him. Forget it, forget it. As he spoke, he waved his hand again and prepared to leave. At this time, Sun Ming was unhappy. She scolded, helplessness. Your myriad Thunder Valley's lineage has a great responsibility and has always had few disciples. From Master Lei to you, it's all the same. Today, with great difficulty, you finally have so many disciples to choose from. How can you throw away your responsibility? Martial Aunt Sun Ming, the matter of my Thunderclap Palace's Master Lei, isn't something you can casually talk about. Helplessness stopped and turned around. Hee, how could I have the qualifications to talk about Master Lei? I'm just talking about Martial Uncle Lei's matter to you. Sun Ming smiled and waved her hand again. There are so many disciples, they won't be worse than your disciple. Pick one and take it back. Your trip out of Myriad Thunder Valley won't be in vain. Fine. He helplessly halted his steps and swept his divine sense across Xiaohua's body. Instead, his divine sense lingered on a young 9th-layer Qi refining cultivator for a long time. In the end, he withdrew his divine sense and said, this poor Taoist will wait for the second round. Okay, then I won't leave either. I'll stay and see if there's a disciple who's fated to be with you. Sun Ming smiled and sat down. Soon after, another dozen or so foundation establishment cultivators stood up and took away the disciples they had chosen. Then, Zhen waved his hand and the early foundation establishment cultivator who had been standing below the high platform quickly stepped forward and handed over a jade slip. Zhen scanned it with his divine sense and frowned. He raised his eyes and looked below the high platform. His expression was very strange. What's wrong? Martial nephew Zhen? Sun Ming asked curiously. Oh, nothing. Zhen hurriedly said, I'm just a little curious. Hearing this, Sun Ming sat down. She was already very happy to have met Shueshue today. The disciple selection was Zhen Lei Palace's business. Although she was their martial uncle, she couldn't interfere with other people's business for no reason. Senior martial brother helplessness, Zhen turned his head and said with a bright smile, Junior martial brother will now point out the number 1 disciple in this selection to senior martial brother. I'm sure senior martial brother will be satisfied. Really? This time, it was helplessness's turn to be surprised. Xiaohua. 25 years old, late 10th layer Qi refining. In this selection, he obtained 62 tokens and ranked first among 94 disciples. Zhen pointed at Xiaohua and his voice sounded in the Spring Thunder Hall. Chapter 1534. Is that so? 25 years old? Late stage of the 10th layer? Who? After hearing Zhen's words, he couldn't sit still any longer. He jumped out and looked around the stage. At this moment, the cultivators in the 11th layer had already been picked out. The remaining cultivators were either in the 10th or 9th layer, and they all looked very young. Besides, in the cultivation world, who would care about someone's age? Xiaofan was obviously in the 10th layer of the aura refining realm. He was obviously 18 years old and had a slightly childish face. Some knowledgeable cultivators could tell at a glance that he had taken youth-retaining herbs. On the contrary, they wouldn't pay attention to him. That's because an 18-year-old 10th layer of the aura refining realm cultivator was already an outstanding disciple of someone else's sect. How could he come to the Imperial Thunder sect to become a disciple? You? Helplessness's gaze fell on Xiaofan, a disciple of similar age and cultivation level. Xiaofan was actually not slow. When he heard Zhen call him, he immediately wanted to step forward. However, Helplessness's movements were even faster. Before Xiaofan could take a step, Helplessness had already jumped out. Disciple Xiaofan greets Senior. Xiaofan stepped forward and bowed in respect. You? Helplessness looked at Xiaofan with flickering eyes and asked, "Are you sure you're 25 years old?" Xiaofan was dumbfounded. Just now, when he told the Foundation Establishment cultivator that he was 23 years old, that was counting the 3 years he spent in Yellow Flower Ridge, and the 2 years he spent in secluded cultivation. He actually completely forgot about the 2 years he spent wandering about. No wonder the other cultivators said that he was a liar. Yes, disciple is indeed 25 years old. Xiaofan respectfully replied. Your face is so young. You must have taken youth-retaining herbs, right? Helplessness's face showed a trace of disgust. Oh, no wonder this cultivator scanned me several times with his divine sense but didn't pay attention to me. Xiaofan understood. He then smiled apologetically and said, Disciple didn't know. When I was 18 years old, I became like this. I haven't changed at all. Oh, Helplessness's face clearly showed a trace of a smile. He nodded and said, That's good. I really hate those cultivator families' male disciples taking youth-retaining herbs. Female cultivators take them for beauty. What's the use of men being beautiful? Helpless, martial nephew. On the high platform, Sun Ming frowned and said. This disciple is being unreasonable. Helplessly, his mood was greatly improved. After speaking to Sun Ming, he turned his head and asked, Which aristocratic family are you from? Without waiting for Xiaofan to speak, Zhen, who was on the high platform, said in a clear voice, Senior brother Helplessness, you've made a mistake this time. Xiaofan isn't from any cultivation sect. He's a rogue cultivator. A rogue cultivator? Hearing Zhen's words, not only were they helpless, even the other cultivators present, including Sun Ming, were stunned. A rogue cultivator at the 10th layer of qi refining, and at the age of 25, this was really rare in the country of Xi's cultivation world. But then, Sun Ming sighed. Sure enough, he sighed helplessly and shook his head. What a pity, Xiaofan. If you weren't a loose cultivator, I would have accepted you as my disciple. But, you are a loose cultivator, so this old man can only reluctantly part with you. Xiaofan was greatly surprised. He cupped his hands and said anxiously, Senior, I don't blame you for not accepting me as your disciple, but, why can't I, a loose cultivator, take Senior as my master? Senior isn't a loose cultivator, so you don't know the hardships of being a loose cultivator. Ever since I was at the 2nd layer of qi refining, I didn't have any cultivation methods or medicinal pills. I went through many difficulties to obtain some scattered cultivation methods. On one hand, I painstakingly cultivated, and on the other, I had to search for medicinal pills. Now, after spending endless effort, I finally reached the 10th layer of Qi refining, and even passed the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection. Senior, just because I'm a loose cultivator, you refuse to accept me. Isn't this too cruel for me? Alas, he sighed helplessly and said, although I'm not a loose cultivator, before I entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, I was a disciple of a small cultivation aristocratic family. How could I not know the hardships of loose cultivators like you? Moreover, my previous disciple was also similar to a loose cultivator. If you say that I treat loose cultivators differently, then you're being unfair to me. Seeing the anger on Xiaohua's face, helplessness felt as if he was looking at his former self. He sighed again and said, "Didn't you say it just now? Ever since you were at the 2nd layer of Qi refining, you didn't have a complete cultivation method. All of your cultivation methods were incomplete. Then let me ask you, how many cultivation methods did you change after you reached the 10th layer of Qi refining?" 3. Xiaohua answered honestly. Then what about you? Helplessness suddenly asked a nearby 10th layer Qi refining cultivator. Reporting to Senior, of course it's 1. That cultivator said very proudly, Junior's clan has a complete set of Qi refining cultivation methods, from the 1st layer of Qi refining to the 12th layer of Qi refining. Xiaohua, do you understand? Helplessness didn't explain and asked Xiaohua somewhat pitifully. Alas, disciple understands. Xiaohua's face was also bleak, and his tone was filled with boundless loneliness. Different cultivation methods have different methods of tempering the meridians, and the degree of tempering is also different. Using different cultivation methods to temper the meridians to the high level of Qi refining, there definitely isn't a single cultivation method that tempers the meridians thoroughly from beginning to end, tempering them completely. If the meridians are like that, true Qi is also like that. True Qi tempered by different cultivation methods will always be impure in the end, and it's really disadvantageous for breaking through to foundation building. Excellent. On the high platform, Sun Ming also clapped her hands. What Xiaohua said is extremely true. I didn't think that a young loose cultivator would actually have this kind of knowledge. If he wasn't already at the 10th layer of Qi refining, Martial Nephew Helplessness would have definitely accepted him as a disciple. That's right, destiny makes fools of people. Xiaohua, if you were at the 2nd layer of Qi refining right now, if you were only 14 or 15 years old, but based on your comprehension ability, I would have accepted you as a disciple no matter what. Helplessness nodded. If the meridians and true Qi are like that, then the realm and cultivation are even more so. What one needs to cultivate and what one needs to sharpen in one layer of a cultivation method is all fixed. And what one can't do in one layer of a cultivation method, in the next layer, one definitely has to do. There won't be anything left out. So much so that between each layer of a realm, there will be a bottleneck. This bottleneck is the absolute opportunity to sharpen one's cultivation in the current layer. If you don't break through the bottleneck and achieve the cultivation you need to achieve in this layer, then this cultivation method won't let you enter the next layer. Xiaohua, from the 2nd layer of Qi refining to the 10th layer of Qi refining, do you rarely encounter bottlenecks? Yes, disciple rarely encounters bottlenecks. Xiaohua nodded. Exactly. Because you're cultivating multiple cultivation techniques, there are flaws in every realm. Your foundation isn't solid, so your cultivation techniques shouldn't be able to advance. However, with your top-notch aptitude, these flaws are covered up. That's why you can't sense the bottleneck, and the bottleneck will appear when you break through to the foundation establishment realm. Disciple understands. Although Helplessness didn't finish speaking, Xiaohua already understood. Perhaps the bottleneck of the first 12 layers of Qi refining would appear at the end, forming an insurmountable peak. Foundation building was the most difficult threshold in his life. So, Xiaohua, don't blame me. Helplessness said apologetically. However, without waiting for helplessness to finish speaking, Zhen laughed from the high platform. Senior brother helplessness, please wait for a moment. I still have some things I haven't read out. Helplessness rolled his eyes and said, even if you say a deluge of heavenly flowers, I only have one disciple with no future. I don't want to take in any more burdens. Zhen ignored him and read, Xiaohua, concealed fire physique, the fire attribute is unyielding and tyrannical. In the disciple's first test, the fire attribute in his body caused the spirit of the mirror to swell and burst. Concealed fire physique? How is this possible? Helplessness was stupefied. His eyes emitted an incomparably pleasant surprise, and he almost trembled a bit. Which disciple tested this? Are you serious? I'll let junior brother know. Xiaohua destroyed the spirit of the mirror, and it was my Zhenlei Palace's martial uncle Zhen Qing who personally verified it. This record was also personally written by martial uncle Zhen Qing. Good. Helplessness heard this and raised his head to laugh loudly. I was wondering how a loose cultivator could rely on 3 unorthodox techniques to cultivate to the 10th layer of qi refining at the age of 25. It turns out that he has the rare concealed fire physique. Moreover, the fire attribute is unyielding and tyrannical. With the help of this concealed fire physique, any bottleneck is nothing difficult. Then, this disciple Xiaohua, do you want it? If you don't accept him, I'm afraid the other senior brothers will make a move? Zhen asked with a smile. Isn't this nonsense? I have always worked hard for the Imperial Thunder sect. I just picked a disciple, but he was snatched away by someone else. The heavens have opened their eyes this time and made this group of old things blind. This concealed fire physique, TSK, they actually made a mistake and let I take advantage of it. How can I not want a disciple given by the heavens? Disciple greets master. Xiaohua was overjoyed when he heard this and stepped forward to bow and salute. Good disciple. Helplessly, he helped Xiaohua up and said, you will follow master to register in the Jade Archive Hall. In the future, you can cultivate well and make my myriad Thunder Valley proud. Yes, disciple will definitely. Xiaohua said with a smile. Good, helplessness. Since you have accepted a disciple that you are proud of, this old woman should also leave. You and I can go to the Jade Archive Hall together. Sun Ming stood up and said. On the other side, Shui was also happy and looked at Xiaohua with eyes full of affection. Martial uncle, please. Helplessly taking a step back, he bowed and said. However, at this time, Xiaohua, who was full of joy, also bowed. Just as he bowed, he suddenly felt a faint kacha sound coming from inside his meridians. A medicinal liquid that was several times more spiritual fire than the fire essence flame crystal but much less pure suddenly appeared in his meridians. In a flash, his entire meridians expanded. Not good, the restriction of the clear flower pill has been broken. Xiaohua suddenly woke up and his soul immediately flew out of his body. He no longer cared about etiquette and raised his hand to pull helplessness in front of him and shouted, Master, save me. What? Helplessness was very displeased, but when he turned around and saw Xiaohua's face was completely red, he was also greatly shocked. He immediately understood with a sweep of his divine sense and didn't have time to ask. His hands formed seals and seals entered Xiaohua's body. Chapter 1535. What kind of cultivation base is Wuxian at? Wuxian is a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. With a few hand seals, the bright flower pills in Xiaohua's meridians immediately shackled. Why do you have? Wuxian was shocked and asked as soon as the restriction took effect. Xiaohua interrupted Wu Xian's question and said, "Disciple has something to report." "Master, please find a quiet place." Many of the Spring Thunder Hall's disciples and cultivators on the platform had already left, but half of them were still there. How could Xiaohua let others know? Although these cultivators were all disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Wu Xian's face was full of suspicion. He turned to look at Sun Ming, who was also puzzled, and said, "Martial Aunt Sun Ming, please wait in the hall for a moment. Disciple has something to ask Xiaohua." No problem. Go ahead, I'll wait for you outside the hall." Sun Ming nodded with a smile, but Shui looked at Xiaohua with worry. "Come with me." With a wave of his hand, helplessness brought Xiaohua to a side chamber of the Spring Thunder Hall. After the time it took to smoke a cigarette, helplessness brought Xiaohua out of the side chamber. At this moment, helplessness's face was filled with shock, ecstasy, suspicion, and confusion. As he walked, he pondered. When they arrived outside the hall, Sun Ming was still standing there waiting. Next to her were several cultivators who had chosen their disciples. Presumably, they were going to the Jade Archive Hall together. Wu Xian smiled bitterly and bowed. "Martial Aunt Sun, disciple, has some urgent matters. For the time being, disciple can't go to the Jade Archive Hall with Martial Aunt and the other junior brothers." What matters? Xiaohua, is there anything suspicious? Sun Ming stared at Xiaohua and asked. "This. I can't tell Martial Aunt Sun for the time being. Disciple will talk about it after disciple goes to the Heavenly Thunder Palace to see the sect master." Wu Xian's words contained a trace of excitement. Xiaohua, who was at the side, was slightly unhappy. Earlier, he'd warned repeatedly for a long time not to reveal anything. Who knew if there were any spies from the Shanghua sect in the Imperial Thunder sect? However, if he directly said that he wanted to go to the Heavenly Thunder Palace, then he would definitely say that the head of the 8 Great Thunder Palaces, that is, the sect master of the Imperial Thunder sect, was there. How could helplessness not cause others to be surprised when he said that? Sure enough, Sun Ming was shocked. The several cultivators beside her were also shocked. Shui and the other disciples also had puzzled looks on their faces. Shui was even somewhat anxious. Xiaohua shook his head slightly to signal her to be at ease, but the concern in Shui's eyes didn't lessen at all. Helplessness naturally had its own reasons. When Sun Ming and the others heard that it was the Heavenly Thunder Hall, they did not ask any further questions. Although they had looks of shock on their faces, they still smiled and said, "Then you had better hurry and go. For such an important matter, if you do not have the sect master's approval, you must not reveal it to us." "Many thanks, Martial Uncle Sun Ming." Helplessly, he bowed in greeting. With a wave of his hand, he pulled Xiaohua to his side. However, a light thunderclap could be heard in mid-air. Helplessly, he executed the lightning escape and flew far away. "Hee, martial nephews, let's go to the Jade Archive Hall." Sun Ming glanced at helplessness, who was running away in a hurry, and led everyone to the Jade Archive Hall. Shui walked at the back, looking at the sky with worry. Although the lightning escape was fast, the Mo mountain range was indeed very big. From the Gen Lei Palace to the Heavenly Thunder Palace, it took them almost the time to eat a meal. "Damn it, this is really too big, isn't it?" Xiaohua followed helplessness and flew. He did not reveal a single trace of transcendence energy. Seeing that helplessness was flying several times faster than him, he could not help but be shocked by the strength of the Imperial Thunder sect. However, he was immediately dumbfounded. This is the Imperial Thunder sect that is second only to the 3 great sects of Xiuzhen. It is on the same level as the Huanhua sect. How could their sect be small? Take Shang Huaming as an example. If the entire Yellow Flower Ridge was taken out, it might not be smaller than the Imperial Thunder sect. Looking at the enormous mountain peak, Xiaohua realized that there was actually a palace that was even more majestic than the Zhenlei Palace. It had a grandeur that was even more dazzling than the Zhenlei Palace. Xiaohua knew that this was most likely the Zhenlei Palace. Sure enough, he heard Helplessness say in a low voice, "Xiaohua, this is the Thunder Immortal Peak where the sect leader of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Qian Lei Zi, resides. The Heavenly Thunder Palace is just ahead." As he said that, he helplessly pointed at the group of palaces, before continuing, "When we reach the Great Thunder Hall, you must clearly tell the sect master everything that you have said to this old man earlier. Senior Martial Brother Qian Qinghua is a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace and is from the sect leader's branch. He is also my junior Martial Brother. I did not expect such a thing to happen. Alas, you have contributed so much to my Imperial Thunder Sect. I'm afraid you will be taken into the Heavenly Thunder Palace by the sect leader. This is also the reason why I did not bring you to the Jade Archive Hall." Master, I called you Master just now. How can I go back on my words now?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "You are thinking too much." A hint of joy flashed through Helplessness's eyes, but he immediately shook his head. "My myriad Thunder Valley has always had a hard time. Their cultivation is not particularly outstanding and the disciples they teach are also mediocre. Your hidden fire physique is buried in my myriad Thunder Valley. Alright, let's not talk about this. It won't be too late to talk about it when we reach the Great Thunder Palace." Helplessness waved his hand slightly and landed in front of a palace. This palace was different from the Spring Thunder Palace of the Imperial Thunder Palace. In front of the door was a Peak Chi refining disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect guarding. Seeing Helplessness approach, he walked forward and cupped his hands. "Martial Uncle, which palace have you come to? The Great Thunder Palace. Please report your name." "I am Helplessness of the Shocking Thunder Palace's Myriad Thunder Valley. Today I have brought Xiaohua to see the sect leader. I have an extremely urgent matter to report." Helplessness returned the salute and said, "Alright, Martial Uncle knows that the sect leader is not in the Great Thunder Palace right now. Only Martial Ancestor Miyu of the Canlei Palace is on guard. How about this disciple report to Martial Ancestor now?" That disciple said with a smile. "This is the only way." Helplessness wrinkled his brows and slapped his hand, taking out a waste tablet from his storage pouch and handing it over. "This is my waste tablet. I would like to trouble Martial Nephew to report to Martial Ancestor." That disciple took Helplessness's waste tablet and went in. However, after a short while, he returned and said helplessly, "Martial Ancestor Miyu invites Martial Uncle to speak in the palace." Alright, Helplessness took the waste tablet and didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and was about to bring Xiaohua in. "Martial Uncle." That disciple extended his hand, stopping Xiaohua as he said very discontentedly, "Martial Uncle, don't forget, aura refining disciples are not allowed to enter Colossal Thunder Hall unless they are summoned by the Palace Lord on duty." Sigh, Helplessness slapped his forehead and said very regretfully, "Look at me. I should have explained it just now. How about this, Martial Nephew, please report to Martial Ancestor again. This is the new disciple who passed the selection this time, Xiaohua." Helplessness had no choice but to say it again. "Helplessness. Why did you come to the Great Thunder Palace instead of guarding the Myriad Thunder Valley?" Just as Helplessness was explaining, a melodious voice came from midair. This voice is somewhat familiar. Xiaohua didn't think he knew any senior from the Imperial Thunder Sect. However, when he really looked up, he couldn't help but stare blankly. He saw a cultivator flying in midair. That cultivator looked very young and had an ordinary appearance. However, his complexion was somewhat red and the only thing that was somewhat confusing was his sparse eyebrows. Wasn't this the mysterious cultivator Xiaohua met in front of the Thunder Accumulation Cave whose cultivation was unknown? That cultivator descended from midair. Helplessness hurriedly went forward and saluted, saying, "Helplessness greets martial ancestor Lei Meng." Martial ancestor Lei Meng? Thunder Meng Daoist? Hearing this, Xiaohua immediately remembered what Sun Ming said in the Spring Thunder Palace. "An, get up. What are you doing here?" Thunder Meng Daoist waved his hand and helped Helplessness up. He casually glanced at Xiaohua and turned his head to ask Helplessness. However, just as he finished speaking, Thunder Meng Daoist seemed to remember something and turned his head to ask Xiaohua, "You seem to be that loose cultivator from the Thunder Accumulation Cave, called Xiao Hua, right?" Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart was filled with joy. He didn't expect that a nascent soul senior would actually remember him, a small loose cultivator at the second level of qi refining. He immediately stepped forward and saluted, "Disciple Xiaohua greets martial ancestor." Martial ancestor? Thunder Meng Daoist was slightly stunned. Helplessness, who was beside him, felt that his brain wasn't enough. He muttered, "Martial ancestor, you know Xiaohua. He's a disciple who passed this time selection and was accepted by me as a disciple." You passed the disciple selection? Thunder Meng Daoist was stunned. Looking at Xiaohua's cultivation, he was even more shocked. "Xiaohua, it's only been 3 years. You actually went from the second level of qi refining to the 10th level of qi refining? This is bad." Xiaohua complained in his heart. Although this person was already his master, but, going from the second level of qi refining to the 10th level of qi refining, this kind of unimaginable cultivation was something that could only happen in a dream. How could he dare to let this kind of thing happen to him? Xiaohua promptly saluted and said, "Yes, martial ancestor knows." That day, Junior was a bit secretive from martial ancestor. At that time, disciple's cultivation was damaged. Although my cultivation was at the 9th level of qi refining, I could only use the magic power of the 3rd level of qi refining. I'm afraid that martial ancestor misunderstood. Oh, so it's like this. I was wondering why I felt that your magic power was much higher than others of the same level. So it's like this. Thunder Meng Daoist nodded. In the eyes of a nascent soul cultivator like him, qi refining cultivators were like infants. How could an adult accurately distinguish the strength of an infant? Then you're also not a loose cultivator, right? Thunder Meng Daoist didn't care about Xiaohua's concealment and laughed. Disciple is indeed a loose cultivator. That day in the Thunder Accumulation Cave, I really wanted to join Tian Qi and do some things. Xiaohua almost wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That day, martial ancestor evaluated disciple's cultivation. Disciple didn't know how to explain, so, no matter. That day, you and I didn't know each other. I only saw that your cultivation was not bad, so I casually evaluated you. You can't take it seriously. However, I didn't expect that today you would actually enter my Imperial Thunder sect and even become a disciple of my thunderous palace. You and this old man do have some fate. Thunder Meng Daoist said with a smile, still looking like the senior who helped Xiaohua that day in the Thunder Accumulation Cave. Martial ancestor. Yes, martial ancestor knows. This time, Xiaohua has come to the Great Thunder Hall to report to the sect master. At the side, seeing the two people actually starting to reminisce about old times, at the same time he was happy in his heart, he was also somewhat anxious. Chapter 1536. Oh, that's right. Xiaohua, what business do you have with Wu Hen? Thunder Meng Daoist nodded. Grandmaster, please lay down the silence talisman. Xiaohua bowed and said. Oh, Thunder Meng Daoist waved his hand and laid down a silence talisman restriction. He smiled and said, you're quite cautious, just like you were at the Thunder Accumulation Cave. However, when Xiaohua said the three words, Qian Qinghua, Thunder Meng Daoist's expression changed greatly. He waved his hand and said, Xiaohua, who did you tell about this matter? Yes, Grandmaster knows. Disciple has only told Master, I didn't reveal a single word to anyone else. Xiaohua said respectfully. Good, good, good. Thunder Meng Daoist said good 3 times in a row. He waved his hand and the silence talisman restriction instantly shattered. You don't need to repeat such an important matter a second time. You should personally report to Sect Master. Sect Master is temporarily not in the Great Thunder Hall. Xiaohua said helplessly. Hee, that's easy. Thunder Meng Daoist waved his hand and used the thunder light sound transmission technique. A bolt of lightning rapidly flew towards a place on the Thunder Immortal Peak. Thunder Meng Daoist looked at Xiaohua. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. He said very amiably. Yes, I'll listen to Grandmaster's instructions. Xiaohua already had a good impression of Thunder Meng Daoist. Now that he had become his grand disciple, he was satisfied and replied respectfully. The person at the side looked on helplessly and rejoiced in his heart. He thought to himself, from the looks of it, it seems that Grandmaster has a very good impression of this Xiaohua. Fortunately, I accepted Xiaohua as my disciple earlier. Otherwise, wouldn't Xiaohua have become my martial uncle? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Several figures flew out from somewhere on the Thunder Immortal Peak. Like rolling thunder, they quickly rushed to the front of the Great Thunder Hall. When they appeared, they were Master Qian Lazy, Fairy Xian Hua, and the others. Master Qian Lazy's face was full of joy. He had already spread out his divine sense from far away and firmly locked onto the unfamiliar Xiaohua. When they came close, Master Qian Lazy's eyes that contained thunder light swept over Xiaohua, full of pressure. My goodness, this is a master who is even more powerful than Lei Mengzhenren. Xiaohua's heart trembled, and he hurriedly bowed in greeting, but he was still too late. Lei Meng Daoist and Wu Hen had already bowed, and Wu Hen respectfully said, Myriad Thunder Valleys Wu Hen greets Sovereign. Fortunately, Xiaohua's disciple Xiaohua greets Sovereign was heard clearly by Qian Lazy. Disciple? Qian Lazy was a bit surprised, but then he laughed, ha ha ha, Qian Qinghua is smart for once. Then, he turned to instruct the disciples of Great Thunder Hall, go, call Palace Master Zhen Sheng of Great Thunder Hall over. This guy has also made a great contribution. The disciple nodded and immediately sent a message. Qian Lazy waved his hand and said, let's go, Xiaohua. We'll talk inside. Yes, disciple obeys. Xiaohua bowed respectfully and hid behind Wu Hai. Qian Lazy and the others naturally went in first, while Helpless and Xiaohua walked at the back. Don't be fooled by Helpless' arrogance in the Spring Thunder Hall. Here, he was extremely respectful, even more careful than Xiaohua. The style of the Great Thunder Palace was not much different from the Spring Thunder Palace, except that the interior of the palace was much larger. 2 incomparably huge pillars supported the roof of the palace. Lightning was lingering on the pillars, and countless strange patterns were emerging one after another. The surrounding jade walls and the roof of the palace were also filled with purple talismans that were faintly swimming about, displaying their endless means. Great Thunder Hall didn't have a high platform, but there were 8 praying mats floating in the air. Qian Lazy and the other palace masters sat on their own praying mats. Qian Lazy waved his hand, and a light purple thunderbolt gathered on the pillar in the center of the hall. The pillar emitted a tricolored brilliance, and the brilliance went straight up the pillar. After rushing to the roof of the hall, it quickly spread in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, covered the entire hall. Xiaohua, tell me about your encounter with Qinghua. Qian Lazy was very calm, and after seeing that the restriction of the Great Thunder Hall had taken effect, he slowly asked. Yes, disciple. Xiaohua took a step forward. Although there was some fear in his heart, he suppressed his excitement and prepared to report. Sect Master, why don't we wait for Zhen Sheng and Dui Jia to come first? This child deliberately wanted to contribute to the sect, and thought of the method of recruiting disciples, but he was scolded by you. If he didn't hear it with his own ears, how could he be at ease? Fairy Xian Hua said with a light smile. When did I scold them? Qian Lei Zi's mood was very good, and he said with a smile, that day, I even encouraged him to recruit a few more disciples. Xiaohua, what did Qian Qinghua ask you to bring back? Seeing that Qian Lei Zi didn't ask, Thunder Talisman Spiritual Master didn't ask. Xiaohua would be his direct disciple in the future, so there was no need to be polite. Qian Lei Zi wasn't in a hurry. Hearing Thunder Talisman Spiritual Master's question, his ears perked up and his eyes contained a trace of expectation as he looked at Xiaohua. Seeing the 6 nascent soul cultivators looking at him with 12 pairs of eyes, although there was no pressure, cold sweat gradually dripped down from Xiaohua's forehead. Damn, this nascent soul cultivator is really powerful. Just his gaze alone can kill me, a qi condensation cultivator. Xiaohua secretly sighed. He patted his hand and took out the bead from his storage bag. When the bead was taken out from the storage pouch, countless tiny purple lightning bolts immediately flashed. The lightning bolts lingered around the bead and gradually grew larger. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the 4 walls of the enormous Thunder Palace, the roof of the palace and the 2 giant pillars simultaneously flickered in sync with the lightning bolts surrounding the bead. With a flash, the lightning gathered around the bead and was absorbed by the bead at a speed visible to the naked eye. This wasn't the end. Immediately after, the second wave of lightning appeared and was also absorbed by the bead. Thunder-devouring bead. Seeing this, Qian Lei Zi and the others revealed extremely shocked expressions. Xiaohua only heard their voices. His eyes blurred and his hand became lighter. The thunder-devouring bead in his hand disappeared. Xiaohua wasn't surprised. He secretly touched the cold sweat on his forehead and looked at Qian Lei Zi, who was floating in the air with the thunder-devouring bead in his hand. At this moment, Qian Lei Zi's face was filled with shock, surprise, and shock. At this moment, the thunder-devouring bead that was flickering with purple lightning was blocked by an invisible barrier, and the lightning couldn't escape from Master Qian Lei's palm in the slightest. At this moment, the barrier around the Great Thunder Palace had returned to its previous state, and one couldn't see any difference. Lei Tan Daoist and the others were like Qian Lei Zi. They could no longer sit still. Their bodies floated up and surrounded Qian Lei Zi. Their eyes were fixed on the lightning-devouring bead. The lightning-devouring bead was reflected in their eyes. After a while, Master Qian Lei waved his hand, and another thunderbolt hit the pillar. The same tricolored light flashed, and Xiaohua was a bit confused. At this moment, Qian Lei Zi lowered his head and said, Xiaohua, I have some difficulties. There's something I need to tell you. Xiaohua was stunned. He bowed and said, Sect Master, please tell me what you need. This thing is indeed brought back by Senior Uncle Qian Qinghua. There's nothing else. Good boy, I'm not talking about this. Qian Lei Zi smiled and said, Qinghua hasn't returned to the thunder-controlling sect, and his spirit tablet hasn't been damaged. As far as I know, he has probably used the soul-concealing technique, which is a secret technique of our sect, to hide all of his life force and aura. I'm sure you know that the Shanghua sect, Xuanyan school, and 7 skills sect are still looking for him. Hearing this, Xiaohua understood. Without any hesitation, he said with a smile, Sect Master, please don't worry. Since I've already come to the Imperial Thunder sect, I've already offended the 3 sections. Besides, I'm now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Why should I be afraid of them? Even if they have some dirty tricks up their sleeves, how can I not trust Sect Master? Good, good, good. Xian Lazy shouted 3 times in a row, then clapped his hands. Instantly, the restrictive spells around the thunder-devouring bead were broken, and the lightning bolts hovering around the thunder-devouring bead were enlarged once again. At the same time, because the restrictive spells of the huge Thunder Palace were no longer isolated, countless dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky above the Thunder Immortal Peak and the Thunder Mo mountain range. Strands of lightning bolts were flashing in the dark clouds, like swimming pythons, which were accumulating power to strike down at the huge Thunder Palace. Moreover, it was unknown just how many restrictions within the Thunder Core mountain range were also beginning to shine with brilliance following the appearance of the dark clouds. Numerous runes gradually flickered, gradually converging into threads of lightning, just like the restrictions of the colossal Thunder Palace, eagerly about to be thrown into the extremely distant thunder-devouring orb. Alas, I was lucky. Xian Lazy let out a long sigh. He waved his hand and an extremely powerful seal surrounded the thunder-devouring bead. As the lightning from the thunder-devouring bead retracted, the seal around the Thunder Mo mountain range returned to normal. The dark clouds above the mountain range also gradually disappeared. At the foot of the Thunder Mo mountain range, many disciples of the splendid sect, Xuanyan school, and Qiqiao sect didn't relax their vigilance just because the Imperial Thunder sect's disciple selection was over. Less than 100 li away from the Thunder Mo mountain range, several late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were sitting cross-legged at the foot of a tall mountain. 2 of them were the male and female cultivators from the splendid sect that Xiaohua met in Shihuang town. Similarly, the male cultivator looked at the peaceful scene and raised his voice, "Junior Marshal Sister Qi, is there any news from the Sky Thunder Peak?" Senior Marshal Brother Gao, in the past few days, only those who didn't pass the Imperial Thunder Sect's test went down the mountain. What news could there be? They didn't even stop Xiaohua from going up the mountain. If that Xiaohua really went up the mountain, how could he be so stupid as to go down the mountain again? Junior Marshal Sister Qi's complexion wasn't good. Needless to say, Junior Marshal Sister Qi and Senior Marshal Brother Gao did stop Xiaohua in Shihuang town that day. However, they didn't find any trace of the thunder-devouring bead on Xiaohua's body, so they easily let him go. Later, things changed, especially when Xiaohua strangely escaped from the hands of the 3 sects Foundation establishment cultivators. This made the splendid sect realize that Xiaohua was different. Senior Marshal Brother Gao and Junior Marshal Sister Qi didn't dare to hide the matter and reported it to the splendid sect's master. When he heard that Xiaohua was stopped by his own disciples, the splendid sect's master almost flew into a rage. Therefore, these 2 unlucky late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were naturally sent to the foot of the mountain to atone for their crimes. Chapter 1537. Hee, Junior Marshal Sister Qi, don't worry. That Xiaohua guy was only in the 4th layer of the Qi refining realm, and we've already searched his storage pouch. There's no way he could have taken the thunder-devouring bead. All of our plans are just guesses, the sect's punishment. Senior Marshal Brother Gao, didn't you see how many storage pouches Xiaohua had? If he put the thunder-devouring bead in his storage pouch and buried it somewhere, there wouldn't be any trace of it on his body. Junior Marshal Sister Qi sighed, we should have used soul searching to force him to tell us the truth. How could we? We're only at the Foundation establishment stage. Even Master and Martial Ancestor don't dare to use the soul-searching technique lightly. If we use it, that little cultivator will definitely become an idiot. Senior Brother Gao exclaimed. Senior Marshal Brother Gao is really soft-hearted. A Foundation-building middle-stage cultivator laughed, if it was I would have used soul-searching first. Who cares if he's an idiot? Your Xuanyan school's disciples can, they're all decisive. Junior martial sister Qi glanced at him and said, "My senior martial brother Gao felt that it wasn't easy for that rogue cultivator to cultivate, so he didn't have the heart to kill him. If he really was a thunder-controlling sect disciple, senior martial brother Gao would have done it already." Seeing junior martial sister Qi protecting senior martial brother Gao, the Xiaofan school disciple looked at the smiling Seven Possibilities sect disciple and tactfully shut his mouth. "Look, what's that?" The smiling Seven Possibilities sect disciple's eyes lit up as he pointed at the direction senior martial brother Gao was facing. Thunder. Junior martial sister Qi and senior martial brother Gao turned around and saw the dark clouds and lightning above Mount Lama. Their expressions changed greatly as if they lost their souls. Senior martial brother Gao, fellow Taoist Qi. The Seven Possibilities sect and Xiaofan school disciples clearly hadn't been to Shihuang town and didn't see the thunder-devouring beads phenomenon. The celestial phenomenon soon disappeared. Looking at the dissipating dark clouds above the Lama mountains, junior martial sister Qi sighed and waved her hand, sending out several message talismans. Senior martial brother Gao turned his head with a wry smile and said, "Fellow Taoists, send a message to your respective sections. That thing has fallen into the hands of the thunder-controlling sect." Could it be that Qian Qinghua is back? It's still that little itinerant cultivator. Everyone was a little confused as they asked all at once. "Fellow Taoists, these. I don't know either." Senior martial brother Gao cupped his hands and said, "I have only seen the strange phenomenon of that thing in Shihuang town. As for the next step, I still need the guidance of the sect." With that, senior martial brother Gao sighed and sat down again. He closed his eyes. It was unknown whether he was regretting or cultivating. The other cultivators looked at each other and sent out their communication talismans. They were all waiting for the orders from their sections. Leaving aside the panic of the Foundation establishment disciples at the foot of the Imperial Thunder School, in the Great Thunder Hall, Master Qian Lazy had just sealed the thunder-devouring bead and was about to put it into his storage bag when he heard a surprised shout from below the hall, "Sect Master, is this the thing Qinghua found?" Xiaohua turned his head and saw that it was a male and female cultivator who were quite old. They quickly walked over with happy expressions. "That child." Xiaohua suddenly thought of Fairy Xianhua's words and felt that it was absurd for no reason. Zhensheng, you came just in time. Look at this thunder-devouring bead." Master Qian Lazy opened his hand and the thunder-devouring bead flew in the air again. "Qinghua found the thunder-devouring bead? This is the thunder-devouring bead that our sect's ancestor Qianyun found?" Zhensheng's face was even more excited than the others. It is this thunder-devouring bead." Master Qian Lazy smiled and put away the thunder-devouring bead. He said, "Ancestor Qianyun found the thunder-devouring bead and observed the birth and death of lightning in the thunder-devouring bead. He comprehended the thunder amplification technique and thus ascended. That was why the Imperial Thunder School's orthodoxy was left on the Dawn Rain continent. All the formations and restrictions in the Thunder Mountain range were set up according to the thunder amplification technique. Our Imperial Thunder School's foundation, the Thunder Pool, was also refined by Ancestor Qianyun according to the thunder-devouring bead. Today, our Imperial Thunder School has obtained the thunder-devouring bead. This is a sign of our school's prosperity. Congratulations, Sect Master." Fairy Xianhua cupped her hands and said, "With the thunder-devouring bead, Sect Master can also comprehend the supreme scriptures of our school. Your cultivation will also improve. It won't be hard to reach the spirit-severing stage. Congratulations, Sect Master." Taoist Lei Meng and the others also bowed and said, "Thank you all for your good intentions." Master Qian Lazy seemed to be in good spirits. He smiled and said, "The path that our school can explore is also a path that everyone can take. The future of our Imperial Thunder School is still in the hands of all of us." We are willing to do our best for the revival of our school. Daoist Miyu and the others replied with a smile. Good boy. Raise the clouds and ascend. Xiaohua, who was at the side, was already fascinated. He thought, this Imperial Thunder School actually has a cultivator who can ascend? The Imperial Thunder School's sect master is only a nascent soul stage cultivator, not even a spirit-severing stage cultivator. This Imperial Thunder School actually has a cultivation method for ascending? Ascending. What kind of realm is that? This thunder-devouring bead, looks like its power is still limited. I'm afraid it will take a long time to refine it. As for comprehending it, it's still too early. Master Qian Lazy sat back down on the praying mat. Everyone else also sat down. Then, Master Qian Lazy said lightly. That's right. If it's a fully formed thunder-devouring bead, how can a foundation establishment stage kid like Qinghua get it? Fairy Xianhua said with a smile. Qian Qinghua chuckled. Actually, for my Imperial Thunder sect, comprehending the thunder amplification method is secondary. The most important thing is that the thunder-devouring bead must be in the hands of my Imperial Thunder sect. Why is that? Dui Jia asked curiously. Is it possible that all the thunder-devouring beads in the world must be taken into our Imperial Thunder School? You little girl. Daoist Lei Meng scolded with a smile. All the thunder-devouring beads in the world? It's already not bad to have a thunder-devouring bead in 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. According to our school's records, the thunder-devouring bead that ancestor Qian Yun obtained was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Reverend Miyu said with a smile. Dui Jia and Zhen Sheng's cultivation is still low. They don't know the origin of the thunder-devouring bead. Plus, they came too late and didn't see the power of the thunder-devouring bead. They also don't know what the thunder-devouring bead does to the restrictions of our Imperial Thunder School. Dui Jia and Zhen Sheng looked at each other. They were both confused. Master Qian Lazy said with a smile, didn't I just say it? The thunder-devouring bead contains thunder birth and destruction. As the name suggests, the thunder-devouring bead can devour thunder and lightning. The restrictions and formations of our Imperial Thunder School all originate from the Thunder Pool. Isn't the thunder-devouring bead the nemesis of all the formations and restrictions of our Imperial Thunder School? If Shanghua sect, Qiqiao sect, or Xuanyan sect get their hands on the thunder-devouring bead, it's fine if they don't covet our Imperial Thunder School, but if they do, they can use the thunder-devouring bead to break all the formations of our Imperial Thunder School. Zhen Sheng and Dui Jia suddenly realized. Clearly, they were scared. They must know the use of the thunder-devouring bead, that's why. Zhen Sheng said fiercely. But you're wrong. Reverend Lei Ten waved his hand and said, first, the thunder-devouring bead was snatched by Qinghua. Second, if Sun Yunzi knew the use of the thunder-devouring bead, he would have done it himself. Ha ha ha, Lei Tan, you're right. Master Qian Lazy laughed. Sect. Sect Master. Fairy Xianhua suddenly thought of something. Her voice trembled as she said, Sect Master, you said that the thunder-devouring bead contains thunder birth and destruction. Then our Imperial Thunder School's Thunder Pool, Yes, the Thunder Pool. Master Qian Lazy's smile froze on his face. He was even more surprised. Our Imperial Thunder School's Thunder Pool was created by our ancestor by imitating the thunder-devouring bead. However, Master Qian Lazy didn't finish his sentence. He looked around and said with a smile, this matter needs to be discussed carefully with our ancestor and the others. We can't confirm it for now. We were talking so happily that we actually forgot the biggest hero of our Imperial Thunder School. Of course, a few nascent soul stage cultivators and 2 gold core stage cultivators were talking here. Helplessness and Xiaohua stood there respectfully. To be honest, they were really reserved. Moreover, these words faintly revealed many secrets of the Imperial Thunder School. Helplessness was only a late Foundation establishment stage disciple, and Xiaohua was even worse. How could they dare to listen? The two of them almost covered their ears. Now that Master Qian Lazy changed the topic to them, their hearts relaxed. Helplessness straightened his back and the smile on his face became even brighter. Xiaohua, why don't you tell me everything that happened? After all, it was a lot of hard work. Master Qian Lazy's voice was gentle. Instead, he was more like an amiable old man. Xiaohua's heart warmed. He bowed and under the gazes of the 8 people, he told them how he met Qian Qinghua in the transportation formation of Lu Yang's Kai family. Afterwards, he was chased by Kai Hongfeng and met Qian Qinghua again. Afterwards, Qian Qinghua gave him the thunder-devouring bead. He was frightened and scared as he took the storage pouch, hid and searched, left Shihuang town, and then went to the Fu family. Of course, Xiaohua didn't know how many times he had thought about this story. There were 2 points that were hard to explain. One was that he took the thunder-devouring bead out of Shihuang town. The second was that he escaped from the hands of a Foundation establishment stage cultivator. However, Xiaohua also understood that he was now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder School. The stronger he was, the better it would be for the Imperial Thunder School. Moreover, he brought back such an important item like the thunder-devouring bead to the Imperial Thunder School. The Imperial Thunder School wouldn't treat him lightly. Even if they had any doubts, he still did it. The Imperial Thunder School had no choice but to believe him. Sure enough, when they heard that Xiaohua actually foolishly hid the storage pouch and then secretly took it out, the 8 people looked at each other in dismay. Fairy Xianhua even sighed, "You child, you've really suffered." That's right, a divine soul-searching technique from a divine soul-searching sect disciple could easily deal with him. To say that he used such a stupid method to escape was really difficult and lucky. When they heard that Xiaohua actually escaped from the hands of 4 Foundation establishment stage cultivators, the 8 people remembered that this guy also met Qian Qinghua in Luyang after escaping from the hands of Foundation establishment stage cultivators. Unconsciously, their faces showed joy. Chapter 1538. Actually, in the eyes of Master Qian Lazy and the other nascent soul cultivators, there wasn't much difference between Qi refining and Foundation establishment cultivators. Besides, Xiaohua had always been able to hide his cultivation, so they didn't think it was too unreasonable. But when they heard that Xiaohua had escaped from 4 cultivators with higher cultivation than him, Master Qian Lazy couldn't help but ask, "Xiaohua, can you fly very fast?" "Yes, Disciple has learned a nameless technique that can increase my flying speed. And Disciple is very good at flying." Xiaohua knew that Qian Qinghua didn't die, and that Qian Qinghua had seen him fly, so he didn't hide it. Martial Uncle Qianhua also praised Disciple, saying that I was even faster than our sect's lightning escape technique. Xiaohua's words were 80% true and 20% false. There were some strange things that he didn't hide, which successfully confused everyone. Qian Lazy laughed and said, "That's good. Xiaohua, you should join my Qianlei Palace. My sect will find you the best gold core disciple to teach you the thunder escape technique as a reward for your contribution to my Imperial Thunder sect." Sect Master Qian Lazy couldn't take it anymore. He cupped his hands and said, "Xiaohua has been accepted by our Thunder Palace as a disciple. You can't take away his love." Xiaohua had goosebumps all over his body. "Martial ancestor, how can you say that?" "Oh, I forgot, Xiaohua is an official disciple who went through the disciple selection." Master Qian Lazy seemed to have just woken up, and said apologetically, "Oh right, Master Qian Lazy wants to negotiate with you. How about giving Xiaohua to our Heavenly Thunder Palace?" He was saved by Qianhua, and he fulfilled Qian Hua's wish. Wouldn't it be a wonderful thing for Qian Hua to be his master? Qian Hua. When Xiaohua thought of Qian Qinghua's boorish appearance, he felt gloomy and helpless. He wanted to say something but didn't dare to refute, which made his face and neck red. Lei Tan's spiritual master looked at him helplessly, feeling somewhat disappointed. When Lei Tan's spiritual master spoke, Xiaohua bowed and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, sect master." Disciple didn't enter the eyes of martial uncles during the disciple selection. It was master who chose disciple at first glance. How can disciple hurt master's heart? That's. Helplessly muttered, "I've been working so hard to guard the 10,000 Thunder Valley. Why didn't Zhenlei Palace inform me that they were going to select disciples?" Although their voices were soft, what kind of cultivation did they have? How could he not understand? Zhen Sheng's expression changed slightly, and he stole a glance at Qian Lei. However, Qian Lei acted as if he didn't hear Zhen Sheng and laughed. "Xiaohua, you really are a loyal person. It seems like Qinghua was really lucky to meet you that day." Forget it. Xiaohua, you can be helplessly's disciple. This is Zhenlei Palace's disciple selection rules. It's not good for me to interfere. Master Qian Lei waved his hand. "However, you've made such a great contribution to our Imperial Thunder sect even before joining us. Our Imperial Thunder sect has always been fair in its rewards and punishments. Tell us, and we'll consider it." Red Cloud's Ascension Technique. Xiaohua shouted these 6 words in his heart almost without thinking. Of course, this was only Xiaohua's wishful thinking. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua really didn't have anything he wanted. He was already a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. He could get anything he wanted in the 10,000 Thunder Valley. What's the difference between now and later? Reporting to Sect Master. Disciple used to be a loose cultivator. Now that I can become a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, I am already overjoyed. I don't lack any cultivation methods or medicinal pills. Disciple has thought for a long time, but I can't think of anything I want. You child. Fairy Xianhua smiled kindly. It's rare for the sect master to be so generous. Why don't you think about it more? How about this, sect master, give Xiaohua some more medicinal pills. In addition, the mental cultivation method of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. That won't do either. N. helplessly was a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Although Xiaohua could be bestowed with a special cultivation method of the Heavenly Thunder Palace, helplessly couldn't do that. Reporting to Sect Master, the medicinal power of the clear flower pill in Disciples' meridians is enough for me to reach the foundation establishment stage. Let's talk about this later. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said. However, his heart suddenly moved. He rolled his eyes and said, "If Sect Master is kind enough, Disciple would like to. Could you give Disciple a chance to read more cultivation methods?" When Disciple was a loose cultivator, Disciple longed for cultivation methods for a long time. You child, what is this? Fairy Xianhua seemed to like Xiaohua very much. She laughed and scolded, "What kind of gift is this?" Every disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect has their own cultivation method pavilion in each lightning palace. As long as your cultivation is sufficient, you can naturally go to the cultivation method pavilion to find a suitable cultivation method for you. Qian Lei thought for a moment, then slapped his hand and took out a token from his storage bag. He struck it with a spell. After a flash of light, he waved his hand and the token flew in front of Xiaohua, saying, "Xiaohua, take this token. With this token, you can study all the cultivation methods of the cultivation method pavilions of the Imperial Thunder sect's 8 great lightning palaces." Xiaohua was overjoyed, but his face was full of shock. "Sect Master, isn't this inappropriate?" "Yes, Sect Master, I'm afraid this method will do more harm than good, right?" Lei Mengzhenren also tried to stop him. This sect master knows. Qian Lei Zi waved his hand and said, however, except for the ancient books of the Thunder Palace, you can only study the cultivation methods of the other lightning palaces by yourself. In addition, Lei Meng and Xiao Hua's spirit stones and elixirs will be double the standard of ordinary disciples. This shouldn't be difficult, right? Qian Lei Zi said again. Of course. Lei Mengzhenren nodded. In addition, the chores of the Thunder Palace. Xiao Hua can choose from them. Don't make it difficult for him. Yes, disciple understands. Well, Xiao Hua, take this token. You have made great contributions to the sect, so these rewards are still too light. If you have any requests in the future, you can ask Lei Meng. Disciple is afraid. Xiao Hua took the token and said very respectfully. Of course, you are now a low-level disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. This is the most important thing you should remember. Don't let your previous contributions drag down your cultivation and make you slack off. Qian Lei Zi warned again. Yes, disciple understands. Thank you for your warning, sect master. Xiao Hua bowed. You have worked hard to guard the myriad Thunder Valley and made great contributions to the Imperial Thunder sect. How can I not know if others don't know? Qian Lei Zi said to Xiao Hua in a pleasant tone, you must have thought about the Thunder escape art for a long time. I will allow Xiao Hua to copy it and you will teach him. Yes, disciple understands. Disciple is very grateful. Xiao Hua's face was filled with joy and blush. He quickly bowed and thanked Qian Lei Zi. Well, you can leave now. Qian Lei Zi waved his hand and said with a smile. Yes, disciple will leave now. Xiao Hua and Xiao Hua bowed and left. After the two of them left, Qian Lei Zi smiled and said to Zhensheng, you have made a great contribution this time. I will remember it in my heart. Zhensheng quickly said, disciple is just making a suggestion. Xiao Hua has worked hard and we don't know where Qinghua is right now. Disciple can't say that I have made any contribution. Don't tell me that your martial uncle Xian Hua is afraid that you don't understand? Thank you, martial uncle and sect master. Disciple just felt uncomfortable when he saw how arrogant the Shanghua sect was. Zhensheng quickly explained. Well, let's not talk about this for now. I think that once the thunder-devouring bead appears, the Shanghua sect and the other two sects will definitely relax their attention on the Imperial Thunder sect and the Western Huang town. Of course, for the next 10 years, we don't have to pay too much attention to Shihuang town. We even have to release a little bit of news about Qinghua's return. Qinghua will need at least 10 years to recuperate. Even if this sect head were to find Qinghua now, we wouldn't be able to wake him up. Otherwise, Qinghua's efforts over the past 2 years would be for naught, or even worse. Disciple understands. Zhensheng nodded and said, the soul oblivion art is a taboo. However, disciple will occasionally send disciples to the Western Huang town. If there is an opportunity. Well, since you know how powerful it is, go and do it. Qian Lei Zi said with a smile, also, how is the recruitment of disciples this year? Sect Master, this year we recruited a total of 94 disciples. 73 of them have found a master and 21 of them have been accepted into Zhenlei Palace. They will be taught by the technique imparting disciples. Why are there still 94 disciples? Are there even zeros? Can't we just recruit 100 disciples? Reverend Miyu said with a smile. Yes, martial uncle knows. Previously, we also decided on 100 disciples. Who would have thought? Dui Jia, who was standing at the side, said with a smile. This Xiao Hua is really interesting. He is really a rogue cultivator. He doesn't have the temperament and skill of a disciple of a cultivation family. Fairy Xian Hua laughed. Xiaofan is naturally a rogue cultivator. When disciple went to the Thunder Cave last time, I saw him. He seemed to be going through the Heaven Forsaken's test and wanted to join the Heaven Forsaken sect. Lei Meng explained his encounter with Xiaofan. This Xiaofan seems to be fated with my Imperial Thunder sect. Qian Lei Zi said with a smile, I guess you didn't expect him to be your disciple that day, right? Of course. His cultivation is too shallow. Disciple just said a few words to encourage him. Do you really want to accept a rogue cultivator as your disciple? Reverend Lei Meng nodded. Rogue cultivators can't be underestimated. They are just scattered sand. If there is a plate to gather them together, they will be a very strong force. Qian Lei Zi said again, that cultivator who organized the Heaven Forsaken sect, is also a person with foresight. Sect master, don't worry. 2 years ago, disciple heard that the founder of the Heaven Forsaken sect had disappeared. The Heaven Forsaken sect only exists in name. I guess it has already been forgotten by others. Reverend Lei Meng said with a smile. Chapter 1539. Zhensheng, Dui Jia, you have worked hard in selecting disciples. Go and rest. Qian Lei Zi waved his hand and said. Yes, we will leave now. Zhensheng and Dui Jia bowed and left. After the two left the Great Thunder Hall, Qian Lei Zi looked at the 5 people beside him and said in a low voice, what Xian Hua said is very reasonable. Our Imperial Thunder Sect's lightning pool is made with the thunder-devouring bead as the prototype. However, this lightning pool is a fake after all. Even though it can simulate the birth and death of lightning, it is not something made by nature and cannot adjust itself. It cannot adapt to any slight changes in the heavenly lightning. Now that we have the real lightning-devouring bead, we can make use of it. Firstly, we can use the lightning water from the lightning pool to nourish the lightning-devouring bead and accelerate its maturity. Secondly, we can use the lightning-devouring bead to deal with the changes in the heavenly lightning. Sect Master is right. Fairy Xianhua nodded. I also feel that the lightning pool and the thunder-devouring bead complement each other. More importantly, we can clearly see the birth and destruction of lightning of the thunder-devouring bead. It will be more beneficial for Sect Master to comprehend the thunder amplification method. Of course, I also need the help of martial uncles. Don't make any mistakes. Qian Lei Zi said solemnly. Leaving aside the fact that Master Qian Lei Zi and the others were discussing the Imperial Lightning Sect's matters in the Great Thunder Hall, Xiaofan had also followed Helpless out of the Great Thunder Hall. Helpless didn't say anything else as he used the lightning escape technique to fly out of the Thunder Immortal Peak. Along the way, Helplessness bowed his head and didn't say anything. When Xiaofan saw this, he didn't dare to say anything. After flying for a long time, he saw that there weren't any Imperial Thunder Sect disciples flying around. He helplessly landed. Xiaofan didn't understand. He thought it was the 10,000 Thunder Valley. However, after looking around, it didn't seem like anyone lived there. He also couldn't see anything important. Only then did he look at Helplessness. At this time, Helplessness was also looking at Xiaofan. Helplessness frowned and said, Xiaofan, do you really want to be my disciple? Xiaofan saw this and said very respectfully, if disciple isn't sincere, why would I refuse in front of Sect Master? Since you think of me as your master, then Master will also think of you as my disciple. There are some things I need to make clear to you. Helplessness said very seriously. Xiaohua's heart trembled as he nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. Xiaohua, do you think it's better to be in the limelight in the Imperial Thunder Sect and shine all day long? Or is it better to remain unknown and improve my cultivation? Xiaohua's heart relaxed, and a warm current flowed through him. He said with a smile, look at what Master said, it's naturally good to raise my cultivation. Then do you think you've made a great contribution to the Imperial Thunder sect? All I did was bring the thunder-devouring bead back. The one who really contributed was Martial Uncle Qinghua. Xiaofan shook his head. Pa! What Senior Uncle Qinghua? Remember to call him Senior Uncle Qinghua. He helplessly spat out a mouthful of saliva and said, if this old man wasn't guarding the 10,000 Thunder Valley, I would definitely be able to do something like this. He scratched his chin and said, well, since you know that the credit belongs to your Uncle Master Qinghua, that's good. You can return the token that the sect leader gave you, but... Xiaofan naturally didn't understand. What does that have to do with anything? Alas, didn't this old man say it in the Spring Thunder Palace? As a loose cultivator, you've already practiced many kinds of techniques when you were refining qi, creating an insurmountable bottleneck for your future cultivation. Now it seems that with your hidden flame physique, you might be able to break through this bottleneck and step into the Foundation Establishment realm. But after you enter the Foundation Establishment realm, you mustn't repeat the same mistake and practice many kinds of techniques. With this token in your hand, how can you resist the temptation of those techniques? Moreover, you're always wandering around other people's technique inheritance pavilions. What kind of scandal is that? How can you not attract the attention of others? Since you've attracted the attention of others, there will naturally be people who will investigate your token. How can anyone not know about your matters? Can you still cultivate peacefully? Xiaofan understood. He knew that Qinghua's worries were very reasonable. However, he was really afraid of being poor. He didn't want to live without techniques anymore. Besides, if he wanted to exchange something that was already in his hand back, then, wouldn't it be harder than ascending to the heavens? Alright, Master knows. This disciple also thought about it at that time. Xiaofan explained, firstly, this disciple feels that although the techniques of the Imperial Thunder sect are different from the Lightning Palace, after all, they're all branches, right? Their basic techniques should be the same, right? Secondly, this disciple only wants to look at some techniques and practice some opposing divine abilities. Alas, raising one's cultivation is fundamental. The so-called techniques and divine abilities are all insignificant das. Qinghua sighed helplessly, however, what you said is also reasonable. The cultivation techniques of the Dawn Rain continent are extremely lacking. The techniques of my Imperial Thunder sect are also comprehended by the ancestors. They're only related to the physique of the cultivator. Their fundamentals are indeed similar. Moreover, if this disciple returns the token, then how will Master's lightning evasion technique reach perfection? Xiaofan took the opportunity to say again. Oh? Isn't that so? Qinghua suddenly realized the Heavenly Thunder Palace's lightning evasion technique is the most complete. This old man has long coveted it. Master doesn't covet other techniques? Left and right, they're all Imperial Thunder sect's techniques. This disciple can also report to Sect Master and see if there's anything he can reveal? Xiaofan said in a low voice again. Nonsense. Sect Master has already warned you. You must not provoke Sect Master. Qinghua scolded with a smile on his face. Alright, just take it as this disciple didn't say anything. Xiaofan said with a smile. Hehe, you're actually quite interesting. You're much better than your eldest senior brother. Seeing Xiaohua's mischievous smile, Qinghua didn't get angry. What's wrong with eldest senior brother? Xiaofan seemed to have thought of Gong Mingwei. Hehe, you'll know when you go to the Myriad Thunder Valley. Qinghua didn't want to talk about this eldest senior brother anymore. Master, this disciple forgot. Martial Uncle Qinghua. Martial Uncle gave this disciple a token. This disciple didn't take it out just now. Xiaofan suddenly remembered and exclaimed. Qinghua thought for a moment and said, forget it. Don't go today. Wait for a chance in the future. From the looks of it, sect master and martial ancestor might be discussing the lightning-devouring bead. Won't you be disturbing them if you go? This disciple understands. Xiaohua nodded. Let's go. We'll go to the Myriad Thunder Valley today. You can also get to know the sect first. It'll be convenient for you when you come back in the future. Qinghua waved his hand and said. Master, what do you mean? Don't I live in the Myriad Thunder Valley? Xiaohua was surprised. Of course you don't live in the Myriad Thunder Valley. Qinghua waved his hand helplessly and brought Xiaohua along. They rushed to the Myriad Thunder Valley while flying while explaining to Xiaohua. It turned out that in the Imperial Thunder sect, all cultivators below the Foundation establishment stage lived in the Zhenlei Palace and the Conversion Thunder Palace to cultivate. Xiaohua, for example, usually stayed in the Conversion Thunder Palace and did some chores for the Imperial Thunder sect in exchange for spirit stones and medicinal pills. Only when they encountered difficulties in cultivation or at fixed times would they have the opportunity to go to the Myriad Thunder Valley to receive guidance. Of course, the Conversion Thunder Palace also had its own specialized disciples who could accept Xiaohua's inquiries. As for talisman crafting and alchemy, every Thunder Palace in the Imperial Thunder sect had a special quiet room. One only needed to pay a certain amount of spirit stones to use it. Of course, the spiritual herbs and other materials used for alchemy were all provided by the Imperial Thunder sect. The Imperial Thunder sect could also provide the basic yellow talismans for alchemy. It's really great to have a sect. Xiaohua almost jumped up in the air. He was still thinking about finding a place with earth fire to refine pills, but now, the Imperial Thunder sect had a special alchemy room with a special earth fire. As long as you take out spirit stones, it'll be fine. It was really convenient. Oh right, Xiaohua, every disciple has something to do in the Imperial Thunder sect. You aura refining disciples naturally don't have to do important things. You're basically just doing chores. You have to think about it carefully. Qinghua exhorted helplessly. However, the sect master said that you can choose any chores in the Shocking Thunder Palace. Master, don't I live in the Zhenlei Palace? I should be a chores in the Zhenlei Palace, right? Xiaohua reminded. How many aura refining disciples are there in the Zhenlei Palace? How many chores do they have to do? You usually live in the Zhenlei Palace, but you still have to do chores in the Shocking Thunder Palace. Qinghua explained helplessly, you're a disciple of the Shocking Thunder Palace, so you naturally have to do things for the Shocking Thunder Palace. Xiaohua understood. After thinking for a while, he asked, does the Shocking Thunder Palace have a medicinal garden? Yes, every Lightning Palace has one. Qinghua nodded helplessly, but then he asked, could it be that you want to plant spiritual herbs? That's a hard and tiring job, not many disciples are willing to do it. In my opinion, you should go refine yellow talismans. That's a place that all aura refining disciples like to go. On one hand, you can improve and control your magic power. On the other hand, you can practice many magic arts, which will be very useful after you build your foundation. Oh, I reckon that Grandmaster Lei Meng also has the same idea. Seeing that Qinghua actually used Lei Meng Daoist to persuade him, Xiaohua became even more excited. He smiled and said, I have my own plans. I've been refining talismans in the Fu clan for a long time and have learned a lot. I want to change my tastes. Moreover, no one goes to the medicinal garden, so it's quiet and convenient for cultivation. Besides, it's double the amount of medicinal pills and spirit stones anyway, so I won't lose out anywhere. These are all small paths, you can choose as you wish. I'm just reminding you. Refining talismans can indeed improve your cultivation, but repeating the same thing every day isn't very interesting, and you don't have much time. The medicinal garden is indeed tiring, but once you're done with it, you'll have your own time. It's really beneficial for cultivation. Qinghua said helplessly. Alright, we'll enter the Myriad Thunder Valley in front of us, which is where my Immortal's Cave is located. You should be careful. Although the Myriad Thunder Valley is still far away, the thunder from the Myriad Thunder Valley can hurt people. Qinghua waved his hand and sent out a scarlet summoning talisman, reminding Xiaohua. Yes, I understand. Xiaohua nodded, but just as he nodded, his heart suddenly jumped. It was as if someone had inexplicably hit him with a stick. Chapter 1540. Xiaohua was startled, but before he could ask, his heart started beating rapidly again. It was very sudden, causing Xiaohua's blood to rush up, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Immediately after, the beating disappeared without a trace. Master. Xiaohua did not dare to be careless and quickly asked, is it possible that the sound of thunder is not only heard in the ears? It is also possible to hit the heart? Yes? Helplessness nodded slightly. The threat of the 10,000 Thunder Valley is not only the sound of thunder, the most powerful thing is the soundless. Xiaohua, did you comprehend it yourself? Or did you hear it from here? Helplessness said and stopped the lightning escape in shock. Xiaohua smiled bitterly, raised his hand and touched his chest, saying, how could disciple have such high aptitude? Just now, when Master finished speaking, disciple felt it in his heart. Really? Helplessness not only did not have a worried expression, but instead, he was very surprised. Xiaohua was puzzled. Helplessness looked like a master who did not care about his disciple. Of course it's true. Xiaohua described the rhythm and helplessness of the previous few times. This. Helplessness looked up and down at Xiaohua. The joy in his eyes was very obvious. Seems like, it's a good thing. Xiaohua somewhat understood. Xiaohua, you obviously do not have a thunder attribute body. Martial Uncle Zhen Qing's test should not be wrong. But, how could you feel the soundless thunder of the 10,000 Thunder Valley from such a distance? Helplessness said and clapped his hands. Even if a disciple with a thunder attribute, it is impossible to feel the soundless thunder here. This range was set by the senior martial ancestor. Master also did not feel anything here. Master, it's here again. Xiaohua held his hand on his chest and said. Helplessness naturally had to feel it. After a while, he smiled helplessly. Xiaohua, seems like, you are indeed the hope of my 10,000 Thunder Valley. Xiaohua suddenly felt an invisible weight on his shoulder. He curled his lips and smiled apologetically. Disciple only has sensitive senses, it's not that serious, right? This is not just a matter of sensitive senses. Helplessly suppressing his joy, he said somewhat incoherently, my Imperial Lightning Sex cultivation method has always focused on the lightning attribute physique. The fire attribute physique is only a secondary cultivation method, it is far inferior to the lightning attribute. You're able to sense the soundless thunder in the Myriad Thunder Valley from here, which only shows that you're very sensitive to the thunder in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. If you cultivate the thunder attribute cultivation technique of my thunderous Thunder Palace, you'll definitely be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort and break through to the foundation establishment realm in the shortest amount of time. This time Qian Qinghua can't laugh at my disciples for being slow. Master. Uncle Master Qinghua, even if he wants to laugh at you now, he won't be able to. Xiaohua was speechless. He didn't know why Qian Qinghua didn't get along with his master, but he still remembered some of Qian Qinghua's words. This bastard, he better come back quickly. Let this bastard be envious of this old man. He helplessly snorted and said, in the past, he often talked about your eldest senior brother. Oh? Speak of your eldest senior brother, and your eldest senior brother is here. That guy, he's so quick with this. When he was cultivating, why didn't I see any improvement? While speaking helplessly, his eyes looked into the distance. Xiaohua looked and released his perception, but he couldn't find any trace of Qian Qinghua. He couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, there was a loud rumble. Xiaohua's perception was struck by the silent lightning of the myriad thunder valley. Xiaohua's entire body seemed to have sunk into the thunder waves. Xiaohua. Xiaohua was shocked. He had already sensed Xiaohua's abnormality and hurriedly waved his hand. A seal was placed around Xiaohua. Xiaohua let out a long breath. The thunder just now was like a shocking wave that drowned him. Xiaohua wanted to escape from the wave, but he couldn't do anything. The helpless restriction was like a barrier, instantly rescuing him from the sea of lightning. Master was careless. Xiaohua said regretfully, Master didn't expect you to be so sensitive to the sound of thunder. I still wanted to teach you the lightning avoidance technique in the future. Lightning avoidance technique? Xiaohua was stunned. It's nothing. It's just a cultivation technique that can reduce the damage caused by the silent and loud thunder. Xiaohua said in a low voice. Let's go. We'll talk after we retreat. Let's see if you can comprehend it in a short time. If you can't, you should return to Zhenlei Palace tonight. Helpless, he cherished this disciple very much. With a wave of his hand, he brought Xiaohua and flew several li away before stopping. Yes, disciple will try to comprehend it now. Xiaohua nodded and sat down cross-legged. He silently chanted the lightning avoidance technique in his heart and began to comprehend it. Xiaohua didn't impart many cultivation techniques, but every word was a gem. It was rather difficult to pronounce. But who was Xiaohua? What heavenly laws embodiment technique? What stealing the heavens? What heavenly laws embodiment technique? All of these cultivation techniques were comprehended by himself. Master never said a word. Therefore, although this cultivation technique was obscure and difficult to understand, under Xiaohua's comprehension, he gradually comprehended it. Good. No wonder martial ancestor Lei Meng could enter the thunder accumulation cave. If I also had this cultivation technique at that time, there would be no harm in entering. After Xiaohua had some comprehension, he secretly praised the Imperial Thunder Sect's cultivation technique in his heart. At this moment, Xiaohua's heart stirred and he opened his eyes. The sky was already bright. Several zhang in front of him, Xiaohua was looking at the rising sun in the east with his hands clasped behind his back. Next to him was a short cultivator, probably at the early stage of foundation establishment. He had his back to Xiaohua and was respectfully accompanying Xiaohua. Eldest martial brother? His heart stirred and he stopped comprehending. He was about to stand up. Although Xiaohua was looking to the east, he had been paying attention to Xiaohua. At this moment, he immediately smiled and said, Xiaohua, how much have you comprehended? Master, this lightning avoidance technique is very profound. I'm afraid disciple can only comprehend 20% of it. Xiaohua didn't hide it and said with a smile, 20%? Xiaohua was shocked again. At this moment, the eldest martial brother next to Xiaohua also turned his head and looked at Xiaohua with a smile. When Xiaohua saw the eldest martial brother's appearance, he couldn't help but stare blankly. The person who turned his head was wearing a clean Daoist robe, but his stature was shorter than Xiaohua's by half a head. What puzzled Xiaohua the most was that this senior martial brother had a lot of wrinkles on his face. His hair was gray and he had a bitter expression. He looked much older than Xiaohua. In the eyes of ordinary people, this eldest martial brother was the master and Xiaohua was the eldest martial brother's disciple. Although Xiaohua also knew that cultivators couldn't be judged by their appearance, but, this eldest martial brother whose name he didn't know was far from what he imagined, right? Xiao Hua's astonishment fell into the eldest martial brother's eyes, but he didn't show any dissatisfaction. He only nodded slightly and didn't say half a word. It was as long as Xiao Hua was here, he would absolutely listen to Xiao Hua's arrangements and absolutely wouldn't overstep his boundaries. Xiao Hua, are you sure you can comprehend 20%? Xiao Hua asked again. This. Xiao Hua scratched his head. This technique was indeed marvelous. In fact, Xiao Hua had already comprehended 40% of it. But seeing Xiao Hua so shocked, he could only smile apologetically and say, "Disciple, probably only comprehended 15%? It's just that I'm afraid Master will be disappointed, so I said 20%. You brat." Xiao Hua scolded with a smile, "This is the secret inheritance of my Imperial Thunder Sect's 10,000 Thunder Valley. Only Foundation Establishment cultivators can comprehend it. Master telling you this can also be considered a test. Even if you can only comprehend 5%, Master will still be gratified. How can I be disappointed? Congratulations Master, you've accepted such a cute and clever little disciple." The eldest martial brother beside him smiled apologetically and said. Xiao Hua frowned, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. He pointed with his finger and said, "That's right, this is your eldest martial brother, Xiang Yang. You've seen him before, right? If you had 20% of your eldest martial brother's steadiness, Master wouldn't be so worried." He, Master, look at what you're saying. Eldest martial brother is steadiness, that's how eldest martial brother should be? If disciple is steadiness, what would eldest martial brother do? Xiao Hua said as he stepped forward and bowed deeply, "Disciple Xiao Hua greets eldest martial brother." He, quickly get up, quickly get up. Xiang Yang had a pure smile on his face. He hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Xiao Hua, not letting him kneel down. He said, "That year, I used half a year's time to comprehend the lightning avoidance technique. Little martial brother was able to comprehend 15% in just one night. It really makes me blush with shame. Half a year? That can't be right." Xiao Hua secretly sighed in his heart, but he had a sudden realization in his heart, looking at eldest martial brother's aptitude, it's a bit lacking. Seeing how old he looks, he's probably not young. He's still in the early stage of foundation establishment, no wonder Master didn't want to mention him. You still have the nerve to say that. A simple lightning avoidance technique and you used half a year's time to comprehend it. You're still a foundation establishment cultivator. I don't even feel like talking to you. Xiao Hua scolded helplessly. He. Xiang Yang only laughed foolishly, not answering. Master, that means eldest martial brother is also a foundation establishment cultivator. Disciple even dreams of foundation establishment. That's right, disciple, should I call eldest martial brother senior? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Please don't. Xiang Yang was somewhat panicked. He repeatedly waved his hand and said, although all the aura refining disciples in my Imperial Thunder School have to call foundation establishment cultivators senior, you and I have the same master. You can only call him senior martial brother. What are you so anxious for? You're only 25 years old. Not to mention foundation establishment, the medicinal efficacy of the brilliant flower pill in your body is enough to raise your cultivation to foundation establishment. Xiao Hua scolded helplessly, right now, your main task is to comprehend and quickly raise your mental state and Tao heart. This is what you individual cultivators lack the most. What? Youngest martial brother is also an individual cultivator? And just 25 years old? Xiang Yang couldn't help but ask. Yes, this junior martial brother of yours is also an individual cultivator. He's about the same as you. Xiao Hua snorted helplessly and said, however, he has the concealed fire constitution. Damn it, why did I only take in individual cultivators? Hearing that Xiao Hua was an individual cultivator, Xiang Yang's eyes once again revealed a bit of warmth. He said, "Before I joined the Imperial Thunder School, my family declined, and I became an individual cultivator. It just so happened that the Imperial Thunder School was recruiting disciples. I was lucky enough to pass, but no one was willing to accept me. Only Master was kind." You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.